der Livestream der Nürburgring Langstreckenserie. Präsentiert von Falkenreifen.
Herzlich willkommen zur Nürburgring Langstreckenserie.
Welcome to the Nürburgring for the NLS, the Nürburgring Langstreckenseries.
Und jetzt ist das Rennen freigegeben. The red lights are out now. Fans sind wieder da.
I would think that's very, very close.
Jetzt kommt er ran, zieht sich ran.
Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the 2022 season of the Nürburgring Langstreckenseries. We're going to kick off with the ADAC Westfalenfahrt. I should point out the 67th of those, showing how far the history of some of these great races goes. But what we want was a packed grid. Tick that box, we got it. We also wanted sunshine and blue skies. We've got that as well. And we've got crowds back, which is just so good because the NLS and the VLN that preceded it have always been about drawing in the fans to take a look at this enormous breadth of cars. 135 were prepared for this meeting, and for a lot of people this is very, very special indeed. My name's Bruce Jones, delighted to be back for another season with the championship, and particularly because I have Peter Snowden alongside. Peter, welcome to 2022.
Can't believe it, actually. 2022, unbelievable. I'm not as delighted as I am. But you said about crowds, Bruce.
Und davon haben wir eine ganze Menge. Wir haben spektakuläre Autos an der Spitze, wir haben über die Rundzeiten eben gesprochen, Qualifying, aber natürlich auch die kleineren Fahrzeuge, die serienären Fahrzeuge, die ebenfalls spektakulären Sport liefern, bis hin zum kultigen Opel Manta und. Also eine ganze Menge.
I think it was the second round last year. Will it start, will it not? So maybe half of my commentating stock will have to be kept in the cupboard for the second round or the third round of the championship. No, indeed, because a lot of these events through the course of the year, and actually it is a factor of this championship, 8 rounds, you are going to get every sort of weather. The fact that this one, which is probably the most likely one to have any flurries of snow, seems set fair, means maybe we'll tick snow off the list for 2022. But we know in between we'll have rain. It is the Eifel Mountains in the forests and at some point. But today looks absolutely storming. And after qualifying, we've got an amazing mix of cars at the front end of the field. We'll come to that anon. But I think for a lot of the teams, new driver lineups, as always at the start of a season. But we've got our absolute favourites back. We've got the people that support the championship through thick and thin. We've got right at the top of the list, Schnitzelarm Racing, that really put so much in. Falcon Motorsports, been here over the decades. Great to have them out. Racing team, and the one that so many people look, well, the BMW fans of course look for Rover Racing, but of course so many people look to the last car on the list, number 911, which is the Grello, the green and yellow Manthey Racing Porsche, and that's always been a favourite here. But it used to win almost as it wanted, the Grello car, but the level of competition has come up and up and up, and now they really have to fight for victories in this series, which is exactly how we'd like it to be.
Absolutely. And are you suggesting that the scenes we were witnessing here, the bright sunshine, we're not going to see consistently throughout the year? Is it not booked? Is that not part of the script?
No, it's not part of the script, actually.
Right. We have a different script then, clearly.
This is a shop window.
You have the editor's script. I have the lesser version.
Yes, exactly. So, but I think that's part of the beauty. I mean, this circuit on its own, in any conditions, is a challenge enough. And that's why so many people come to compete here. But the fact you've got a moving stage through the course of the year, because you have different track temperatures, different levels of visibility. Don't forget, fog has not been everybody's friend over the years at the Nürburgring. But one thing that's new for this year, yes, we've got new team and driver combinations. We've got new patches of surface. The drivers will have noticed that last weekend. The Grand Prix circuit, we use about the first half of that. And looking out over Nürburg village at all that lies beyond. Hopefully we'll pick out when we have some highlights just coming up now of the qualifying session. Out early, blessed by the fact they had similar conditions last weekend when they got some very, very useful lap times and amount of laps under their belts to get the season rolling. And one of the championships, one of the series that's really growing, one of the classes is the Cup 2 Porsche class for 992 Porsches. That's really, really picking up. But Aston Martin, their fans delighted to see they're out here featuring this year. Peter Snowden sits up straight in his commentator seat. He cut him in half and says Aston Martin. Also says made in 1946, but I
eng
don't
zur
know where you
Sache,
got
man
that
war
chassis
nicht
plate
allzu
from.
weit von
But
den
Peter, this morning,
GT3-Rennern
one of the cars
entfernt und
exactly, but one car
Axel
that
viel
has
Einsatz hier in
promised
der
over the years so much, but often just doesn't get to deliver. But it's delivered in qualifying. Pole position went to Michele Di Martino for Conrad Motorsport with their Lamborghini. Such a popular car, and France has been running this livery for decades and a day. Not everybody kept going all the way through qualifying. Hopefully that one got back to pit 674 BMW. But riding on board with Grello, I could watch this all day long. I sometimes almost feel like I might just forget to commentate, but not everyone got it right. The number 12, Bilstein, sponsored Mercedes, one of the two cars from the Hout Racing team. That was actually the one I was going to tip as a favourite. Lucas Stoltz, Raffaele Marcello and Manuel Metzger, they know what they're doing. But 114 Porsche, that is a brilliant shot. And what's new this year? Super slow-mo. That was an absolutely exemplar moment of how that should be used. And we've got some new crews out there as well. That's Car Collection running early in the year just in a black livery. We'll see how those liveries amend themselves through the course of the season as sponsors come on board. But really, it was all about having perfect weather conditions. But going faster and faster was the Lamborghini. Michele Di Martino just going past one of the Pro Sport Aston Martins there. And he and Axel Jeffries have worked wonders with this car, with this team. And today, they got it right. There he is, top of the charts by nearly 1.5 seconds from the BMW Junior Team M4 GT3 with Dan Harper setting the time in that, and the Cosmopolitan crew. And Riccardo Feller, a driver who can almost do no wrong in an Audi or a Lamborghini the last couple of years, third fastest, along with Kuba Gemaziek and Kim Lewis Schramm. And the best of the Porsches was Pile and Siegfried in one of the two Falcon Motorsport Porsches. So 4 different manufacturers in the top 4 positions, and we don't even have the Mercedes among those. So plenty to play for, but it's brilliant to see down on the grid. There's Patrick Simon, commentator for the series down, getting to meet the crowd, and he's such a personable presenter, and he also knows these tracks very well indeed, Peter. He does a lot of racing, and he does have a BMW M1 in his stable, bless him.
Proper car.
Absolutely.
Nothing wrong with an M4 or a new one, but an M1, that's quite a thing to have in your collection, isn't it? If you're going to have a classic BMW, that's probably the halo one to have, isn't it, really?
You'd think, well, everyone's got a soft spot for a CSL.
I was going to say, CSL Batmobile, probably a close one. He's probably got one of those as well, in reality.
Who knows, or maybe one of his racing brothers. Look, there's a Grello Racing cap, so see, as the son is being interviewed, father has nailed his colours to the mast, and should be able to spot him in the crowd. That really does pick out. But where's the green on the Grello hat? That's just a yellow Grello, isn't it?
Maybe it's right. Maybe it's on the inside.
Could be. Nice touch. Well, it's good to see the smiles on the faces down there, because we've got 4 hours of racing ahead of us. This amazing mix of cars at the top, but, I'm just so excited. 135 cars in this field. The sky is blue, the sun is shining. The track, I just started mentioning where it was resurfaced. Parts of the Grand Prix loop, Tiergarten, Dottinger-Höhe. Dottinger-Höhe doesn't matter too much. You're driving in a straight line, just accelerating at that point down that long, long straight. Höherein.
I love your cynicism. It doesn't matter so much you're driving in a straight line. Dear boy.
Trust me, I studied physics. And the Sabine Schmitz curve, which is about the slowest point on the circuit bar the carousel. In fact, probably slower than the carousel. Just at the point the drivers turn left, and then left again over that bridge onto the Nordschleife itself. And a little bit more grip there. That is more important.
And what an introduction to the Nordschleife. You say quite right. We use virtually half the Grand Prix circuit for want of a better description to start with. Then join on to the Nordschleife. But as you say, it's a double left back and onto it. Now resurface, a bit more traction, get ready to go. But it's also extremely narrow. There is no room for error. There is no safety net there as you go on. It's a real reminder of you are now starting the Nordschleife, because you've got to get that very, very first entry to it, well, first corner, which is the entry, absolutely right. You tap the wall, you break a toe link or something, and the car's out. And it's also prone there in a very difficult position to get Marshall to get it out of the way, and that can cause all sorts of worlds of deep sorrow and misery for everybody if the car's parked there.
Well, we had a moment in one of the latter rounds last year, I remember, where a car was sideways and it literally was touching the wall on one side, the ball on the other, blocking it, and they were so quick to get that away. But of course, once the drivers have negotiated that double left over a little bit of a crest, which you're going over the bridge, then that is the moment at which you just think, from a racing driver's point of view, you go, here we go. Absolutely. Hats and back, and keep it going.
I think here we go is the phrase. Talking of the resurfacing, you mentioned about Tiergarten, which is all important at the end of the Dottinger-Höhe. But just before they get to that bit, The other end of that, at Galgenkopf, as you come out from Schollenbach onto the Dottingerhohe, that's been resurfaced, and that's going to provide another slingshot to that, a few more. I wouldn't be surprised to see some higher speeds down the Dottingerhohe now. I wouldn't be surprised if we're talking 5-8 Ks, a bit more down there already. And it should effectively have some result effect on the lap times. Not going to be massive, but I wouldn't be surprised if we saw lap times second and a half quicker. I think possibly because of this. Yeah, certainly with the weather the way it is now.
7 minutes 50.3 was the lap time for the pole. You're raising your eyebrows, is that correct? I think I checked that. But anyhow, so that's a guide. But yes, if you get a good exit out of Galgenkopf, of course, with a bit more grip, you ought to be able to do so. But also another element, don't think it's going to be a factor today, is you know when you get new tarmac, it doesn't always behave the same way when rain hits it. We may get to see that
a few times. No,
I always remember at Donington, you come out of Hollywood at the top of the hill, top of the Craner curves, and at that point, there's a line where it went to new surface back in the 80s. And of course, you've got the East Midland Airport. So the planes come in, they drop all the aviation fuel, which is always a bit of a worry in the wet. But you're sort of going down the hill. I remember I was so bad at this. In a Formula Ford, I saw, there's the airport. Where's the airport? There's the airport. There's the, I think a 720 and carried on. But it was just difference between, well, obviously competence and not, but also grip. Just a small grip difference. And
an often overlooked corner of that, people always talk about Redgate and then always miss that bit of Hollywood out. But as you say, imagine that on historic cars on
das haben wir im Qualifying erlebt. Vollattacke wird es auch gleich hier
But we digress.
We do digress. The digression is part of the game. So our delight with Radio Show Limited to bring you the whole championship this year, live TV, images, and there's just always so much to talk about. And as the cars work their way around the grid, glad to see the yellow and blue Bilstein Mercedes that we saw in the highlights package beached in the gravel is working its way forward, but probably not as close to the front of the grid as it ought to be in terms of the driver's natural pace, because obviously if you stick it in the gravel, you don't get many shots with a 25-kilometre lap to put in qualifying. You don't go round loads and loads of times, so that will definitely be one to watch. And just to reiterate, that driver lineup: Luca Stolz, Raffaele Marcello and Manuel Metzger, who's an absolute Nürburgring expert.
You also don't make many friends. Sorry, you also don't make many friends back in the pit box as well when you put it in the gravel. It's not the most popular move from a driver, put it that way.
Also, just that reiterates the fact that today is such a compact day, and this has been one of the successes of the championship. You arrive, you qualify, you race. It's all packed into a Saturday. In many ways, I always used to wish it was packed into a Sunday, because I like to watch rugby on a Saturday, but that's too much about me.
Well, you're a brave man at the moment, so you'd like to watch rugby at the moment.
Yes, fair enough. Fair call.
Should we just move on from that? Yes, we're both rugby fans. I think me perhaps a little less than you, or not quite as dedicated as you, or played as much as you have, but perhaps not the thing to talk about at the moment.
No, particularly at the start of the season. So just looking down there, I'm just so delighted to see how well supported this is. This is the first year, really. You think 2020 was hit so hard by the pandemic. 2021, we worked through it and came up with some very, very clever ideas, like to make sure we had social distancing with the pit lane, including a loop through the paddock behind.
Well, we said it a few times, didn't we, that the organisers, basically for NLS, as I say, VLN it was, rebranded NLS in 2020, they pretty well gave us the template to go back to motor racing again for almost Europe and worldwide, didn't they? Because they were the first series to do this. And you were saying we called it very unkindly, but with an uncharitably, but in a friendly way, the shopping mall, didn't we? Because they came into the pit lane and they drove through the pits, out the back, into the paddock. Everybody had such a massive square footage in the paddock, so the transporters, they were all social distance. But it was utterly efficient of, do you know what? We've got to start coming back. This was early 2020, so it was June, May we ran right there, we started to do it. And they showed us that it can be done with a bit of thought and process. We can do it. And this series gave it back to us and gave us hope that we can get back to it. Here we are now, 2 years on, Bruce, sitting in the same seats, looking at the same scenes. And frankly, it's almost, I'm going to say this, pandemic? What pandemic?
Yeah,
it doesn't look like it, does it? Not knocking that, but it just doesn't look like it.
Well, No, entirely. That's why I'm feeling so excited just looking out there, because we all crave normality. But just to the organisers of the NLS, a lot of championships in early 2020, as the pandemic was unfolding, didn't think they could run their races. Not only did the NLS get on and run the races, but these were other championships had 20 cars in the field. This was dealing with 120 cars plus as the year went on. So quite remarkable. I do like, I'm just looking at a long shot there, the people on the grid. In the background, just going past pit in, there was a tractor driving off behind the main.
Is that a new class this year, is it? Or is it a John Deere?
I
thought, did there?
Yes. Yes, I went the whole way through, and I tell you what, looking through the entry list, often you have, of course, all the ones in the SP9 class at the front of the field in the first few pages, but then you go through, and I was flicking through when the entry list came through, and you go, is the fabled Opel Manta there? Volker Streichek? Yeah, there he is, car 269, flick through.
No Dacia, though?
No, not yet.
Not yet. Not yet.
But down in, the VT classes, we're working towards the back of the list. You suddenly get people like Jonathan Aberdeen, the South African racer, and Janis Fischer for Team Saul Grensport in the little BMW 128i. You go to V2, another V2 class, VT2, and you've got Caitlin Wood, Alex Toth-Jones, Julian Hanses in the BMW 330. You've got Casper Stevenson and Frederick Schandorf racing a 330i for Saul Grensport, but they're going to compete in the GT World Challenge this year. So a lot of teams using this to get track mileage in at the start of the season, also with an eye, of course, as with all the top teams, for the Nürburgring 24 hours later this race. That is why the front end is always super bolstered. But you keep on going back. I suddenly found double Porsche Super Cup champion Larry Ten Voorter driving down an AT class Porsche Cayman, along with Ayhan Chen Guven and Lauren Heinrich, who are sharing the sister car, and Combe Ledegar, a fabled racer, and he's down on about page 7 of the entry. Oh, who's that at the bottom of the page? Oh, young Jan Erlacher. Oh, and his uncle, he's brought his uncle racing, that's nice. Ivan Muller, multiple world touring car champion. And that is why you have to look down this list, because there are so many golden little nuggets further back that I think that's one of the excitements when the list comes out. And slightly delayed this week. Apparently there's a problem with the registration system. So it took until, I think, Thursday morning to get the entry list, but all is fair. And all is square, and it was all on the grid in the sunshine, so that's brilliant.
That's before the race starts, it's fine. What are you worrying about? Thursday? It's 2 days ahead. No problem.
No, you're quite right. I should lower my sights. But also what I love is the international element of this field. Of course, when the championship started, it was probably 90% German racers back in 1977, and then gradually people thought, hold on, what? We can do long races rather than a 10-lap race around Snetterton or Mugello, or you can come and race at the Nürburgring. So it grew and grew, but right down towards the tail of the field in a BMW i390, Jaden Conwright, a young American racer, gaining some experience. So it's people crossing the pond as well to come and play with us European folk. But so we'll keep an eye on that as much as we can. Of course, we've got an incredible battle in the top class, SP9, to observe and talk about. But there will be
22 cars we've got in SP9, I think it is.
I think that's what I got up to in terms of the counting. I'll keep my shoes and socks on.
You mentioned about doing track time and to the teams coming to use this. What a place to come and have a bit of track time at the start of the racing season. The Nürburgring, the Nordschleife, in the sunshine, and not an hour, not a half hour, not 2 hours, a 4-hour race, just to get your eye in, as it were.
Yeah, and quite a lot of the drivers here will be going down to Imola next weekend, the opening round of the GT World Challenge, the first endurance round. So yeah, it keeps the team sharp. But also, I must always applaud Falcon Motorsports, who've been with this championship through thick and thin. Often rotate their drivers. They tend to run 2 drivers in their cars rather than 3. That means they get 2 1-hour sessions each, which is easy to work out. With the 3-driver lineup, they tend to do, 1 driver will end up doing 2 sessions. And there's Peter's specialist subject we'll come to shortly, which of course is the length of the pit stops.
More of the aggregator. I knew we were going to come to that. Yes.
We should have it in a frame.
We did run a book as to how soon you'd actually sort of drop that on me into the season. And so Bruce is starting. So I'm not going to steal it from Bruce, so he can't have it back. So I have to. I'm ready for this. I'm ready. Yeah, I've noticed you've done it in particularly small font this year, just to test me particularly, or am I just getting older? My eyes away.
You got it. Yeah, just we won't talk about that. But the length and the timing of your pit stop, one affects the other. And of course, you can have a race where you've got teams close together, but do they want to come in that lap? Well, yes, they do, because they haven't got enough fuel to do another lap, whatever. But we will come to that. But it's a factor that new teams to the championship, they could arrive here with tip-top car, tip-top drivers, and they can make a mess of the rules. And we've seen all sorts of runners over the past 2 or 3 seasons coming along and suddenly not getting them minimum driver time and other little factors. And it's even affected race winners who suddenly became non-race winners.
Well, there's a phrase you've used frequently about this circuit and this event at at the Nürburgring. It giveth and it taketh. And it's just when you think it's all happening, all working, as you say, and it's a well-drilled team, well-prepared, well-primed, they've read the rules, you're thinking it's all looking... There's always that little sort of... There's something about the Nürburgring and these races where you just think, it's almost too good to be true. And then, as you say, it's something like the pit stop time, and it's 2 seconds too short. And as you said quite rightly, I think it was in your preview about this, we're not talking a tinsy little 4-kilometre lap. We're talking 25 kilometres before you come back around again.
Yeah,
every single time.
Where it tends to come unrun, we're just looking at Lucas Stoltz being interviewed. He's in the Bilstein Porsche, Porsche I think not, Mercedes that went off into the gravel.
It's a very funny looking Porsche, that is.
No, it's the colours. They do affect the shape. But
it's the light.
Where things often go wrong is when you suddenly have a major change in weather, and clearly it makes more sense to come in to change tyres. However, and the however is quite a big thing really, that is when suddenly people get their driver stint times wrong. Anyhow, we don't need to talk about that.
And as you said, also the fuel. The fact that anybody can afford fuel for all these racing cars at the moment in this current climate is quite extraordinary. I'd like to see how the bills have gone up for that. But that's moving on from that. Having paid an eye-watering amount myself this morning, I just thought, really, how much? How much do I get for that?
Yes,
you should. Is that a thimbleful? Is that actually per litre?
I was talking to a guy in the garage the other day, and he was saying that his wife's been moaning because he hasn't repaired her car for 4 months, but he has pointed out it's got a full tank of fuel, so it's gone up in value.
Exactly.
From back then. Right, yes. I just want to talk, Peter, about Cup 2, the 992 Cup class cars. It's growing and it's growing. It's been good over the years, but across the world last year, I was looking particularly at the North American Porsche Carrera Cup. That's gone from strength to strength. Its first full season last year, and they had the older cars at the back of the field, but now they're all going to be in 992s. And I just think, where do these cars look most at home? Here on the Nordschleife.
It's typical Porsche, isn't it? But create a product that does exactly what it says on the box. And the 992, as you said, it's just... I don't think they can make enough of them.
No,
to be honest, basically the order book must be absolutely full, because we've got the new Porsche Endurance Cup this year as well, haven't we? The new 2-tier sort of higher teams of the 992s, and then we've got the Caymans in the second tiers with the GT4 cars.
Yeah, Cup 2 and Cup 3. Now, one of the cars people are very excited about is having an Aston Martin running regularly through this season in the Vantage in the GT3 category.
A lot of owners like to hear that phrase, Aston Martin running regularly. Trust me.
Well, anyhow, I must say, in the green and yellow livery, Pro Sports car, I feel you will. Jean Gloria and Maxime Dumoret, and we'll see them through the course of the year. But I just love having the mix of so many manufacturers running at the front. So True Racing, this is one of the crews. Having a quick look at them, they're running a couple of cars in the SPX class. They're both the latest KTM crossbows. Reinhard Koffler, Mads Siljehaug in one, and the other is Ferdinand Stuck. There must be another person in that, but not on my entry list at the moment. It's trouble. The entry list here, it does change by the minute.
It does. It always updates. As you said a few minutes ago when the cars were sort of first coming out onto the grid, and you just ran through the top order. Nice to see such a variety at the front. We know it's particularly German manufacturer-led, but great to see the Conrad Lamborghini up there. And the reason for new viewers and listeners that have heard this, why we're saying this so much, the Conrad Lamborghini, it's always been there or thereabouts. It's a guarantee. It's never, if it's running, it's going to be running somewhere near the front at the pointy end. But it's had all sorts of it. Sometimes, if it didn't have bad luck, it wouldn't have any luck at all. We've had punctures. We've had strange things fail on it, and some of it almost unknown in the team. Virtually, Franz Conrad, we've had images of him virtually scratching his head in the box, just going, the damn thing won't run, kind of thing, almost. And it's great to see it there, and it's clearly, a car of the moment, and it's quick, but it's a 4-hour race around the Nordschleife. And it's short of taking it to Sebring, where it's as bumpy as you could wish to get anywhere in the world. There's probably not much more of a test for GT cars than the Nordschleife.
No, absolutely, because it throws everything, not just the weather, but every corner type you could possibly want. Just looking down through the order, great to see some new liveries this year as well down there on the grid. Klaus Abelen being interviewed by Patrick Simon, of course. He lost his partner Sabine Schmitz at the start of last year, but Fricadelli Racing are racing not in the top class this year. They've moved down to the Porsche Cup class, so a lot of people, fans of the red and white Porsche crew. And good to see that still back out there. And having looked at how far back the Bilstein Mercedes was, indeed, it's at the very back of that front group of cars. So that will, with Lucas Stoltz, will have to make its progress up the order. Spotted Fred Machiavecchi on board the car. He'll be racing. He'll be kicking off in the Manthey Racing Grello. I just simply can't understand how good it must be for all these drivers to get the first race of the championship in these sort of conditions, Peter. As you sort of expect at this time of year, it could be sleet, it could be rain, it could be dry but cold. But this is, looking at people's dress, quite happy to be there. Not quite in short sleeves, but certainly it's
not far off.
A cracking morning down there on the grid.
So we're not going to see Kevin Estre in the Manthey in the Grello to start with. Which it's a slight disappointment in some sense, because he does have an ability to do in the most extraordinary outlaps where, yes, it's a long lap. We discussed it's 25 kilometres. It's rolling start, as we know, but he does have that thing. We say, I was thinking earlier, the bits of the track that have been resurfaced won't really affect Kevin Estre, because he tends to use on the first lap quite a lot of the grass to get by if he needs to. If there's something in front of him, it is pass on the grass Estre, isn't it? And that hasn't been resurfaced that I'm aware of. Maybe they put sort of slightly better turf in, or sort of AstroTurf thing for him, give him more grip.
Yeah, he does sort of redefine the laws of physics from time to time, but
well, he does, because he's done things where we both sat there sort of jaw on the floor, to thinking that's just never going to work, and it's going to go horribly wrong. And as it's unfolding, it doesn't. And he just seems to pull it off, and as you say, defies the laws of physics. And you just think, how on earth have you done that? Because lesser people just wouldn't be able to pull that manoeuvre off. And it's that's the only reason I'm saying it's not a shame he's not in the car at the start. But I'm sure in 4 hours he'll find something to entertain us with in Grello.
Absolutely so. Right, this is the moment I absolutely love, where the cars suddenly become apparent. Clear the grid, please. And on the left-hand side of the screen, we've got the Lamborghini from Conrad Motorsport. Michele Di Martino put that on pole position. Dan Harper from the Cosmopolitan BMW Junior Team crew. He's a driver from Northern Ireland, and from Germany, Max Hess, and from the States, Neil Verhagen. And they won a couple of rounds last year. They know their way around here. We have to remember they've got a new race livery this year. It's yellow, black, and red, very patriotically German. So I guess Max Hess won that game of spoof, or however they decided the race livery. But as the cars peel away, let's just reiterate. We've got Lamborghini, we've got BMW, we've got Audi, we've got Porsche. That's how we like it all to be mixed. Then we start getting a few repeats, but in behind, of course, we'll have an Aston Martin further back, the Mercedes as well. Two cars from Falco Motorsport, aquamarine at the front, blue at the back, and all is set. A couple of black cars slightly confused us. We'll have to get their liveries under our skin, but all looking absolutely perfect. Don't forget, Peter, this is 3 batches of cars will be set off. So we don't have all 135 heading down to the first corner altogether, which is probably a pretty good idea.
I think the black Audis are, certainly in 22 is one of them. That's the Audi Sport Team Car Collection with Christopher Haas and Nico Muller at the wheel of that. I'm not sure who's in that to start, a starting driver on that one, but that's certainly one. They say car running virtually no livery. It's matte black, so stealth black. Almost a totally different livery for Team Car Collection. Whether that's going to change throughout the year, or whether it's a deliberate move, and I'm not sure.
Yes, I thought
very different.
One of the new teams, if you look in terms of name, is Landgraf Motorsport, but actually that's Patrick Assenheimer, who's been a champion in this series before. He's showing with Lucy Treffs. It's the 55 Mercedes, so we'll look out for that. But really, Patrick Assenheimer knows this circuit so super well that he's right at the top of the sort of all-timer charts. It's certainly in the NLS and the VLN that went before it. But just look, conditions perfect, packed field of cars perfect, fans in the grandstands perfect. So let's get ready as the cars go around this formation lap for the 67th running of the ADAC Westfalenfahrt. But more importantly, from our point of view, it's the first round of the NLS for 2022. Bring it on, we're almost there.
And just to identify really how long this lap is, because they do the full, they don't just do the Grand Prix, they do the whole Nordschleife before this, coming around to start. And you're saying, doing the build-up, Bruce, that everything's in place, we've got the sunshine, we've got the spectators, we've got the cars, we're still 16 minutes off because they're on the formation lap off the start of the race. It's that far away.
We haven't got the coffee.
You've peaked early, Bruce. It's only round 1. Come on.
Let's take a look at those cars, though. Unusual thought as the cars were going around the back part of the Grand Prix circuit, going down the dip before they come up to the Vidal chicane. Among the top sort of 8 cars or so, there are 3 with a turquoise livery. It's a bit like sort of French Grand Prix 1989 with a couple of Leighton House marches up at the front end in that colour scheme. I know that was a thought crossing your mind, but it just crossed mine now. Good Lord, we've got 4 hours to go.
Alex Caffey, driving one of those?
Maybe Gugelmin and Capelli.
Capelli, that was the name, yes.
That, in fact, was a circuit when the drivers these days in Formula 1 complain about porpoising. That was where it sort of all started. Paul Ricard back in 1989. It was the first time that Adrian Newey and the gang, with his sort of Oxford notepad.
At least Adrian Newey will understand about porpoising and ground effect because he came from the sort of end of that era, didn't he? So they need to get him to Mercedes, but I didn't say that.
No, I like you spreading it across the various championships. Busy this weekend, but right now, what would I want to be commentating on? This, the NLS.
Absolutely.
That view, looking out over the circuit from just the cars are turning left and left again. Ooh, love that new tarmac going into the Sabine Schmitz curve. First part, I just never tire. Circuits should have trees around them in many cases, but they must have gradient change, and this is why the Nordschleife is so fantastic. With the transition as they go over the bridge, just crossing now and then turn left and down the hill and drop to the Hatzenbach. It is night and day. The Grand Prix circuit, famously, when it was opened in the mid-1980s, people were going, where are the cars? We're so far back when they were in the grandstands and behind the fences. Now it looks normal, but it's when they get to old school, which is the Nordschleife, and suddenly the barriers are there. Yes, there's grass between them, but it's only half a blink of imagination and you could be in them. Of course, that's Kevin Estra's hunting territory, but for the rest of the drivers.
But the thing, of course, the advantage of that is, yes, the barriers are a lot closer, but the cars aren't going that quickly on the Nordschleife, are they? At all. No. Some of the fastest parts and some of the scenes we're going up towards the carousel, coming through that bit, it's just extraordinary set of high-speed, fast corners that they're pulling ridiculous speeds for quite a long time and climbing up towards that carousel. And you just think, it really is threading the needle through here, isn't it? You don't want anything. We've seen it before with a few cars where the lower class cars have had a little touch and there's no room for error. There's no safety net. And once they're round, and it's suddenly the track's blocked.
Oh, absolutely perfect. So second batch of cars following their pace car around. Just to reiterate, 3 starts effectively to get the separate groups of cars, give them a bit of breathing space. And actually what's good about that, Peter, is as say batch 2 and then eventually batch 3 go down to the first quarter, they can have their own little battle with the other cars in their class.
My name's Adam Christodoulou, Mercedes AMG GT3 driver. Today we're at the Nürburgring and now we're giving you the opportunity to come and join us in the digital NLS Championship. From now you'll be able to head over to the Nürburgring Esports Lounge where you'll be able to do some practice, set a time to give you the opportunity to come and join me as a wildcard entry in the next season's DNLS Championship race.
Jetzt mitmachen bei der DNLS Junior-Sichtung. Ab sofort in der Nürburgring Endurance-Series.
For race with it. It's good for your soul and it's good for the whole family. But people, when they looked, couldn't believe it was a real circuit.
Jetzt Falkenreifen kaufen und Tankgutschein sichern. Weitere Informationen auf tankgutschein.falkenreifen.de. Falkenreifen.
World's first asphalt watch. Die ersten Zifferblätter aus echtem Rennstreckenasphalt. Auf dem Asphalt wurden Legenden geboren und magische Momente erlebt. Coblor.
Liebe Fans,
besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle
von Facebook, Instagram, YouTube,
Circuits,
Twitter und TikTok.
Drivers,
Willkommen zu
sunshine cars. The pot's being stirred. The drivers are going around their formation lap. And, we are all set.
Still halfway round it.
Yes, they are. I mean, you're looking at the moving lap. No, some of them are getting towards.
Certainly the great level of race, but they're still only halfway around the formation lap.
Time for some lemon drizzle cake, I feel. Just to let you know, they're sort of going towards Kesselchen at the moment. And that's a corner that in most circuits would be the star corner of the circuit. But here it's in an array of amazing corners. And then you go on to Krostatal. And then you get up the hill to Carousel, the first of the two carousel corners. But one of the most famous corners in the racing world. Peter, did you ever race here in conditions as good as this? Back in the day?
Yes.
At this time of year? I mean, I sort of expected in high summer, but...
Part of the 24-hour ones, yes.
It's okay.
Let's put it that way. Yes, yes. I think we had most of the seasons in one 24-hour race.
Interesting, being shown a long shot, which we'll see a lot through the course of the race, down towards Herach, looking from Tiergarten, effectively, and you can see the darker patches of the new sections of tarmac. But as I point out, it doesn't matter; it's just in a straight line. Peter will have to get his feathers up again. But anyhow, at least we can see where it is and where it's been laid. But in many ways, this is the classic shot of the NLS when we get cars coming, particularly a few laps in. You've got the fastest cars that went off in the lead group starting to lap the slowest cars that set off in the third group. And it's how the drivers use the straight, use the toe.
That's the point.
Where the cars are going to be in their path, because we talk about it as a straight, but actually, if you put a ruler alongside it, the track would move several degrees one way and then several degrees the other. It's not really a straight.
Well, we've emphasised, haven't we, how long it is, 25 kilometres, how long a lap takes, etc., etc. But because there's 135 starting today, I think it is, and 3 batches, you say, with the gaps between them, unbelievably, the top category, SP9, the GT3 cars, only actually get about 1 free lap of racing, if you see, free of other traffic, in 4 hours. So they get one, call it with rolling start, let's say roughly 10 minutes, just for roundness and ease. They get 10 minutes, so the first 10 minutes of 4 hours, they get to see a clear track, and that's it, just fighting amongst their peers. Then all of a sudden, they're on the back of batch 3. Then they go through that, then on the back of batch 2, and then it just never stops. And then you've got basically 3 hours 50 of traffic management.
We'd like to
on the Nordschleife.
Exactly, and just to reiterate, in that first 10 minutes where they're not lapping people, they're fighting tooth and nail to try and lead the race. Of course, all the team managers are going, it doesn't have to be one on the first lap, even in the first hour. It's get through those pit stops. 4-hour race, there'll be 3 pit stops.
No driver ever listened to.
No. Yes, might as well have their fingers in their ears.
It doesn't have to be one at the first corner. What is this witchcraft you speak of? Sorry. Of course it does. Yes. You haven't allowed my ego.
yes, I've got that packed in the car with me. So, also interested to see who's going to be carrying the onboard cameras. Car number 44, BMW Motorsport M4 GT3. That's the BMW Junior Team car. The reason you can tell that, A, there's a 44 on the graphic, and B, it's only one of its competitors in front, which is the Lamborghini, which is going to be shared, Conrad Motorsport Huracan, by just the two drivers.
You talk about technology. I love they've got on board with the number 44 cars you've just said, but what we can actually see as well is the rear-facing camera, which always amazes me in these modern GT cars, that they have, I don't even have a road car that's got a rear-view parking camera, but in the race cars, you've got a camera looking back as well, with little arrows pointing out, literally, so in this case, there's a green triangle above the car, and that grows in size to tell you how close the car is or isn't. So all the time the drivers are watching the car in front. This is the second place car, the number 44, and it knows how close the car behind is. So there's another layer of that going on. Never mind looking in your mirrors, you've got a camera telling you the car's there.
Does it have a sort of special? Does the little arrow behind change to red if it's a Kevin Estra's coming through?
Yeah, missile lock. Yes, exactly. Out in Top Gun. Yes,
but again, this is the sort of stuff, of course, people have been used to in computer games for 10 years, but this is it. And it's not just, you also think about the technology having to work around the full Nordschleife. Famously, when they did pit-to-car radio, when they started that, they'd lose them very soon. In the early days, of course, when they went out into the trees, if they're around the back of the circuit, if they're out at sort of Kallenhardt or Exmüller or Bergwerk, not a hope. But now they've got to have all this working the whole way round, over the bumps, over the curves.
I remember well in GT1 days going around Spa, one of the first things we had to do in free practice was it was a test of the drive. It was quite interesting because they said it was a radio check, a system check, where basically you had to drive the entire lap with the radio button held, to make sure they could pick up and you could hear you all the way around. But they also set you a target time to do that in as well. So can you imagine how that might just end up sometimes? But these days, it just works. And I think Nordschleife, when I was doing it, we didn't have a radio. It was a valve radio. We tuned into the BBC World Service.
Listen for the pips.
Absolutely.
So the lead group of cars, just to reiterate, 135 cars on the entry list. These are split into three groups according to the various classes. The SP9 class, the fastest class, will lead away. They are now coming towards her act. They're weaving, getting heat in their tyres. Though it's bright, though it's sunny, though it's dry, of course, tyre temperature is everything as they go down towards the first corner. And we've got a fabulous mix of cars. We've got a Lamborghini on pole position, a BMW in second place. On the second row, it's an Audi from a Porsche. Further back, we will find Mercedes. We will find Aston Martin in the top class with Pro Sports entering Avantage, which looks magnificent. And some of the potential front runners are down towards the tail of the field. The Grello Porsche is running in about 14th, 15th position. And the car I sort of thought, when I looked down the entry list, had a very good chance of winning is two places further back. That's the Bilstein Mercedes from the Hout Racing team, started by Luca Stoltz, Raffaele Marcello and Manuel Metzger to take over. So let's see how they make up places in the early laps. And don't forget, most of the overtaking does get done on the Grand Prix loop where there's space. They're soon off that onto the Nordschleife. And then really the next place they tend to pass is the very end of the Nordschleife as they go through through the left-hand kink and then get themselves into position as they come into the Tiergarten chicanes before they complete the lap. But the stage, snowy, is well and truly set for 2022.
Can't wait. I think this first lap, already, when we go back to this first race, we've got that Conrad Lamborghini and Dan Harper in the junior team just alongside on that new M4. Didn't they cover themselves in glory in the outgoing M6, which at one point we did say last year, why have they built the new M4 and what's it cost? I'm sure the accountants at BMW are just saying, did we need to do this? Because the M6 was still a pretty handy piece of kit. It held its own, didn't it? Well, exactly, it won 2 rounds. But I think Dan Harper's going to be very keen to get the best out of this new M4. We're at Tiergarten for the end of the formation lap, Bruce. We're ready to go for round 1 NLS 2022. Can you believe it? We're here again.
We are. Just to have a quick correction.
Best seat in the house.
BMW M6 won 3 rounds last year because Wolfenholz's car won as well. So we've got the mix at the front. We've got the SP9 class cars. Franz Conrad watching on intently over the decades. He watched a lot of race starts, but not always with his car starting on pole position. That is the position his aquamarine and black Lamborghini Huracan is as they go through the final corner alongside the yellow, black and red BMW junior team entry from RMG. This year it's the M4 GT3 waiting for the lights to go from red, which they are on the gantry, to green. And who's made the best start? Well, someone from about 10th place on the grid is now around about 7th, 5th, 4th. So why have two abreast coming down to the first corner? They get the front two a side by side. Maybe the outside line will work. The BMW knows just in front. No, of course, outside line has to back off. But between them goes one of the Falcon Motorsport Porsches. Can it negotiate the corner? Running a bit wide on this exit. It went from 4th to 3rd, 3rd to 2nd, 2nd up the inside as the track bends right and then turns to the left. Alongside, the Lamborghini's been pushed out, and surely the lead will go to the Porsche. What a cracking start. So Falcon Motorsport got it very right indeed. It's their number 3 entry, Patrick Pilet and Marco Seyfried, who are at the front of the race.
Dan Harper, the big loser there, down to 5th there from P2. I think actually, if I'm going to say the big loser, is probably an unfair way of describing it. Keeping out of trouble at one point into turn 2 there, we had 4 abreast, and all keeping discipline. It's like they got flush door handles, isn't it? And some of these
It's
cars,
just no wing mirrors, of course.
Yeah.
I joke about that.
There was no point. They don't last 2 corners.
The Grello Porsche hasn't particularly made any progress, nor has the
Well, it did to start with,
Mercedes.
Bruce. It came down the pit wall and had got very close. I think that was the problem. It sort of got so far, then realised that it was basically a car or the pit wall, so probably best to acquiesce at that point. And it is. Hadn't even got to the first corner, never mind the first lap.
Well, the Falcon Motorsport were the first of their entries. The second one is in about 8th place, but the one that's leading the race, the number 3 example, that was a really, really good manoeuvre. I think he didn't quite believe his luck, and certainly the BMW Junior Team car was quite polite down into turn 1 to leave enough of a gap for the Porsche to come between that BMW and the Lamborghini. Now the car's going over the Sabine Schmitz curves, going over the bridge between the two of them and onto the Nordschleife. Suddenly, where there was space, there is little. Now it's threading the eye of the needle. Riding on board with the number 4 Porsche, that's the sister car of the one that's leading the race. And drivers in front clipping the curbs there and moving around a bit at the moment. Still trying to get full heat into those tyres, but now at full racing speed, of course, they couldn't achieve this on their formation lap. They'll start to find the grip. They'll look also for the sections of the circuit and see how much grip you get at full race pace on the new tyres. The second batch of cars, though, with a couple of KTMs at the front end, waiting to come round through that final sequence of corners. And though the race is almost 3 minutes old, it's 2.5 minutes old, this is their turn to get the kickoff of their 2022 NLS season. The 2 great-looking KTM crossbows, the new ones at the front of that grouping, and behind Porsche Caymans as far as the eye can see.
So the leading batch is the second batch are about to start. The leading batch at Arenberg already down to the Fuchshole. So they're sort of a third of the way around the lap, which points out exactly what we said timing-wise. They're going to have this one lap pretty well. Second batch has just got started down to turn 1. So the 2 KTMs nicely through, clean and tidy. Is one of the Porsches in 4th now, isn't it? Got up to 4th there. Down to the inside, all clean and tidy through. I probably should say when they let the last cars come through, but it looked like they're all going to come through turn 1 nice and tidy.
It was actually very good. As you were saying that, there were a bunch of like VW Golfs really starting to bunch up down into turn 1. Just to let you know, the final group of cars is halfway down the long straight. They'll be making their starts in another minute or so, but that means the good news, they'll get to make their start when the second batch of cars has just pulled onto the Nordschleife, so they'll have the Grand Prix loop to themselves. But right now they must be pinching themselves and going, hey, these conditions are super kind. We could have had sleet, we could have had rain, we could have had snow, but what we've got is exactly the weather we need to lift our spirits as we head into 2022. 8 races planned for the Nürburgring Langstreckenseries, and it gets better and better. We've got some new elements this year. Peter mentioned the Porsche Endurance Trophy, which is going to be awarded to 2 categories of cars, the Cup 2 Porsches, those are the 992s, and Cup 3, which is the Porsche Caymans, the 2 types of those. And we also have a pageant trophy. It's a gentleman's trophy because this championship, maybe only a dozen years ago, had a lot of gentleman drivers. Then gradually a few pro drivers came in to join them. And then you had pro combinations, and the gentleman drivers didn't get as much of a look in. But now they've got their own trophy to aim for, which I approve of hugely. Because they add an awful lot of colour and a lot of the cars to this grid. So we'll watch that develop through the course of this 8-race season.
Now, interestingly, the starting Group 3 are just about to take their start, Bruce, and I wonder if they've reduced the gap in the time between the groups for this year, because the leading pack, I was looking there, they're only just coming out of Castelchen up to Klostol. They haven't got anywhere near the carousel, let alone the end of that lap. So they're going to almost have a lap and a half, actually, which is different to normal. I'm not seeing that much of a a spread between them there. And just very, very quick on that, Bruce. So the number 3 Falcon Motorsport, is it Patrick Pilet at the wheel that's starting the race?
I didn't get to see into the cockpit on the grid, just waiting for the cars to get to the first of their timing sectors.
Well, whoever it is in the number 3 Falcon, he got through that gap, threaded that Porsche through the gap at the front, which I think Dan Harper also facilitated very wisely, kept out of the way, fine, he was P2, but he came through. But whoever's at the wheel of the Falcon Motorsports Porsche number 3 is pulling out 5-6 car lengths already on the opening lap, so there's a statement of intent if ever there was.
Well, absolutely so. Many's the time we've had these races starting in damp conditions. I think, actually, is it worth trying to, run a risk on the opening lap to open a lead? So you have the cars staying very, very close together. But in this situation, 2022 has certainly started better for the number 3 Porsche than for any other car in this field. Third batch of cars wending their way around the Grand Prix loop. They do effectively the first loop of corners, and then they double back on themselves, and then they drop down the hill. In fact, where the group are now, then they go to the right-hand kink, up the slope towards the chicane, and then, of course, after the chicane, instead of turning through a long right-hander back onto start-finish straight, they head off onto the Nordschleife, but all looking neat and tidy. And one little thought, as you were talking about, that maybe shorter gap between Group 1 and Group 2, Group 2 and Group 3, maybe some of these races we have over 160 cars. Maybe with slightly fewer cars, you end up with they're able to shorten the gap. But anyhow, it seems to be a good idea.
I've just checked. I've just been assured it is actually the same gap still. 2 minutes 30.
Okay.
It looks like it felt like visual, but I've never seen. I've usually seen the GT3 cars, SP9s, that little bit closer, but not on this occasion.
Well, it's all being...
And we're talking about the end of the first lap. We've still got cars going onto the Nordschleife, only just started to get onto the Nordschleife from batch 3 now.
Yeah, and just looking at the very front of... there's no debating who's leading this race. The car that started second, of course, we mentioned the BMW Team Junior Team car, is not where it wants to be. It lost about 4 positions by being careful. Hold on, let's see. Second, third. It's back in 5th place at the moment. 4-car gaggle, but looking forward from their screens, only in the longer stretches of circuit can you see the car that's leading the race, number 3 Porsche from Falcon Motorsport. That's just starting to escape from their view, and that's always a very big mental thing, isn't it, Snowy, when you suddenly lose sight of the race leader. They haven't yet, but he's certainly putting a very, very impressive opening lap.
Well, it's the reverse, isn't it? I think Dan Harper's going to come under pressure shortly from the Audi behind as well. But it's the reverse. When you get somebody in your sights, it picks you up. You can do it, and the reverse works as well as I think that's the Scarport Collection car going past Dan Harper. So Dan Harper keeping over to the right and allowing the Audi to come, but he's not quite getting the toe he thought he would. And Dan Harper keeping the junior team BMW number 44, the new M4, well over to the right-hand side to try and get a line. He's had to acquiesce, he's had to seed that one and allow the Audi through to get into Tiergarten over that freshly resurfaced part of track. But of course, the problem is now he's got another Audi right behind him and the other Falcon Porsche just behind that as well.
Okay, before the start of the race, we mentioned the fact that there's a new surface on that straight and at Galgenkopf, the corner beforehand. And that really was shown that time, because their first time at full racing speed, the number 22 car collection Audi got a better exit from that final corner, and in fact very nearly collected the back of the BMW Junior Team M4, because he didn't make such a good exit. It was accelerating up the straight. The number 22 had to really jink around it, and then eventually got alongside, and then eventually where the track started to go to the left just before Tiergarten managed to get in front. But although Patrick Pilet has escaped from Axel Jeffries by a whisker under 3 seconds. Yeah, 3 seconds on the opening lap. Yes, the lap's 25 kilometres, but that was impressive. Those behind Jeffries, Ricardo Feller, Jesse Krohn, Christopher Haase, Max Hess, who kicked off the BMW Junior Team entry. That's car number 44. He's got Matthias Drudy in behind, Christopher Mies, Martin Ragginger, and completing the top 10, Marek Bachmann for the Schnitzelarm Racing. Oh, feeling hungry already. Schnitzel in the Mercedes. That's car number 2. Actually, it's never too early in the day for a Schnitzel, is it? I'm not entirely sure, but that was such a tidy lap for Falcon Motorsport. Really, really made it work. And I think the others were quite helpful as well, but the gaggle behind is Conrad Motorsport. Is Axel Jeffries holding them up? No, they're close to him. And then you've got a small gap. Then you've got about another 8 cars nose to tail as they go through the Sabine Schmitz curves at the second time of asking. And if you just want to know where the Grello is, I'm going to run my finger down the timing screen. 13th position, 9:11. Look out for it. Don't expect it to be there at the end. Also, look out for Lukas Stolz. He's in car number 12, the Bill Stein Mercedes prepared by the Hout Racing team. He's 2 positions further back. The magic of the Nordschleife.
And it is Patrick Pilet at the wheel of the leading Falcon.
Indeed.
Porsche.
Now, any moment, at any point on the circuit, if you point a camera, it's going to look spectacular. But any moment you're riding on a helicopter looking down on these cars, the higher they take the shot from, the more the track looks insignificant. And in fact, if you compare it to the width of the Grand Prix circuit, the stretch they're negotiating as they come onto the homeward straight, it's still super narrow, but you just lift up further, and it's just trees and fields and spring, and the conifers are out, of course, they're always out, but the deciduous trees, they're only just going into bud, so you get this sort of amazing sort of grey and green combination of the trees. Wax lyrical, why not? But it is just such a beautiful shot. It's spring and the cars are racing here, and it's just fantastic.
I thought we tuned into an episode of Gardener's World there for a minute, sorry.
No, I was on one of Wordsworth's walks. I'm off the Lake District to talk about daffodils. But Patrick Pilet, well, his opening lap, rolling start, 8 minutes 3 seconds. So you could say pole position was 13 seconds faster. But don't forget, he was overtaking people into the first corner, the second corner, and at turn number 3, Pilet stuck it to the front of the field, and he's certainly putting in a masterful performance at the front of the field. His teammate Martin Ragginger started, he's pretty much where he started, tail end of the top 10. But it's Pilet from Jeffries and Ricardo Feller, very talented Swiss driver, racing for Team Phoenix. He's in the green, white and red Audi in 3rd position. He's just keeping Jesse Krohn behind him. Jesse, the Finnish racer. I don't know why for some reason this weekend he's running in inverted commas. That's always been his name since he was a lad. But and we've got an Audi diving into the pits at the moment, which is what we call it's crabbing on its way in. Is that crabbing, or are my eyes going slightly skew-whiff? He seems to be.
Does appear to be a little bit.
Front right is leading the front left. Now, one of the amazing things on the opening lap was the pace of Patrick Pilet. That should come as no surprise, but the fact he's 3 seconds clear would be impressive from pole position. But he cut every corner he possibly could, and the super slow-mo is a dream. I was talking before the start of the race about it and sort of chopped over my end. When you've got cars going through a sequence of tightish corners and you can look in super slow-mo at the sidewalls, their tyres flexing, you can see how stiffly sprung the cars are. And you can see for a fact that the Audi seems to handle that little bit better over the curbs than the BMW that's tucked in behind it. And again, cars would be set up in many ways because, of course, the Nürburgring offers every particular sort of corner you can imagine. So you can't just set it up for one way and hope for the best.
You mentioned about the entry list always updating and changing. There's a slight change, and I've certainly missed. You may not have, Bruce, and probably haven't, and correct me. But in number 24, the Lion Speed by Car Collection Audi, which is currently running in 7th place. We've got Drudy on the timing screens, and that's not on our entry list. I've got Patrick Kolb, Dennis Fetzner and Patrick Niederhauser at the wheel of that car on the entry list. We've got a very slow car on the Dottinger Hohe already. White flags being waved there very appropriately and accurately and efficiently by our marshals, just to let them know there's a slow-moving vehicle on the circuit. Can't see what it is yet, and as soon as we find out what it is, I'm not sure which category it's from. I'm going to guess batch 2, I'm going to say. That's just off the top of my head. I think that's that car from there. 8:03 for Patrick Pilet, race leader number 3 in the Falcon Motorsport Porsche. That's his first flying lap time, and 8:03.7 on a lot of fuel.
A lot of fuel with overtaking through the first 3 corners, so compromised and just getting his eye in. But he is Patrick Pilet doing a fantastic job for the Falcon Motorsport team, and
it's one of the M4 BMWs. It is the number 36 entry that's on the Dottinger Hohe with a left rear tyre failure. It looks like the inside sidewall has failed. The tyre is still on the rim, so it's not creating loads of damage to the bodywork. So that's it's the Valkenhorst car, isn't it?
Yeah, it's one of their 3 BMWs.
Yeah,
that's
number 34 entry.
AM entry. No, it's the 36. It's Friedrich von Bohlen, I think. I think it was the 36. I spotted
34, 36.
Well, it says von Bohlen, and there's a von Bohlen in 35 and 36, so we'll go with 36. And it's the AM entry. That's that's Friedrich von Bohlen. His son Mario competes in the 35, which he shares with Ben Tuck, young British racer, and Jörg Müller, BMW superstar. But Matteo Drudy, one of the late changes. The first I was aware of him was when the timing screen lit up with his name on it. But another car in the pits. This was the first one back to the pits. It's one of the Audis. It's car number 23. So for Car Collection Motorsport, that's not good. That's Klaus Klock Jörg Fiban and Lorenzo Rocco.
De Toro Padula.
There we are. I set it up.
We've still got it. We've still got it, Bruce.
So they've had an early
first
problem.
one of the season.
Yeah, first one, and they're working under the front end of the car. I don't know if suspension. Oh well, a bit of yes, front suspension is perhaps slightly bent. So I mentioned the fact it seemed to be crabbing on the way, and that would sort of correspond with that.
Right rear work. So stuff going on the rear end as well. So wonder what's happened to that, because that's odd to have both ends being worked on. There's no bodywork damage, nothing evident, nothing visual there, so it doesn't like it's been off and touched anything in particular. So it almost suggests a mechanical failure on that. So we will keep us updated on that as soon as we find out a little bit more. The gap at the front between Patrick Pilet and Axel Jeffries on that first flying lap was 2.9 seconds. So call it 3 seconds for Patrick Pilet. Great opening stint. They're about to complete the end of their second flying lap, so we'll see what the gap is on this occasion. 8:03.7 it was for Pilet on that last run. This is the number 3 leading Falcon Porsche. Cross line 7:55.386, Bruce. However, Axel Jeffries, not 3 seconds, 1.7 seconds behind with a 7:54.1.
I put it out there.
And the connection to one there now. One of the Mercedes just caught number 4.
Yeah, Martin Rackinger left the door open, but
caught Jesse Cronin on the door there and into turn 1. And
it was the Schnitzel arm car. Marek Bachmann just kept coming up the inside. But just to go back, contact. So that was a little bit unfortunate because there may be damage to the Porsche, the number 4 Porsche, the sister car, the race leading car. Maybe not looking at the flank. Maybe it's okay, but you do not want contact because, of course, it might go wrong on the Grand Prix loop if something's going to break. Hopefully not.
But you never want contact, but it was a kiss more than a connect. That's probably not what the engineers are going to agree with, because somebody's got to pay the bill for the Porsche parts. But it doesn't look terminal. It looks like there's a little bit of the rear end of the front wing missing now on that. So I just need to check on the other side if that's just how the car runs or not. No, it isn't. I think it's got a little bit of wing damage there to the trailing edge of the front right-hand wing just ahead of the door. Looks like it's now missing. So now is that going to be something that's going to flap and come loose? I'm not quite sure how that happened, to be honest. Don't like laying blame there, but I'm going to say that did look like Jesse Krohn just didn't see. He was far enough out on the left-hand side, and the Mercedes came down the inside with plenty of space, not locked up. It wasn't a late break. It wasn't a lunge. And he just turned in and just collected the Mercedes. I could be completely wrong. We need to see different angles.
Yeah, Martin Rackinger was the driver of the Porsche. Jesse Krohn's a little bit further up in the number.
My apologies.
Yeah, no, it's all right. Jesse's got broad enough shoulders. He's racing for Schubert Motorsport. In fact, going very well. That's up in 4th place overall. Black and green livery this year. But point I want to get to, on the opening lap, I wondered, as Patrick Pilet was pulling clear, he was the best part of 3 seconds clear at the end of the opening lap, if perhaps the Lamborghini in second place was delaying those behind because they were nose to tail behind him. But our answer came on the second lap of the race when Axel Jeffries pulled clear, and he's got an advantage of pretty much the same between him and the race leader. It's about 1 3/4 seconds. And him in second place, the Zimbabwean racer, that's Axel Jeffries, and Ricardo Feller, who's in the leading Audi in 3rd place. They're 1.7 seconds apart. Now, we've got traffic up ahead of the race leader. The lapping has already started. I think that was the first pass, a high overhead shot showing Patrick Pilet negotiating that position. But at the moment, they've only got the stragglers of the 3rd class, who are driving as fast as they can, but of course, huge performance differential to the race leading car. But, oh gosh, that car is getting caught. Poor chap, or poor woman, I don't know who's on board that car at the tail of the field, but suddenly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 SP9 cars come past in one of the very twistiest parts of the circuit, and the speed differential is absolutely
just leave them
enormous.
standing. I know, it's just incredible. But that's why the authorities have this ring license procedure you need to go through. You have this procedure and get there, so you know what you're expecting. The speed differential between these GT3 cars, the SP9 categories they call them in this series, but the GT3 cars as they are, never mind GT4, but some of the TCR, some of the taxi cars, almost as we call them, as Nürburgring taxi cars.
Well, we've got the Renault Clio Cup cars in this race. We don't have the Dacia Logan this year. It's just going off to Bonneville Salt Flats to try and break 100 miles an hour in a straight line. But for the SP9 class cars, this is their bread and butter. But it is always a factor, as Peter pointed out before the start of the race. First lap, lap and a half perhaps, no overtaking. In fact, it was over 2 laps this time. But now, from here to the end of the race, it's 4 hours. The majority of the NLS rounds, there will be overtaking cars of very different performance from now on in. And they have to get used to it. And this is where having that ring license is so important. The drivers of the slower cars in the field have to be looking at their mirrors. And they know their race many a time will be compromised as they have to cede track position for the quicker cars coming through. But it's the only way to field this. But it is always an element, certainly for the drivers at the front of the field, to be confident when they come up behind one of the junior class cars, to know the driver has spotted them. And always that moment where they might go, he spotted me, she spotted me, they haven't. And then you have to be right on your toes.
We say this so often in different formulas and categories of racing, don't we, that when drivers are competing against one another, their peers in the same class, there's still always that variance of how well do you know the driver in front, how hard can you race them, how much can you go sort of, trading paint, door handle to door handle, metaphorically, how much can you trust somebody? And that's all well and good in your class, because you've got to learn all that, and that's one layer, the part of the driver's job. But then you've got all these, was it 22, 23 classes we have this year now, I think?
Enough.
And this, yeah, sufficient, to say the least. And you've got to then, come up behind cars, not only are the speed differential, have they seen you, and how predictable are they, and how safe is it to go past them? Not that they're just trying to do their own thing, but the one thing you do want them to do, above all else, is stay on the racing line. Stay where you are, and it's the faster car's responsibility to get round. I know that sounds silly, but actually, you just stay there. Don't do anything unpredictable. Just stay there, take the racing line, and I'll get round you. It's when people do things unexpected, that's when it starts to become catastrophic and can go very wrong very quickly. That escalated quickly, didn't it?
No, entirely. And Snowy, you know full well, particularly from having competed in the big one, the 24 hours, is that you have, if you strip the field down to only your class of cars, you have more than ample opportunity to make a fool of yourself and ruin your race. And then you throw in the factors of not just a number of other cars, 135 cars, or 134 rivals if you want, in this 135 car field, different performance potentials, different race experience potentials, different Nürburgring knowledge, and the factors are huge. But you do have to take risks to go past people. We've been treated to some onboard lappery now from the 911 and the Grello Porsche, but still down in 13th position. Fred Machiavicki on board, he's behind Dennis Olsen. In fact, seems to be losing ground. The start of the lap between the Porsche, the KCMG Porsche in 12th with the Norwegian racer on board was a quarter of a second. It seems to have gone out to more than a second. Not necessarily because any performance was lost by Fred Machiavicki in the Grello Porsche, but simply because the traffic didn't fall his way the way he wanted it to, and it's obviously worked better for the Norwegian in front. Behind Fred Machiavicki, you've got royalty in terms of the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Frank Stippler, 46 years old, and still the gold standard, still winning races last year. He just does it at ease. And sorry, he wasn't winning races last year, but in recent years,
trying to.
He was certainly at the front end every time he went racing.
Now, talking about the third place Audi there of Fella, number 16, the Dayglow lime green with a big orange stripe across the roof, very very easy to see from our helicam shot, having a huge moment on the grass there, and getting away with it, but that's closed the gap up now. So Jesse Cronin, I mentioned earlier, the number 20 car in fourth place now. Haas and Drudy now all really quite close in there. 1.7 seconds it is at the front still between Pilet and Jeffries as they battle in through some of the lesser class BMWs just sitting there just trying to keep out of the way, doing exactly what we just talked about a few minutes ago. Do you know what? 3 or 4 or 5 GT3 cars, SP9s, coming up on you into Tiergarten. Just keep where you are. Let them sort it out. Right,
let's play a guessing game. Who's in second place? The timing sheets say Axel Jeffries, but it's Ricardo Feller, the Swiss driver in the Audi from Team Phoenix. Got his nose in front, down into turn 1.
Despite that massive moment 3 or 4 corners before.
Yeah. And in behind, again, opportunities were created by just having a slight different exit line according to where the back markers were. So suddenly the Lamborghini isn't second, it's now down in third place. On its tail, Jesse Krohn, the black and green, bright green BMW in behind, and looking to see another Porsche Cayman being eased out of the way. That's fine. A person started to make moves. It's the number 22, car collection, black Audi. It's not stealth. Well, it is stealth. It's Christopher Haase bouncing over the curbs in the background. So Jesse Krohn, gosh, how many years has he been racing against the likes of Christopher Haase? And in behind them, they've got Christopher Mies. Again, we talked about Frank Stippler being Nürburgring royalty, Audi royalty. Christopher Mies, who seems to win on every continent. I think last weekend he was racing where you could see penguins down in Phillip Island and the GT World Challenge Australia. And he's come back up here and he's running in 6th place. Matthias Drudy, who was very much a late arrival for this race in our terms, didn't see him on the entry list. He's racing the Lion Speed by Car Collection Motorsport Audi. That's in 7th place. Marek Bachmann having a really good run. Now, you have to look a little bit further back, Aston Martin fans, down to 25th position. Nico Verdonk is in that Pro Sport Aston Martin. The number 4 Porsche is in the pits. This had the little kiss last time around. Oh, you described it as a kiss, but the team didn't like it, Peter. They brought him in.
I said they wouldn't. It's a typical driver undersell. I might have kissed it, yes, but the team will think differently. As you said there is a bit of bodywork missing on the front right wings, I thought there, and now clearly some damage on the front right of that car. So the number 4 Falcon Motorsport Porsche into the pit, not in the garage yet, requiring full work in there, but a mechanic fully heading. Actually hasn't got a head at the moment. All I can see is some shoulders outside of the bodywork. He's that far into the wheel arch, trying to sort out the remedial damage to the right-hand side of that Porsche Raginger's number 4 Falcon Motorsport. That's dropped the car down to 19th overall, the only car in the top 10, well now outside the top 10 into the pits now. So a bit of a shame for that, and just that little moment of whatever it was. Let's not judge, let's not apportion blame, but whatever it was, it caused a contact, and that car's now in the pits. They've got a long afternoon ahead of them now, as opposed to the sister car, which is currently happily leading
by 5.5 seconds. So if you need any tips for stocks to buy or shares, phone Snowy on it was just a kiss.
Yep.
So just to reiterate, 5.5 seconds to the good. That was Pile over Jeffries when they crossed the start-finish line. That number 4 Porsche wasn't in the garage. It is now, so maybe it's going to take them long to repair whatever it was.
Or is that going to retirement, Bruce? That's been pushed to the very back of the garage. That's not even. It looks like it's going in a long, long way, and there's no sense of urgency of mechanics around that car at the moment. I wonder if that's the driver's still in it, but I just wonder. That's Raginger still sitting in it. I just wonder if that's a retirement. There is absolutely no sense of urgency of technicians around that car.
I would suggest at this point in the season, that's the point at which this race for the number 4 Porsche is going to be turned into a practice session, which is really unfortunate. What we do have, the top 7 positions covered by 7.5 seconds. The top 8 positions covered by 11 seconds. But actually, go back down to tail of the pack, 16th place, Lucy Treffs. The number 55 entry is only 16 seconds down. So 16 seconds cover the top 16 cars. That isn't too bad around here, particularly with the intervention of the traffic. And the car at the back of that pack is that Landgraf Motorsport Mercedes. Patrick Assenheimer will be taking that over. They'll be doing 2 sessions each because the 2 drivers for the 4 hours of this opening round of the NLS. This is the standard size, but of course later in the season, due to popular vote, it's going to be a 12-hour race, so they can get more enduro value out of their race. Now, the car that started on the outside of the front row, Max Hess, BMW Junior Team car, he's got busy stuff around him on the track. He's fallen back from second. On that opening lap, he lost about 5 positions. I suggest he's possibly lost another couple because the red, black and yellow BMW is being hunted by the KCMG Porsche. And he's down...
Wasn't that Dan Harper at the wheel there?
No, it was Max Hess.
Oh, okay.
And he's about to lose another position. The KCMG Porsche looking... Oh, it's got all the speed, all the performance around the outside of him. Past a Porsche Cayman. So Olsen goes up into 10th place. And Max Hess...
He didn't defend it one bit, did he?
He didn't. That was quite intriguing.
That was too easy. I would suggest that there's a bit more to that than the BMW just said. I don't necessarily think it's got an issue at the moment, but we'll look at the lap times, obviously keep an eye on that and see if the sectors have changed. But there was absolutely no resistance whatsoever, and the Porsche just steamed by it, 5 or more Ks quicker.
Okay, that unfortunately is the second position that Hess has lost on that lap, because I was looking for Nico Menzel in the number 25 Audi, and he had already gone past for red and white Porsche, for Huber Motorsport. He'd already got past. So maybe we talked, or I could nail the colours to your back, you talked about how on the opening lap Hess was very sensible and kept out of the way, and there were 2 or 3 abreast. Fell from second position. Maybe there's a bit of contact, maybe there's something slightly awry, but in terms of the driver's ability in the car, with 2 wins in this series last year, Max Hess should have been making a better fist of it. So I suggest all is not right. It could be all number of things, but maybe when it gets to traffic, he'll be able to close up. But having been passed by the KCMG Porsche, driven by Dennis Olsen, that is now nearly 10 car lengths clear. In fact, it's right on the tail of Marek Bachmann in the yellow and black Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes. So Dennis Olsen started quite a way back outside the top 10, and he is starting to make hay while the sun shines. It certainly is shining today. But it is a high-speed game called Threading the Needle, and one of the SP9 cars very nearly being put on the grass there as it was going past a back marker. But you can't lift because there's a whole gaggle of cars in behind trying to gain positions, and wow, just extraordinary footage. And the Grello Porsche is in a gaggle of about a dozen cars. Still got a couple of other top rivals outside the top 10 with him. Cars that can feature in this race, but they've got to start chasing a little more effectively after the top half dozen. Oh, and the Grello Porsche
the inside, yes.
So nearly got hit up the backside there.
That's why the Audi immediately behind it and the Mercedes, but they all then followed through. As you say, you can't back off, but at some point you do have to, because you will collect the car in front. But mercifully, Grello kept the foot in it. There was a hesitation. Shall I, shan't I? Well, I'm kind of there, so it's probably best to just get on with it now.
Yeah, and Frank Stippler in the Audi so nearly hit the tail of the Porsche.
I think Frank Stippler was going to push the Grello into the gap if he didn't take it.
He could, and if anything goes wrong, in behind them they've got Lucas Stoltz, driver who tends to win races for Mercedes, and I can't believe we're looking at drivers this calibre outside the top 10. So just to reiterate, Makovicky in the Grello is in 12th place. That just shows the strength in depth of this opening round is phenomenal.
But using the experience there for Frank Stippler, the Porsche that has gone past, Grello's just gone past the back marker down the Dottinger-Hohe. Frank Stippler, logical thing as a driver, follow it straight through. No, sit behind that Porsche for a minute, get a draft from that and come out and get another run at Grello instead. That's experience.
Certainly is, and experience in driving a Porsche quickly. Well, Patrick Pilet's got loads of that. He's now nearly 8.2 seconds to the good. Ricardo Feller, having got through behind him, is getting on towards 3 seconds clear of Axel Jeffries, who's hanging on to that 3rd place in the Lamborghini, but he's got Christopher Hasse right in behind him. Christopher racing for the Audi Sport Team car collection crew this year, but he can't rest on his toes. He's got Jesse Krohn behind him, but that's the point. Jesse Krohn is now behind him. It's been a good lap and a place change there for 4th position. Krohn was holding it in BMW. He's not anymore. So Audi on the charge, and Krohn has got an Audi right on his tail as well. This is Christopher Mies, number 29. One of the KTMs keeping out of the way very nicely there, but you do lose so much of your lap time if you just pull out of the way when this gaggle of cars come past. It's not like letting 1 or 2 faster cars through. It could be a dozen coming through. Luckily for them, they've caught these cars on the Grand Prix loop where there's space to stay out of the way.
That is always a danger, that you try and do the right thing, keep it out of somebody's way, and all of a sudden it's just you're swamped, and then you lose out as well, and you lose rhythm as well. That's the problem then, and you've got to get back into it, and it's not an easy thing to do.
Just keeping an eye out on the progress or otherwise of the Aston Martin from Pro Sport in the top class, and it's still number 17 down in 24th position. Nico Verdonk in a battle with Marcus Paltela, a driver we've seen for so many years competing at this level, but he's running in the SPX class, which is a class for the KTM crossbows, so he's going well in that, but that's not really where that car should be at the moment. The Aston Martin should be further up the field, but Jesse, who's sharing with Ferdinand Stuck in the number 52 KTM crossbow, putting up a typically good opening stint there. So Marcus Paltela going very well indeed, but nobody is going as well as Patrick Pilet. 8 and a bit seconds clear. He must be enjoying this opening stint enormously. And just to reiterate, while his car is going very well indeed for Falcon Motorsport after that brilliant start, the brilliant first 3 corners that took it up the order into the lead of the race, his teammate Marcus Seefried has something to do, but for the sister car, which Martin Ragginger brought into the pits, maybe Lars Kern won't get a run, but I don't think the repairs will require it's not a major job by the look of things. So I do expect that car to go out and get very, very valuable mileage in, because not only is it important for the rest of the NLS series, but for a large number of the drivers, throughout this field, they want to compete in the Nürburgring 24 hours this summer. So all experience is taken with both hands, Snowy.
Yeah, absolutely. They can't have enough information, can they? It's very easy to sit there and say, oh, save everything, save the race, whatever it's parked, let's say whatever's damaged, let's say it's wheel bearing, whatever's done it to it. Sit it there, retire it, whatever. No, they still want more data. And it's hard to imagine sometimes that they've done it in the dry, they've done it in the damp, they've done it in mixed conditions, they've probably done it in snow, and they've got all this data accumulated, but you can never get enough information, because straight away the first thing you can say about this is, well, it's not the same Nürburgring as it was last year because the parts have been resurfaced. So we want that information, and they'll put it into the bank, the knowledge bank, if you like, for the next race of right. And it's all part of what they do. It's just data acquisition, information all the time for these teams.
Yeah, and I mean, they're very fortunate for Falcon Motorsport. They run 2 cars, which obviously some of the teams here only have a singleton entry, so they definitely are data short. But 2 cars, it's worked for Falcon Motorsport, and it's been great. Some years, of course, they ran a BMW and a Porsche just to confuse things. But now
they're saving a fortune on fuel at the moment with the second car. At the moment, it's sitting there in 38th, the number 4 car at the moment.
It's that moment when the marketing department have moved away and the accountants have moved in. Right, save the fuel. Right, just want to talk a little bit, if we may, Peter, about the Porsche's Cup 2 class. At the moment, it's a fantastic battle. Gabriele Piana is leading it for the Black Falcon crew. He's sharing with the Turkish racer Mustafa Mehmet Kaya and Mike Stursberg. That's 104, but 102, also from the Black Falcon team, it's Tobias Muller, who's very close indeed. They're battling over 19th and 20th positions, and unfortunately we've got a Porsche at the side of the circuit. I'll have to try and work out, and it's still going. It looks like 104 actually. I think we're just talking about Gabriele Piana. Let's get reference. No, it's just coming into super slow-mo. Super slow-mo. It's just being keyed into super slow-mo. And that Porsche you'd want to drive. It looks so well sorted over the flat top curbs.
No, I do want to drive that Porsche.
No, could you stay with me, please, and commentate for the rest of the race? But
do I have to?
I'm afraid so. I don't have enough words, not even long ones.
Such a mood killer, Jones.
Well, if I let you take your head at the first race of the championship,
that's a fair point.
There'll be no getting you back. But just to point out, it's a wonderful scrap. They're about 1.3 seconds between Gabriele Piana in 104, who's leading the Cup 2 class, and Tobias Muller. And they've got about a 5 and a bit second gap back to third place. Car 112 in class, which is Kay Kramer Racing, red and black car. And it's got, I would presume, Moritz Krantz, who last year was competing at the top level in SP9. So he's having an experience in that. And you know what? At this moment, I think being a front-running driver in any form of GT racing, you've got to fancy your chances with the World Endurance Championship as more and more manufacturers are coming in. And even if you're not going to get one of those works drives, if someone who's above you in the food chain gets one, that frees up their seat. So a lot of drivers taking a look, hey, can I shine in the Cup 2 class for Porsche? It won't go unnoticed. Right, the Aston Martin is now starting to get a move on. Still down in 24th position, but Nico Verdonk down the long straights is catching Marcus Paltner in the orange and black KTM Crossbow, going past the outside of a junior class BMW. And can't see any great advantage. That KTM Crossbow has taken the outside line for the corner before the climb up the hill towards the carousel. The Aston Martin gets its nose half up alongside, but certainly Nico Verdonk backed off a little bit. He's pretending to look up the inside into the carousel, but as they say, there ain't no inside. So he sticks in behind.
There very nearly was.
But I mean, look, he's just doing what he can. But Marcus Paltner has been racing for a very long time. Lots of experience at Nürburgring for the Finnish racer, but again, at this time of year, the circuit just looks amazing. Bright sunshine. I certainly wouldn't have expected that. I was worried when it was sunny last weekend. Please don't use up the sunshine we could have had for this weekend, but still there.
And we've got our first code 120, Bruce, just after the carousel, and that's for the 330i BMW of Team Sorg Rennsport, the number 504 car. That's from the class VT2R. And that's parked at the right-hand side at the moment, just after carousel before ADAC, so the highest part of the circuit, hence its name, ADAC.
Indeed. Right now, again, still looking to see if the Aston Martin Nico Verdonk can pick off Marcus Palter in the KTM Crossbow. Marcus is tucked up.
This is his opportunity because there's 4 or 5 cars in front. He's got KTM is stuck behind. This is where he's got to do it. If he's going to get it in position, certainly get ready for it. There's a line of 3 going through. He's got to tuck in, sit behind there now. Oh, the KTM nearly being caught out. There was a not quite a kiss, but it was. Should we just say it was probably a smooch there? We'll downgrade it to a smooch, that one.
I think it was just an initial pucker, but down the straight they go. This may be the chance. And again, you look at a long shot and there will be headlights flashing almost every class of car. Right, into the pits comes our race leader. No longer the race leader. Very early stop for Patrick Pilet. So what are we looking on the clock? It's only got to the 40-minute part in this race. Point out that Pilet, as he hands over to teammate Marco Seefried, that okay, by coming in early, this is my sighter shot, so 40 minutes on the board, but more importantly 5 laps completed, and that means their pit stop must be a minimum time
60 now
of 3:06.
Yep. Sorry, Bruce.
No, and number 55 is in as well. They didn't look ready for that one particularly, but there is a minimum pit stop time, so they don't have to be sort of super on their toes. And anyone who comes in the next time around, they will have to serve a longer pit stop for coming in a lap later. But I think that was a case of you mentioned the code, they listened, and Team Crew thought, get them in now, because if there's a code 120, of course the lap time is going to be slower for those out there. So they might have scrambled their options, they might have wanted to stay out. I'm sure they would have wanted to stay out for, a handful more laps. But this time around, they've decided come in early. They might have been doing 2, maybe 3 more laps, but
also conveniently gives the Falcon Motorsport chaps, mechanics, something to do, because they're not working on the number 4 car, so just bring the number 3 car and give them something to do.
Idle hands,
exactly. Make light work and all that.
Right, new livery for this year, white, black and orange, and it's on the 55 Landgraf Motorsports. Mercedes, shared by Lucy Treffs, or Lucasandro Treffs and Patrick Assenheimer, but this new team looking to make a splash, and certainly I think it's a very good choice to have Patrick Assenheimer on board there, based in Grensingham, but owned by Klaus Landgraf. See how his eponymous team gets on this year. One of the battles in the early stage of the race has been between the KTM Crossbow in the Cup X class, with Marcus Palter leading that class, and he's really been kept on his toes. We've got a BMW off at the side of the circuit with a big... It's had impact on its driver's side door.
And the front left. And the front left wheel's pointing the wrong way as well. So that's you say that's some kind of impact there for the
at turn 1.
650.
650.
Which is. You're going to find it before I am. I know you are.
No, it's on the bottom of
Adrenaline Motorsport car. So the team we talked about is the M240i category car. That's the number 650 Adrenaline Motorsport car by Sven Market, Robin Rema and Nick Diesler in that car. But it's obviously had, I'm guessing it's connected to the back of something else. So presuming there's going to be another car with equal and opposite damage on the rear right, I would suggest, without speculating too much. But it is off at the first turn. Interesting, there's quite a bit of time. I'm going to see a replay of what happened now. So he's trying to keep out of the way. Oh, yep, connected with... It's one of the Caymans. Now, I think he was just trying to keep out of the way, and that it's on the inside, and the Cayman's actually done... It's the Cayman that's hit the BMW that's broken the front suspension.
Yeah, that's why the damage is on the driver's side door. The BMW went down the inside, and about 2-3 car widths apart, and 2 cars ahead was the Porsche Cayman. Did have to turn in at some point. I noticed the BMW then vaulted the curbs at the apex of the corner as it tried to avoid contact, but unfortunately when it came down with a crash, that the contact was made. But that's a corner exit, and as Patrick Pilet is smiling as he walks away from an interview in the pit lane. He did an astonishingly good first stint, but was the first to blink. As soon as that code 120 was spotted 2/3 of the way around the lap, Falcon Motorsport used their experience and brought him in early. So it means a shorter time at a stop, but it does mean their final pit stop will come earlier in the stint in this race than it will do for the drivers who stick to a standard time. And by having an earlier pit stop for them, it means it will be a longer one. Confusing, but that's what the teams have to get on top of.
This is what you were saying earlier about you can be so well drilled, so well organised, but you see an opportunity like, okay, code 120 is going to go to 160, it's naturally going to impact the lap time. So what are we going to do? We're going to take advantage of it now. But as your favourite phrase, Bruce, that I repeat often for you. I'll probably repeat it more than you said in the first place.
Mine's a pint.
No, well, yes. No, I think no, it's normally you're round. It giveth and it taketh, the Nürburgring. It's all very well capitalising on that. Right, we've seen a code 60 up at the carousel just on the exhibit for ADAC for the number 504 330 BMW of Team Sorg Rennsport. That's still there, by the way. It's still at the side. That is still a 60. It's a 120 at the carousel now, but just afterwards, after ADAC, it's a code 60. But they've taken advantage of that, Falcon. Yes, great. Seems obvious in the moment, but as you say, yin and yang. What about later on? What's going to happen when it gets to the pit stops later?
Jetzt Falkenreifen kaufen und Tankgutschein sichern. Weitere Informationen auf tankgutschein.falkenreifen.de. Falkenreifen.
World's First Asphalt Watch. Die ersten Zifferblätter aus echtem Rennstreckenasphalt. Auf dem Asphalt wurden Legenden geboren und magische Momente erlebt. Coblor.
Direkt neben einer der legendärsten Rennstrecken der Welt baut die Hubert Haupt Immobilienholding einen neuen Premium-Gewerbestandort für anspruchsvolle Motorsport- und Automotive-Unternehmen. Sichern Sie sich jetzt Ihren Platz auf der Pole Position.
Liebe Fans,
besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle
von Facebook,
Instagram, YouTube, Twitter und TikTok.
Willkommen zu NLS.
Tom Coronel, das Auto fährt gerade weg. Du bist ganz schön am Schnaufen. Das war ein toller Kampf, den wir da gesehen haben, oder?
Yeah, it was a really big fight. There was a GT4.
Tom Coronel looking very hot in the pit lane, but you know what? He's a Coronel. He's talking, and he's smiling.
Always ready for a quote, isn't he, Tom Coronel?
Yeah, I mean, Tom and Tim raced on and on, but Tom, you know, I feel he hardly ever gets home. He's always racing something somewhere. If he's not doing the Paris-Dakar, he's racing here. But just such a great family to have around. But I always remember, you never wish ill on anyone. But I always used to think at the Spa 24 Hours, and you're working through the night, oh, please, could their father's car retire, that Mazda Rotary, that its engine note, Van den Beek and Coronel. I used to...
Was that the quiet one you remember? Is that why you remember it, Bruce?
No, please shout. God, that noise. Absolutely head-splitting. But, you know, again, the diversity of racing, so great. But
so, Bruce, we now have 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th and 14th into the pit. So that's Hesse, Makoviecki, Stoltz, Muller and Jeffries all into the pit. So quite a run of it there at the moment. So 6 laps completed. Our race leader is still is Feller over Haas with a 4.4 second gap.
Well, I think the interesting, they didn't jump at the first time of asking. They've sort of got to react because they didn't first time around.
Strategy.
And you'll have some who go, you know what? There may be further Code 120s when those cars have come back out. We're going to stick to our original plan. You know, you've got to gamble. And when you've got 2 entries from a team, you can afford to do so. But pit lane suddenly becoming busy. Not as busy as it will be in a few more laps when the cars from the junior classes come in. But let's just run you down the order at the front. It was a real mix of cars at the start of the race. But at the moment, it's listen to this one. It's an Audi leading the race. That's car number 16, Ricardo Feller for Team Phoenix. It's an Audi in second place. It's a car collection with Christopher Hasse, and it's an Audi with Christopher Mies in third place. Car number 29 from Monteplas by Land Motorsport. And by staying out and by overtaking things when everybody was out, Dennis Olsen has gone up from, I think he was in 12th place at the start of the race. And for KCMG, who are putting a lot into this series this year, up into 4th place, the leading Porsche. And Grello in the pits, out of the pits. And Max Hess has handed over the 44 BMW Junior Team car to Dan Harper. And likewise, Fred Makoviecki has handed over to Michael Christensen. That is the Grello Porsche 911. And Manuel Metzger has taken over from Lucas Stoltz in car number 12. That's the Bilstein Motorsport Mercedes. So lots of changes in the pits.
Talking being in the pits there, a very quick close-up we saw a moment ago of the Lamborghini, the Conrad Lamborghini, and there was a close-up of the left rear bodywork and wheel arch. It got a lot of debris and damage on it, as if the tyre had failed on that before. So whether that's had contact with something or there's been an issue, just showing us bits of the tyre now. So just a nod to the future of the tyre condition of that number 7 Conrad Lamborghini. We've seen this car have issues before with tyres, and we were saying just pre-show that it's great he's up there. It was on pole position. Great to see that car up. 2-driver lineup in that car today. Just be good to see it. It's always been there. It's always been in contention. Always been at the pointy end, but never quite delivered yet. Maybe today's that day that changes.
Well, just maybe. But
that was a curse, wasn't it? Should have said that. France, I apologise now, unwritten. So if you're listening to this, my name's Bruce Jones.
And my name isn't Nostradamus.
Exactly.
So, but what we have seen in recent years has been particularly Axel Jeffries, who's made his name on the Nordschleife. He was a Porsche Super Cup racer, and then he wanted to get into GT3s. He started to do so, but getting drives here and there. But it was his performances on the Nordschleife in front of all the top teams. He was one of the few drivers who wouldn't just hope for a good pit stop sequence or whatever. He would overtake people, and that was why that car kept on just suddenly, you look up and go, hold on, that was 7th, now it's 3rd, what's going on? And it wasn't because of pit stops, and Axel really made his name. Another driver who used this series to further his career, now racing in the World Endurance Championship, always makes us laugh because the audacity of his opening laps, of course, is David Pittard. Seems weird not having him here this weekend, but you know, I'm delighted because neither of those drivers came blessed with loads of money, but they've made it work. Because what's the best way of doing it? Shining on the hardest circuit they race on. And again, the fact that you can race here 8 times in the year plus the Nürburgring 24 Hours gives you plenty of options. But I think the NLS is really becoming ever more of a shop window.
It certainly is. You're absolutely right. It does seem odd not to have David Pittard here. I think I coined the phrase, didn't I? Pitbull Pittard, because of those aggressive but clean and fair opening laps. But he, again, a little bit, we talked a little bit earlier about Kevin Estre and some of the manoeuvres he would do. David Pittard didn't use the grass as much as Kevin might have done, but he would have a way of doing things we think, crikey, there's aggressive, and but pulled it off very fairly, very cleanly, very professionally, which is a skill. It's bordering on a gift and a talent, to be honest.
Well, it is. It actually, he very seldom seemed to overtake on the Nordschleife. He'd already gained about 4 or 5 places around the half of the Grand Prix circuit that they use. I mean, the ability on cold tyres must have been phenomenal. Now he's racing an Aston Martin with Paul Dalla, so well done to David. And I'm sure some of the drivers in this field be looking for similar progression. One driver, in fact, he's down in 12th position, but Ben Tuck, young British driver who's stayed he's in the number 35 entry from Walkenhorst Motorsport, just taken over from Jörg Müller, who started that. And Mario von Bohlen will run third in that sequence. But Ben is one of the young drivers picking his way up the professional ranks, and he raced in British GT in the GT4 class, but came across and started racing in the NLS a couple of seasons ago. No, 2019 actually, but watch for him. He's shown well in the DTM trophy as well, but I think very cleverly staying affiliated with BMW. And I remember, I'm going to wind the clock back quite a long way, as I am wont to do, Snowy. I remember in the days...
You looked at my racing career, though. Racing career, obviously, is an oxymoron. You can't really say that.
Doesn't go that far back.
Army and intelligence in the same sentence, you can't say it.
But back in the 80s and in the days the BMW... Well, it wasn't the junior team, but it was the Schnitzer Young Drivers. And I remember good friend, much missed, Ronan Ratzberg, said, look, I'm desperate to make sure I get one of these drives, because I can't afford to continue my single-seater career. I've got sort of Formula 3 and it's struggling, and da-di-da-di-da. And he said, could you show me which knife and fork I have to use? Because he said, I want to make every good impression when I go. And that was Roland, so dedicated to proceeding, much missed.
That's what it really reveals, isn't it? The dedication and desire to get that. That's nothing else matters.
Yeah, because he knew that anybody in that cluster of, let's say, half dozen drivers they were going to look at, there'd be a tenth of a second between them. He was looking for every other factor, and the fact he was such a personable individual, is probably one of the reasons he got the drive. And then he made the most of it. And these brakes, they're hen's teeth.
Indeed, much missed.
Right,
I was just looking at the Conrad car. We just had one of the KW sponsored super slow-mos there of the Conrad Lamborghini going through the curve, and you can see now that bodywork I was commenting on at the pit stop, it is loose, that left rear. The rear part of the wheel arch where it drops down and should tuck in and rejoin the bottom there, that is loose and flapping. So whether that's just failed or is that contact before, therefore if there's contact, has there been something else, is it whatever? The tyre was not damaged. We did see the close-up in the pit stop, and it was very clearly bodywork marked, but the tyre was absolutely fine. So you just wonder, cause and effect, which one's done how's that come about? Something to watch with it. It's quite capable of going to the end of the race with that bodywork flapping around and unbothered at all. I love all these things. You get all these wonderful little aerodynamic tweaks and bits and beautifully sculpted pieces of carbon, and they spend hours in wind tunnels getting it 100% right, and then it gets tapped and damaged, and it doesn't make any difference whatsoever. And you just think, aerodynamicist, do we really need you? I'm sure there go answers on a postcard. KTM with the door open at the moment on the KW slow-mo or super slow-mo 4. That's the number. Just when I want to see it, 999 something.
920. It's one of the Teichmann Racing have run these for a long time.
That's why you're here, Bruce. You see, just make me look good.
I know. It's a sort of care in the community.
It is. Caring is sharing.
Right. Cup 3 class. We haven't talked too much about that. We had the Porsche Endurance Trophy this year for Cup 2 class cars. Those are the 992s and the Caymans in the Cup 3, and it's 976 leading the way in that, and it's Moritz Oberheim for FK Performance, so he's leading that, but not by a huge, actually no, 20 seconds now, so that's worked well for them. But their pit stops still to come.
Because you do realise, with the exception of Dan Harper, that the top 10 are in the pits now.
Yes, but of course, which car isn't in the pits? Looking for number 3, Marco Seefried. He's down in 23rd position, but mysteriously he'll suddenly gain 10 positions very quickly. chance to see the Aston Martin coming in for its first pit stop, Pro Sport car. That had risen to 17th place with Moritz Krantz just in front coming into the pits in the 1112 Porsche, but the number 17 Aston Martin, Nico Verdonk, brings that in. Great to have that in the championship. Green and yellow looking very, very smart indeed. And the Pro Sport number 17, Jean Gloria. Of course, we're more used to seeing him race small prototypes.
Moritz Krantz nearly having an Aston Martin in his boot there as they approached the 60k line. The Aston was approaching a little bit quicker to that line, which is the line you have to hit the 60k. That's fine, but I think had it been clear of the Porsche in front of Moritz Krantz hadn't been there, I think the Aston would probably might have just gone over that line a little bit quicker, but he just pulled up just the back of the Porsche, and I mean only just.
Michael Christensen having a very, very good scrap in Grello, and he's up on the tail, just seeing who he's chasing over the line. He's on the tail of which of the Kolbs? Car number 5, that's Vincent Kolb. That was the car that was started by Frank Stippler. And that started a little bit further up the order than the Manthey Racing Grello Porsche, so positions being gained by the 911. And certainly Michael Christensen giving it a good lick, and tucked in behind is the number 55 Mercedes. So we've got Audi, Porsche, Mercedes covered by under a second. So they go through effectively turn 3 as they go out of that Mercedes arena. So it's the Audi just in front of the Porsche, just in behind number 55. Neat and tidy, Lucy Treff. So Manuel Metzger should be just in the background of the shot. Yes, he is, and he's just in front of Dan Harper. Don't forget that that means that BMW Junior team, whatever was wrong with it, started second, as we pointed out, Peter, but really struggled in that opening stint. And at times we thought there was a problem. Now it seems to be running fully on the pace. So whatever it is, there might have been a quick fix during that pit stop. We'll keep an eye and see if that BMW can make its way forward. Dan Harper, car number 44, and he's right on the tail of the number 12 Mercedes, being driven very well indeed by Manuel Metzger, as you would expect.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look. I thought we've got another code 60 at Schwalbenschwanz, entry car 471. If that's the case, that would be the Pro Sport Racing Cayman, if it is correct, from the VT3 class. But I think that's been clear. We've got an intervention vehicle there at the same time as well. So we'll just keep on that. We've got we have got this 955 that we've got at the side of the track there, which is the different Cayman. That's the Team Metal Racing 78 Cayman GT4 CS from the Cup 3 category, the 955. That's also that's got itself going again now. That did have a presumably an off then or something, or a slow moment down there it's now onto Dottingham, so that's fine. No, it's going slowly again. So it's teasing. It's slowly speeding up, slowing down, slowly. Not quite sure what's going on with the 955 there, but it's that's a 718 Cayman of Team Metal Racing. Presumably going to come into the pits at the end of the day, because it is on the Dottingham now, but just albeit really quite slowly.
Quite slowly and puffing out a bit of smoke at the back, and hazard lamps on. That will get through the Tiergarten chicane. KCMG Porsche flashes past, no problem at all for the number 18. And that's Josh Burden who's taken over to do the second stint in that. It was started by Dennis Olsen, who had a good old scrap, and that means by process of elimination, Alex Imperatori, the Swiss racer who's been based in China for so long, will be doing the third stint in that car, waiting for all the Porsche Cup cars to serve their pit stops. Then we'll see how their order goes. But at the moment, the race is being led by the car that came into the pits, but it's not really leading. It's the slightly confusing situation where you have a car that's listed as having completed a lap, but actually it's now stationary in the pits. So Cooper Gamaziek, enjoy the fact you're at top of the charts. The number 16 Team Phoenix Audi, that's the green, white and red one. Ricardo Feller started, but he's yet to get going out onto the circuit.
So we're back to a full course green, Bruce, with everything now cleared, everything out of the way, intervention vehicles off the track, so all back to normal. And doing quite well so far. I think it looks like the cars that have caused the 60s and whatever appear to be mechanical mostly, not big incidents. So I know we saw the BMW at turn 1 that collected the Cayman and broke its suspension, but even that wasn't. Yes, it's put that car out of the race, but it wasn't exactly a big off. It was just two people wanting to share the same piece of track at the same time, which rarely works in motorsport.
No, it's
drivers do keep trying it though, and never seem to learn, and the next generation all seems to do exactly the same. But
yes, it's a revolutionary idea, perhaps. So looking for the pace now. Remember, we had that fastest lap by the Lamborghini. That still stands for Axel Jeffries. 7 minutes 54.136 seconds. His teammate Michele Di Martino, who took pole, is at the wheel at the moment. That's down in 26th position. I want to see the pace of the number 3 Porsche, Markus Seefried. Of course, if you look at the lap time for last time around, it's more than half a minute off the pole time, but that's because of those code 120 areas. So his 8 minute 24. But it's going to be a case, of course, with that number 3 Falco Motorsport Porsche that came in early for its first pit stop, responded to the first of those caution periods, and the number 3 car appears to be sitting
the wrong way.
side on,
yes,
facing the woods, which look quite nice at this time of year as we look at a load of birch trees, but unfortunately not going forward. So let's work out where that is on the circuit. Is it at Kesselchen, or was my screen? No, can't quite see where he is around the course of the lap. Any warnings on your screen, at the bottom of your screen?
Yeah, it is. You're absolutely right. It's just before Kesselchen. So it's come out of Bergwerk, and it looks like it's just swapped end. It looks like it's facing the wrong way, back up towards Bergwerk, just on the approach to Kesselchen. You're absolutely right, Bruce. That's the number 3 Falcon car. It's not their day today, is it, Falcon Motorsport?
Well, yeah, we don't see number 4 on the timing charts at all, so I think that's still back in the garage. So maybe we end that competition for those that could first spot the car out on the circuit, but we'll leave those channels open. But unfortunately for the car that was about to assume the race lead, came in early for its first pit stop. Of course, it lost a lot of positions while all its rivals in the SP9 class were still circulating without stopping. They've since come in. And at the end of the lap, I was expecting to say, and Kuba Gimnaziak is no longer leading the race, because, of course, he's come out of the pits, and it will be the number 3 Porsche. I was looking at the lap pace. I said it was just over half a minute off the pace, but unfortunately then facing backwards, looking at the trees, not at the track up ahead. Hasn't helped the number 3 car, but the question is, has it got going again? And really disappointing for Marco Seefried.
Not most certainly not. Marco Seefried sitting in that car still and fairly inanimate at the moment. It's obviously code 60 at that point. This is just after Bergwerk, so it's come out of there, and it's a fast left-hander up to Kesselchen, and it's just facing the opposite way. What little bit we can see, there's an onboard camera on this car, and we can look at that on our app and see that the front right of the car certainly appears undamaged. So it's all, to me, always got to be careful speculating, but just what little bit of information we can see at the moment, these things naturally evolve. But at the moment, it almost looks as if it's almost like a transmission failure or something, and it's just swapped ends. Hasn't hit anything at the moment. Of course, I'm going to be proven completely wrong in a minute, because there's going to be a wider shot where there's going to be, light aircraft bits and damage everywhere. But at the moment, it just looks like it's just swapped ends and facing the wrong way.
Okay.
Who knows?
Let's not speculate, but here's my speculation. Kesselchen, it's not a straight line, but it's a point at which you're really starting to accelerate after you've gone through Breitscheid, and but that's a point at which the track sort of goes from one way to the other, and maybe when you're going past back markers, you've nailed your flag, your colours to the mast, I'm going on the right, and then suddenly there is no right, and it could be whipped around, or it could be mechanical failure, it could be many things. But to be honest, I really have so much praise and admiration for the TV directors. They've got so many cars to look at, and yet they've still managed to find some footage of the car sitting backwards. Yes, it was an onboard footage, but that moment where they've just realised, hold on, the number 3 car, the car that's going to assume the lead of the race, where is it? Now we have a potential place change. Michael Christensen pulling up alongside Vincent Kolb, the number 5 Audi, about to be passed by the 911 Porsche, and the move is done at the end of her act, just as they get to Tiergarten. Move is done. Still the final sweep, the right and the left onto the start-finish straight, but the number 55 Mercedes tucked in behind. It's busy out there. That's Lucy Treffs, and in behind that, Manuel Metzger. We've got a 4-car train, but the Porsche's at the front of it, and the BMW is making it a 5-car train, as we've suddenly got a lot of positions changing up there. And Dan Harper comes across the line in 7th place. That was a good move from Grello.
Our speculation, a little update on that for us, Bruce. There's also right next to the number 3 Porsche at Kesselchen is also the 977 entry of the Porsche 7818 Cayman GT4 of Alexander Kroker, Florian Neumann and Matthias Beckvermaert, and that appears to be off at exactly the same place. So it might be exactly as you said, and not as I. But maybe those two just caught one. You say just starting to move over, come through a little bit of traffic, and just don't know who's. We don't know that they've connected yet, but the 2 cars are off at exactly the same place.
Well, that's narrow. The bit that's wide is the Grand Prix loop, and the person who's making the absolute most of it has Manuel Metzger's just gone up into 5th place. Lucy Treffs has fallen back to 6th and now to 7th, because Dan Harper think has made his move as well. Let's look up. Has the BMW come forward? The Mercedes come forward. The BMW has indeed gained a position. So for Treffs, still young, still giving away an awful lot of years of experience, doing a good job, but just getting out-muscled through the Grand Prix loop. And that 55 Mercedes going a little bit backwards there. But, you know, he was 3 years ago, the Pro-Am Championship in the European GT4 series, but this is a different kettle of fish when you're in a GT3 class car around here. Dan Harper getting very busy indeed, now on the tail of Manuel Metzger. They're both wanting not to see the Grello Porsche escape up the track because at the moment Vincent Kolb is in the Audi, holding back Metzger's Mercedes, and the BMW right on the tail, and Dan Harper making a move or going past the TCR class car as they go through hats and backs through those incredibly fiddly sequence of corners in the first sort of 10 twists and turns of the Nordschleife. Then it will start to open out a little bit, and they'll head out onto more wide open spaces as they go through Kittelherbach and then on towards Flugplatz and Arenberg and all those great corners beyond. But those first half a dozen, maybe 10 corners of the Nordschleife, they are so twisty, with gradient change as well.
Gradient changes, most certainly. Just watching the onboard there, I felt I was almost getting seasick myself watching this went over the crest, drop down again, and it's like being in a simulator itself, almost quite incredible just watching it. But again, the concentration required to sit these three in a line, and all three have got some pressure here. Dan Harper's at the back. Potentially, you could say best seat in the house. Well, yes and no, because he wants to get past as well. But where's the opportunities? You've got to wait for, at this point, a little bit of clear traffic for 3-4 corners by the look of it. The three of them running there: Audi, Mercedes, BMW in a line. Okay, all sitting there quite happily. And then we get the back markers. It's where do you meet the markers? Who takes the chance? Who doesn't take the risk? Can he slide up the inside? Dan Harper glued to the back of the Mercedes right in front. That equally in turn glued to the back of the Audi. They go past one of the Caymans, who very sportingly indicates to the left, keep out of the way and let the GT3 cars through, which is very considerate.
You know what? When you're driving one of the back marking cars, like if there's a clip showing you pulling out of the way and doing it properly, at least if you then have a problem later and you didn't quite get it right, you can go, but look, I do know what I'm doing. But what person who does know what he's doing, well, you don't have to stress that too much, is Michael Christensen. At the start of this lap, he was in a 5-car group with Vincent Kolb, Luca Treffs, Manuel Metzger, Dan Harper, but he's escaped. He's made his break, he's got clear, and that's what you expected. He'd be chipping away. Remember at the start of the race, the opening lap, that Grello Porsche was down in 13th position. It's now running in third. Another car I fancy coming up the order is the number 12 Mercedes. That is now up into, that was started 15th. I think that's up into, will be 5th place now. So quality does rise to the top.
Yeah, that's the Bilstein car, isn't it? The Mercedes. If Dan Harper does nothing else at the end of this stint, he'll be able to give his crew a detailed drawings and dimensions of every single detail of that diffuser of that Mercedes and all its fences and how they work and every little bit of measurement, because he's sat so close to it. It's going to be a photographic little memory there for him of that the back of that Mercedes. Couldn't get much closer.
Can be quite mesmeric, I can imagine. You start to focus on that almost more than the track as you react to the reactions of the car in front of you, if you understand what I'm trying to say. But
well, that's always the point. You mustn't follow the car in front. You've got to drive your own bit, and that's the problem, because they make a mistake, and the problem is, you say you're drawn into that, and you follow, and you make the same mistake as well.
No, I can totally get that. It can be very mesmeric indeed. But to me, any car racing around the Nordschleife just seems mesmeric, particularly in these conditions. As I said, I could sit and watch, particularly when you've got a gaggle of cars and you can see you've got back markers seeming to reverse into them because they're going so much more slowly. And just the options, you can see where an option opens up to get past without trouble, and then suddenly it closes. That presumably is what happened to poor old Marco Seyfried, who was about to go back into the lead of the race, the first of the front runners to make a pit stop. The others reacted 1 and 2 laps later, but it's been a really, really interesting race for us so far. Sadly, the Lamborghini started on pole position, is now back in 17th place. And whatever the problems were with that flapping bodywork, it's really hurt them. And don't forget, when that was running happily in second place early in the race, we were going, oh dear, the poor BMW Junior Team car's fallen way back. But now those orders have been reversed, and big time. The 674 BMW across the track, at the side of the track, with the front.
Schnitzel-Aum car, isn't it?
Yeah, Schnitzel-Aum BMW showing the enter, and it's Julian Apotholos, and that's been...
Tiergarten.
Oh, dearie me, right. It's already had the front corner repaired with a lovely black gaffer tape, but for Julian, the Schnitzel-Aum car did sort of 96.5% of the lap, but sadly facing the wall at that point for the young Swiss racer. Just turned 21, and that isn't the present he was looking for to start his season. And again, at that point, more often than not, you have an assist to take you off the circuit to that final sort of twisting sequence of corners. And one would probably guess that it was a car from another class, a faster class, that left him with fewer options for cornering. Sorry, the circuit was a bit of a tyre carcass.
That's been there for quite a while.
Has it?
Just at the Fort Tiergarten, on the right-hand side. It's a carcass of something that's been there for a little bit. White flags displayed on the Tiergarten for that Schnitzel-Aum BMW, which is currently engaged reverse gear and trying to get itself back onto the track. You say quite a bit of front damage to that car already. You think they could have put a gaffer tape of the right colour, don't you? Rather than just putting black on it.
No, in fairness, the Schnitzel colours are yellow and black, so
Fair
they
enough.
just reallocated those. But that was probably something that happened this morning, because, of course, they go out for qualifying, and that's very quick fire. Then they've got time to prepare, not much time to prepare for the race. So cars coming in and out of the pits at the moment, but SP9 cars, the front-running cars, have all served their first pit stops. Slightly different pit sequence. Now we're getting the cars... What have we got on the clock? We've got an hour and 15 on the clock. We've got 2 hours 45 minutes remaining, but we've got some fantastic battling, and the best battle of all is the battle at the moment for 4th, 5th and 6th places, and the meat in the sandwich is the number 12 Mercedes, Manuel Metzger, and he's all over the tail as a back marker is picked off of Vincent Kolb, and in behind he's got Dan Harper. So we've got Audi just in front of Mercedes, just in front of BMW.
On that freshly resurfaced bit of Kalbenkopf coming onto the Dottingher, now it becomes a slipstreamer. The Mercedes in the middle there, trying to tuck in behind the Cayman Porsche, thinking better of it and then tucking in behind Vincent Kolb's number 5 Audi in front, and Dan Harper at the back of this little train in the BMW. 3 different German manufacturers here: Audi, Mercedes and BMW, all vying for position, heading up to the Tiergarten. Of course, we've got the stricken BMW just up there, and honestly, Dan Harper could not have got much closer to the back of that Mercedes. I said he was looking at the diffuser, he was taking intel for the team. Well, he got so close he couldn't possibly see the diffuser. I don't think he could have seen the rear taillights on that.
His eyesight's so good he'd seen the radiator.
Exactly.
That's at the front end of the car, but actually just in front of them, I don't know if you noticed, just as they were starting to kick to the left, someone had kicked up the dust. They'd run a little bit wide, and you just think, oh no. And that was a double toe that Dan Harper got, but it wasn't quite enough. Unfortunately, one into car interrupted their pace down into turn 1. Vincent Kolb holding on in what is 3rd place. 4th place is Metzger. 5th place is Harper. Luca Trefs is starting to catch them up again in the 55.
That made it a 4-car train with another Mercedes at the back. That's the Landgraf cars at number 55. That's Lucas Andrew Trefs, as you say. Thought, do you know what? This looks like a bit of fun, this party. I think I'll join it too. There's my invite. Thank you very much. I'm here.
Yeah, you thought you got past me. Well, actually, you did get past me. Anyhow, we'll brush over that. Now I'm going to join your tail. But, Trefs has so little experience in comparison to all of those in front of him, so this is a chance for him to learn. It'll also be a chance for him to see just exactly how you can overtake an SP9 car around the Nordschleife. And the best place to overtake at the Nordschleife is not on the Nordschleife, it's on the Grand Prix loop beforehand, which is exactly what Manuel Metzger's trying to get done. Down the hill they go to the lowest point on the circuit. You go to the right-hand flick, and then it's up the hill to that... what for a long time has been the Vidal chicane. Not quite close enough to make a move, but it's tempting, so he's having a little look and then ducking out one way as they get to the chicane. He dives back in underneath. He wants the better exit. He's made a better exit, and Dan Harper's going, I want to go up the inside as well. Almost as the BMW looks up the inside, around the outside of the Audi, between the first part and second part of the Sabine Schmitz curve, in a move that could never work. Manuel Metzger got hung out, but once he put himself there, he had to stay. The BMW in behind was thinking, can I get up the inside? And trying again as they get down to the first right-hander on the Nordschleife. Mesmeric. Oh, and there's a BMW from the junior class right in their path.
Well, of course there is. It's a Nürburgring. It's NLS. But I was thinking that bit of the Vidal chicane that you identified actually played into the hands of Dan Harper for a minute, and we almost had 2 of them. But you say into the Sabine Schmitz curve. We said before, it's a pinch point if ever there was on the circuit here. There is no runoff. There is no margin of error at the side of the track. It is the track and its barrier. Simple as that. Metz goes around the outside in an AMG GT3 Mercedes. Let's just bear in mind the footprint of these cars. They are not small cars. We're not talking a Renault Clio here. We're talking a full GT3 Mercedes following a GT3 Audi with just behind it a GT3 BMW. They take up a lot of. They need a lot of road tax, don't they?
They certainly do. You know, don't jump them from side to side. But the trouble was for Metzger, once he got outside and he was fully alongside the Audi, there wasn't going to be the track and the second part of the Sabine Schmitz curve where it turns left and starts dropping onto the Nordschleife. And also he couldn't pull back across because Dan Harper had the nose of the BMW up the inside. Didn't quite work for the Ulsterman, but he's tucked in behind. And thank goodness the car 44, the BMW Junior Team car run by Team RMG, was given an onboard camera and it's facing forward. We are seeing exactly what Dan Harper's seeing as they go round yet another of the back-marking cars, which did all it could to keep out of their way. But it's still that Audi, Vincent Kolb, still holding third position. Emmanuel Metzger, if there's a trick here, he knows it, but he's got to find a place to make it work. And also his options are definitely limited, Snowy, by the fact that he's got that BMW right on his tail. If he goes wide, he's going to be pushed wide.
Just what I was going to say, Bruce. All three are doing an absolutely sterling job driving these cars around this circuit in these conditions with all these classes coming across back markers at any point. However, the man of the moment for me is Manuel Metzger because he's trying to get past Kolb in front in the Audi, but behind him he's got Dan Harper just like a little terrier, a big terrier in it, little terrier in a big GT3 BMW, saying, actually, I want a bit of the action as well. So he's got to watch front and back. The man's got the work cut out for him. His eyes everywhere. He must look like a Popeye at the moment.
He must, but also it just halves the number of options he has. He can't afford to take a wider line, and that option is gone because the inside will be occupied by that BMW. Now, taking a look at the front of the field. Did we mention the lead of the race at the moment? It should be number 3, but we know he had his spin. So it's the number 20 leading the race. That is the Schubert Motorsport BMW. It's almost been the creeper. It got up to 5th place, but Jesse Krohn is still listed as being on board, but he must be doing a double stint because he's the only one of the start drivers that I can see who's continued to do the second stint. But that's leading by 30 seconds from Michael Christensen. But hold on. Let's check. They've both done one pit stop. Yeah, that should just about be right. But Christensen, 5 and a bit seconds clear of that battle we've been enjoying. That's the battle with Kolb, Metzger and Harper. Not so long ago, 2 laps ago, he was behind them. But Christensen really is the Great Dane today and pulling clear. How much is he catching the lead car? Not at all at the moment. So Jesse Krohn and Schubert Motorsport, who've got a full programme for this year, continue on their way. And Nicholas Cruton and Alexander Sims should be doing the 3rd and 4th stints in that number 20 BMW. But the black and green car that was very useful in the opening sector of the race in that first stint, going very well indeed. Looking down the classes, of course, we talk about SP9, but it's also SP9 Pro-Am and AM. And the Pro-Am category is being led by number 25 at the moment with Arno Tyson at the wheel. Sorry, Joachim Tyson. That was started by Nico Menzel. So red and white Huber Motorsport Porsche. That is leading the Pro-Am class in 15th place overall. And just checking on the progress or otherwise of the Pro Sport Aston Martin. Last time I looked, it was 24th. It's now 26th. And learning as they go. And that's Maxime Dumaret, who's got quite a busy season ahead of him in various forms, but great to see the Aston Martin Vantage out there on the circuit. SPX is the Cup 2 is the next class down. That's the Porsche Cup class, and car number 120 leads the way. That's W&S Motorsport, who are really spreading their wings this year. Dan Bickel, Ralf Schall, and the driver at the wheel at the moment, Tim Scheerbart, and he is sitting on an advantage of getting on towards 20 seconds ahead of Moritz Krantz, who's in the 112 entry. We talked about him earlier. He's racing this year in the Porsche Cup class. He raced last year for Get Speed Performance in Mercedes in the top class, but he's driving for K. Kramer Racing and doing a very good job indeed. .30 seconds. That is a very impressive. It's so interesting, isn't it? The front of the race, we knew the number 3 Porsche had got clear. That brilliant opening lap from Patrick Pilet, and then he was able to stretch it. It went from 3 seconds eventually up to 8 seconds. Of course, after the pit stop, handed over early on to Marco Seefried, but he was due to assume the lead. With him gone, it was always much closer in behind, and that's why we're looking at this enormous advantage at the moment. But it's the battle for third place that's really, really drawing the eye at the moment. Kolb, Metzger, Harper, and they're falling away all the time as they tussle from Michael Christensen, who's running in that second place overall. Lucy Treff's in behind, so in fact, yeah, third through to sixth, it's still close. Yusufa Wega, who's racing, gaining experience all the time, car number 29, that's monoplaced by Land Motorsport, started by Chris Meese, but obviously handed over at that first pit stop. And car 111 going pretty well in the Porsche Cup class, but Fricadelli Racing, great to have it out there. Jules at the wheel at the moment. Klaus Abelen started that car. Just have to get accustomed to seeing a very famous red and white race livery racing in a different class this year. Last time down the long run back towards the pits, Her Acht up towards Tiergarten. It was Kolb, it was Metzger, it was Harper, it was Treffs. You know what? It's still the same. And as last time, the BMW looking very handy. Dan Harper looking to consider a move, but I don't think quite close enough to Metzger's Mercedes to try and wrest that fourth place. But very, very busy indeed. But all along, Michael Christensen, the 911 Grello Porsche, dropping them from his tail, looking to see his position. He's taken a second and a bit out of the race lead, but for Jesse Krohn and the Schubert Motorsport BMW crew, it's looking very good indeed.
It's certainly his first full sighting there, also of the Foxtail, Opel Manta, which we did see it being passed early on, but first full view of it. Good to see that. One of the absolute stalwarts of this series, as indeed is the Dacia Logan that isn't out today. For a shame, not seen that for a while, and sadly. But great to see the Opel Manta out there, a car from 40 years ago. Must be that Opel Manta. Must be 1980s originally. That shape of car, anyway. Certainly.
Tail end of the 80s.
I'm sure there's very little bit. It's actually 1980s, but that model year. Its model year is probably 81 or 82 or something. It's a 40-year-old car. Brilliant. It's older than most of the drivers in this front of this field. Dan Harper at 21, is he? 21, I think he is now.
Don't they get old?
I know.
I'm just going to look that up right now because I think Dan Harper, let's have a little look. See, born Hillsborough and Belfast. Gosh, good Lord, he's going to be 22 this year. He's 21. Oh. Just turned 21 in December of last year. Now is the move about to work around the outside, but is the outside the place to be? And Manuel Metzger goes around the outside of Vincent Kolb. Well done at the chicane, the Vidal chicane, and Harper wanted to go as well, and there was a Porsche Cup class car trying to keep out of their way as well, so it's super busy through the Sabine Schmitz curves. But what was third, fourth and fifth is now fourth, third and fifth, if you understand what's happening, because Vincent Kolb coming a little bit backwards in number 5 Audi. Dan Harper didn't manage to make it stick. Onto the Nordschleife to go, round the outside of a Porsche Cayman. Now, the interesting thing for me, can Manuel Metzger escape from Vincent Kolb? I sense he can. I think he's got a little bit more pace, a little bit more knowledge of the circuit. Mind you, Kolb's had plenty of years, but Manuel Metzger seems to have been born and bred here on the Nordschleife. He's now up into third place. He's lost 8 seconds on the Grello Porsche, which Michael Christensen is driving beautifully, but now he's I was going to say, it's a Murray Walkerism. The track is clear apart from those in front of him sort of moment. Of course, he's clear in that battle for third, fourth and fifth, but there are back markers all over the place. But he's already opened out about a 5 car length advantage as he moves up into that third place. And the question now is what's going to happen with Dan Harper? Will he find it easy now to pick off Vincent Kolb? How much was Vincent really working his tyres as well there, Snowy, to make sure he stayed?
Well, that's the point. It does seem to have lost a little bit of its pace there, and Dan Harper keen to capitalise on that. Now he was with Metzger's Mercedes really quite happily, as you say, muscling all over the back of it like a cheap suit is a phrase for it. And he's now keen not to let that Mercedes get away, because I think he's got the measure of the Audi. But it's where do you do it? Where do you find the space? You can't be too keen. We've talked about taking a gamble and a risk, whatever. You've got to. It's part of the driver's brief. But it's such a circuit. Where do you find the space? And you mustn't then fall into this trap of, I was hounding that Mercedes that's now cleared the Audi. I should be with the Mercedes. No, you've got to mentally reset. You're now dealing with the Audi. The Mercedes is done. You've got to get past that before you can get back in touch there. And it's again, it's all part of the mind management, and also whilst driving, a BMW M6 GT3 car around the Nordschleife, because it's just as our colleague Nick David would say, it's his job.
No. That's very Nick, isn't it?
Very.
Yeah.
Don't pick him up. It's his job.
Yeah, entirely so. And in your sort of calculating mind, you go, is that if you want to call them corner numbers, not names, you're going, is that turn 122 or 124 I've just passed? You know, your mental calculations are flashing by.
If ever there was a circuit, I mean, I'm a great fan of corners were given names for historical reasons, and rightly so. I've never liked this turn 1, turn 3, turn 7 type thing. I've never sort of gone with that a great deal. If there was one circuit not to have turn 1, 2, 3 numbers at, it's got to be the Nordschleife, because you say there's 179 corners it's fairly well accepted at. Let's not argue between friends, but it's a plenty of corners. I'm turn 83. Really?
Well, it's when you look at the marshal posts, because sometimes on the sort of various screens we look at, they put up a message saying marshal post 142, and you go, okay.
Well, exact quote now, we've got 3 marshal posts, yellow flags, and code 60 as it comes up now. It's marshal post 124, 125, 125A and 126, because obviously the gap between 125 and 126 is sufficient to have an A post in between as well, an interim post. Grello, beautiful KW super slow-mo of the Grello number 911 Porsche bouncing over the curbs there, and you can see everything just moving and flexing. No harm done, but what a great slow-mo of the second place car. That's Christensen in the car at the moment, number 911, Grello.
.30 seconds became 29 seconds. How much is it coming down right now between Jesse Krohn leading the race for the Schubert Motorsport BMW team and the 911 Grello Porsche of Michael Christensen? They've got an 8-second advantage back to that third place battle, but certainly it's no longer Vincent Kolb in third place. It's Manuel Metzger. He'll go chasing after them, but we're getting towards an hour and a half into this race. In fact, we just passed an hour and a half into this 4-hour race, the opening round of 2022, and it's looking absolutely fantastic around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. This race, these images alone and the description we're trying to put across of how magnificent it is, this circuit in the sunshine in spring. It's certainly a brilliant springboard into the championship this year. 8 races planned, and let's hope we get through all of those, and we'll take one without extreme weather. Though I must say, Snowy, over the years we've been covering this, it's always a bit of a twist, isn't it, when is that rain arriving? Is it going to hit all the circuit? Is it going to blow through? Is it worth coming through to change tyres into the pits? So many variables, but right now I'll take the conditions as they are, because we've got brilliant racing to watch.
I was going to say, you do like a bit of drama, don't you, Jones? Just big into it. Just there's no rain going to happen today, okay?
Somewhere there might be.
not in our little world of the Nürburgring, there isn't. I'm so going to regret that now, aren't I? Because that's going to change. All of a sudden, it's snowy. Yes.
Working with beginners, honestly.
I know.
I like the enthusiasm.
Amateurs. Yes. A well-meaning amateur.
No, that's all we can ask. That is all we can ask. But the conditions are absolutely perfect. And there are certain points around the circuit where you can stand with your back to the track. And I remember doing a piece at Wipperman, or just before Wipperman, and it's just when the cars go aerial behind you. And I remember doing a piece to camera, Snowy. Hated doing bits to camera, and I was on take number 136, to say 4 words or whatever. And then behind, I got used to the cars. You could hear them not taking off, but you could hear them coming back to terra firma. But one had far more tyre squeal. Just as I nearly finished my piece sort of semi-okay, good enough to put in the can. But I must confess, it wasn't me that jumped, it was the cameraman. Because he could see and I couldn't. And it was just a car landing, a few degrees out of true. And but a small surprise. And even during the week, you get people out just watching cars going around the circuit. And of course, you can take your circuit ride, your taxi ride, or your drive your own car. And you can understand why they stand in certain places. They love the spectacle, and it is, it's not a relic. It's the history of motor racing. Thank goodness we still have the Nordschleife.
Century overload. You're just standing there with the cameraman jumping.
I really am stupid, aren't I?
I am going to finish this. Yes.
Now, this time around, Manuel Metzger's got through into that third place. Vincent Kolb being harried towards the end of the lap by Dan Harper. Not close enough as they come to the final sequence. Lucichev's not too far behind now in 6th place, but still very close from third to 4th, to 5th, to 6th, but I sense now we've got Manuel Metzger up into that 3rd place. It's going to be 4th, 5th, and 6th with the Mercedes, the Bilstein liveried Mercedes, just edging clear of that battle. But maybe there's going to be a move as they go past the Porsche Cayman down, Porsche Cup class car down towards turn 1, but not quite close enough for Dan Harper to make a move in that BMW. Oh, they've got to go around the outside of a back marker as well. That pushes the ball a little bit wide. They all go over the white line on the exit of turn 1.
Said back marker saw those coming and could not have been more compliant. He could not put more steering lock on through turn 1 to keep over to the right. I don't want to get embroiled in this. Thank you very much. After you, gentlemen. Interesting to note that when Manuel did this, pulled that move on Kolb on the previous lap, it was on the GP circuit he did it, and the lap before that he set that up, as we said, going up to the Vidal chicane. He was trying to go around the outside. In fact, the one lap he did, didn't he? 2 laps ago he was around the outside into out of the Vidal chicane into Sabine Schmidt's curve and held it all around the outside, but they then didn't quite pull it off down the Hatzenbach the next bit, and then the following lap he got it done the corner earlier, got the job done. And I think it was almost sort of kind of fair, because he had pulled it off and it looked into gone to Nordschleife through Schmidt's curve. He'd got the job done. Then it just didn't quite work out at Hatzenbach, so he got the job done 2 corners earlier the following lap and just made sure it was done, cemented, set in stone, and off he went. And there's Dan Harper going, hang on, I'm chasing him. What's he got in front of why have I got an Audi in front of me now?
Yeah, the Audi, I just sensed actually as it went at the very point you were talking about, the Sabine Schmidt's curve, starting to trouble. Vincent Kolb becoming a little bit looser around the corners. I really think if there's half a moment, Dan Harper's going to come through. Treffs has closed in behind in the 55 Mercedes from Landgraf Motorsports. They're right in the mix in their opening race, their opening season. But unfortunately for all of them, the Bilstein Mercedes, yellow and blue, up in front is starting to escape. That's one of 2 cars prepared by the Hout Racing team that surfaced a couple of years ago and has done an amazing job. Hubert Hout still racing for the team, but the boss of the team. Oh, now a little mistake there, and suddenly Dan Harper is right onto the tail of Vincent Kolb, but it's a narrow part of the circuit. It's the Nordschleife, and Kolb all over the place on the nose of that BMW and holds on to that 4th place. But while this is happening, yes, thank you, Manuel Metzger going, yep, you play behind me, I'm escaping. And 3rd place and getting away in that number 12 Mercedes.
I think that number 5 Audi, Phoenix Audi, has had the best out of its tyres, if I'm honest. I think Kolb's doing a sterling job, and Dan Harper equally. You cannot get much closer and run that close without contact, and that's a credit to both of them actually for driving according. But I think the Audi really has probably had the best out of that set of tyres.
Yeah, I just wondered how hard he'd had to push to hold Metzger behind him, how much it was costing. Exactly. We said that about a lap and a half ago, and certainly now it's manifested itself that he's having to really work, and he points the car certain places and it won't go there anymore. But tricky tyres, but that's part of the glory. It's all about allocating your resources and using them in different ways through the course of your stint. But sometimes your hand gets forced, and that's what happened for Vincent Kolb, pushing very hard for the Phoenix Audi team, but unfortunately I think it's taken too much out of his rubber.
I didn't expect that in real life.
And the gap between 1st and 2nd between Jesse Krohn and Michael Christensen, and between the number 20 Schubert Motorsport BMW and the 911 Porsche of Christensen has come down by another 1.5 seconds, but it's still 27.8 seconds, and so it's looking good for Schubert. But don't forget, this is a race of many pit stops, so short ones, long ones. You can do it in different ways accordingly. Have a quick look down the timing screen. Still in 26th position. Still keep looking out for the Pro Sport Aston Martin, and it's Maxime Dumoulin at the wheel at the moment, and he's losing ground to the cars in front of him, unfortunately. So. But again, sometimes, Peter, you look at the timing screens and someone gets a lap time. It depends how much of your lap was interrupted by yellow, and it's not always the same as the cars in front and behind.
Well, exactly. And on that note, we're on to full course green again. So everything is cleared. And so that's lap times will come back again. A little bit more sensible. Done pretty well on sort of codes on this race. We had a couple of them. I'm still don't really know what happened to what was about to be our race leader, the number 4. Was it number 4, number 3? Falcon. Number 3.
Number 4's in the garage.
Correct. Number 3, Falcon Motorsports Porsche, that does look like it had contact with, or appears to, with a 977 Cayman that's parked at the same side of the track. I've seen one little snapshot of a photo from inside Grello as it came through, and the 2 cars are together, kind of against the barriers. It does not like this heavy contact, but it does rather sadly look like the two are together there. That said, the Porsche is being brought back to the pits now. I'm trying to look at there's heavy rear end damage. So it has swapped ends and gone into the barriers there. So I just wonder if they've just don't know who tripped up over whom, but it was the 977, wasn't it? And the 3 Porsche that was about to be race leader got taken out just after Bergwerk before Kastelchen on the right hand side there. So it's on the back of a flatbed now. We will see some footage in a minute and we'll get a little bit more of eyes on that and be able to report to you just what the damage is to that number 3 car. But it's dropped down and it's looking flat on its rear suspension on the back of that flatbed. It's as if there isn't enough for these drivers to negotiate, as we said quite often, of different conditions, contours, resurfaced track, different classes, whatever. Yes, there's a white flag telling you there's a slow-moving vehicle on the circuit, but somehow you're still not quite expecting to find a couple of flatbeds there. Now, the 977 Cayman Porsche is on the other flatbed right behind the Falcon car, and that looks relatively undamaged. The number 3 Falcon Porsche does look to have somewhat deranged left rear bodywork, but not I'd say from a massive impact. The rear wing's straight. So I just wonder if they've just tripped over one another and it just pirouetted round and gone and just enough into the barriers. But of course, those Porsches, you've only got to go into the barriers backwards and all the exhaust system there, it's out anyway. It's manifolds, all sorts. It's a non-runner. Great shame, because that car, as you said, was about to retake the lead again, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it's a real shame for the driver who started it, Patrick Pilet, who overtook a handful of cars on the run to the first, second and third corners, took the lead at turn 3 and drove clear, was 8 and a bit seconds clear. The car then jumped first when there was a code 120, I think it was at the time, decided, hey, let's make that first pit stop now. It might have worked. We were just about that very lap where the number 3 Porsche went off to find out if they would have assumed the lead at that point. But certainly for Pilet, that was a brilliant opening stint. When he was interviewed down in the pits by racer turned commentator Patrick Simon, smiles all round, because it was a brilliant opening stint, and every driver likes to overtake their peers, and he did that on the opening sequence of corners and did it very well indeed. But for Falcon Motorsport, such staunch supporters of the NLS, it ain't happening for them today. Both of their cars out. In fact, by the 1 hour mark, I think it was an hour and 5 minutes into the race where the number 3 suddenly went missing from our screens. Now we've had the answer. We saw some onboard footage or a static photo of the car sitting sideways, showing the trees but not the track ahead. So changes at the front, not at the moment. 12 laps on the board for Jesse Krohn, the Schubert Motorsport BMW. Second place, Michael Christensen in the Grello Porsche. He goes across. He's lost a bit of ground that lap. Over the last couple of laps, he gained 3 seconds and he lost nearly 2 seconds last time around. So he's 30 seconds down. Third place, Manuel Metzger bangs in a faster lap than either of those ahead of him. He's now 11 seconds down on Christensen. So it's BMW number 20 leading the race, Jesse Krohn. Michael Christensen, the Dane, in 911 Porsche, the number 12 Mercedes. And then an Audi in fourth place. It's still Vincent Kolb, and he's got Dan Harper all over his tail, who now has got the problem that Manuel Metzger had. As Metzger trying to attack Kolb, which is what Dan Harper is doing, he was attacked by Harper from behind, and now Harper is being attacked from behind by Treffs, and they've been joined by a driver who set a very good lap last time around, is Yusuf Awega in the number 29 Audi. Flashing lights, catching the tail. This 3-car train is now officially a 4-car train. So Yusuf, who's shared with Christopher Mies, Land Motorsport, doing a good job. They've got quite a programme of events ahead of them for 2022. Looking for other flashes. It's suddenly fast. Why are we suddenly this late in the stint? Yes, fuel loads go down. Why are we getting faster laps? It's because there hasn't been a code anything on that lap. It's the first lap for quite a while, Snowy, that they've been able to run at unabated pace around.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because we've had lots of laps where they're doing 8 minutes 25. Bang! We now got down to almost a 1 minute. 1 minute, I think not. A 7 minute 54 flat last time around from Awega. Running down through the classes, the Pro class in SP9 still being led by car number 25. That's been there for quite some while. That's the Huber Motorsport Porsche. That's the SP9 Pro class leader. SPX, Mads Siljehaug, in one of the two. He's a Norwegian racer in one of the 2 KTM crossbows entered by True Racing, leading that class in 17th place overall. Cup 2, Still being led by Moritz Krantz, putting on a masterclass there for K. Kramer Racing in the Porsche Cup class. And next Cup class further down is Cup X, car number 927. Almost have to turn to the last page of my entry list. 927, Teichmann Racing, KTM Crossbow, and it's Konstantin Scholl. Good driver lineup there. Hendrik Still, Stefan Brodmerkel, and Konstantin Scholl. So no wonder they're leading that class in 27th position overall.
Now, laps, we were talking about fuel and tyres a little bit earlier, Bruce. This 4-car battle as it is now, that's for third place effectively. We've got the number 12 Mercedes at the front. Stolz did the previous end of 6 laps. Metzger's now done 6 laps. Stippler's Audi, Stippler did 5. Kolb has done 7 laps on this stint. Dan Harper taken over the BMW, number 44 BMW junior team from Hesse. Max Hesse, he did 6 laps. Harper's now done 6 laps. And Thrept in the number 55 Mercedes right behind has done 5 laps on the previous, stayed in the car and now done another 7 laps. So at some point, which one of these 4 or all 4, what would be really good is all 4 came to the pits together, absolutely synchronised like swimming, 4 tyres on, out they go again and rejoin and just battle recommence. It's not going to happen, but for the sake of the show, it'd love to happen.
They've got to stop thinking about themselves effectively. I know. I tell you what I need to do is adjust my eyes. I said that Mads Siljehaug was leading the SPX class. Maybe he was at the time I said it, but he's the second in class to the sister car, and they've got caught in traffic. And the sister car, in fact, it was Siljehaug's car that got caught in traffic there. Ferdinand Stuck has taken the lead in the SPX class, so they're very close together. But one of them was nearly taken off there. That was Mads Siljehaug.
The 53 KTM that was put on the grass. That's the Schellhaug, that one put on the grass and running in 18th. That was a little breaking down the grass and test out how well the car brakes on the grass. Pulled up okay, but it's not where he wants. Not ideal, shall we say?
Yeah, I suppose you've got to try all these things.
Hey guys, my name's Adam Christodoulou,
Digital
Mercedes
NLS
GT3 driver. Today we're at the Nürburgring, and now we're giving you the opportunity to come and join us in the Digital NLS Championship. From now, you'll be able to head over to the Nürburgring Esports Lounge, where you'll be able to do some practice and set a time to give you the opportunity to come and join me as a wildcard entry in the next season's DNLS Championship race.
Jetzt mitmachen bei der DNLS Junior Sichtung. Ab sofort in der Nürburgring Esports Bar.
See you there.
Jetzt Falkenreifen kaufen und Tankgutschein sichern. Weitere Informationen auf tankgutschein.falkenreifen.de. Falkenreifen.
World's first Asphalt Watch. Die ersten Zifferblätter aus echtem Rennstreckenasphalt. Auf dem Asphalt wurden Legenden geboren und magische Momente erlebt. Coblor.
Liebe Fans,
besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle
von Facebook,
Instagram, YouTube, Twitter und TikTok.
Willkommen zu NLS.
The sun is shining on the virtuous. It's also shining.
I thought it was the righteous, but okay.
The righteous. Well, they were at the front of the queue, but the virtuous came past on the outside. Two wheels on the grass. However, the circuit, a high shot over the Nürburgring. We're looking at the pits and the paddock and the full Grand Prix circuit. We're only using a fraction of that, but the bit in the background and going through the forest over towards Nürburg village and the castle on top is the bit that interests Snowy and I. It's the Nordschleife. We're nearly halfway through this opening round of the 2022 Nürburgring Endurance-Series. It's been a cracking first race, but this large lead for the Schubert Motorsport Porsche BMW is about to be halved or actually even eliminated. The 911 looks like it's about to come on to another lap, and we'll see a change of position.
In as well. Bruce, that's Kolb and Trept in the Audi and the Mercedes there into the pits as well.
They came in from 5th and 6th overall, so Yusuf Awega, the number 29 Audi driver, moves up into 5th place. But a great start to the season. How will this unfold? Schubert Motorsport did things differently, but the one that would have done things most differently is the car that should have been leading the race, could have been leading the race, but is out. It's back on a flatbed and it's returned to the pits. It's the number 3 Falcon Motorsport Porsche. Brilliant opening stint from Patrick Pilet, but they jumped early at the first sign of a code 120 at the time. We've had a handful of those. They came to the pits for that first pit stop. It would have put them back in the lead of the race, but it would have been later in the race. They'd have paid the price for that short first stint. And maybe this is what's about to happen for the number 20 Schubert Motorsport BMW. Double stint from Jesse Krohn, now handing over to Nicholas Kruten. That means Alexander Sims, the most experienced driver in that group, will be doing the final stint. Driver who very, very technical, quick technical, but of course he spends a lot of time racing Formula E cars around short circuits, and suddenly to be not in a single-seater in a car that has to go around a 25-kilometre lap through a forest, up and down, uphill and down dale. Very, very different game, isn't it, Snowy?
A very different thing driving with, dare I say it, an internal combustion engine as opposed to a Formula E car.
It's going to catch on, I tell you.
It will. But again, talk about resetting and how you've got to change your mind from that. You couldn't get a much more different discipline and style and technique of driving those two cars, I'm sure. Probably worth an interview at some point, that one as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But there are a whole host of drivers, very few crossover from this to that, but a lot crossover from the World Endurance Championship. And, you think of the likes of Sebastian Buemi, who's had such a success of crossing over. We're seeing a whole new generation, the likes of Antonio Felix da Costa really starting to sort of come to the fore, and a lot of them may yet go full-time back to the World Endurance Championship because there are works offers out there being chased at the moment for drivers to compete at the very top level in full prototypes as the WBC changes its format and brings in the manufacturers, which is always a super exciting time in racing. So Nicholas Cruton has taken over the number 20 Schubert Motorsport BMW. We'll have to see where he slots in, not now, but in a lap or so's time, when the likes of the Grello Porsche from Anti-Racing and the chasing number 12 Bilstein Mercedes, where they slot back in after their pit stops.
Stifler back in the number 5 Audi. He did the opening stint of 5 laps he did in that. Vincent Kolb did 8 laps stint. Quite a long stint in that. And now,
well, 8 is the traditional sequence time for these cars around here in standard conditions. We know their standard actually probably isn't true in good conditions, because they chop and change the conditions here so frequently for all sorts of reasons. But today we've got full spring sunshine. We'll take it.
Quite a few of the leading teams opting for a fairly shorter first stint for their drivers. Nobody really going beyond. I think Mies in the Landrek Audi went to 7 laps.
Yeah, I mean, it's always, can you stretch it to 8? Can you? But we've talked about this before. We'll talk about it again. It's not a short lap, and the difference is not, have I got enough to do another 3 kilometres? It's a 25-kilometre lap. You don't deal in fractions when you're dealing in laps, full numbers only. So it does sort of necessarily force them a little bit shorter than they generally like to go or could go. But anybody who's decided to go for one further lap, ignore the crew, oh my word, and then running out of fuel, they might as well just walk into the forest and keep going rather than return to the pits, if that's the case. Well, I think we have seen 8 lap stints, but for those that pitted early, their latter stints are going to have to be longer.
Yeah, Jesse Krohn in the Schubert leading car, he did an 8 lap stint. His first one was a 5. He stayed in, so he double stinted it, did an 8 lap, so a 5 and an 8. And the Kolb in the Shearer Audi, he did 8 lap stint as well, as did Treps in the Mercedes. He did a double stinted as well. He did a 5 and then an 8 as well. Just seeing also that they've got to have swapped. Most other people have done 6s.
Yeah, I mean
6 and 7s. Yeah, I don't think there's anybody else actually, Bruce, that's done an 8 lapper. It's those.
It's very rare because there are incidents and because there's weather. But if you do get the chance to do 2 8 lappers in a row, you very seldom get drivers doing double lap. They do a double stint if it's a short stint and a long stint, but it's rare for them to do 2 8s. But that's just simply teams having to react to the situation around them. In the instance on the track, the number of yellow flag and slow zones and other factors that have to be considered. Who's fastest on the track at the moment? Well, I'll tell you one person who's going very well is Ben Tuck. He's in 8th place overall in the number 35 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW. Just set that car's fastest lap. And in fact, of all the drivers out there last time around, as we approached the midpoint in this race, just minutes away, that was the fastest of anybody out there. So for Ben Tuck and Walkenhorst, big step up for him, and he's doing a very good job there.
Yeah, 7:58, 58.1. Bear in mind that a little bit irrelevant, but as I say, Christensen in second is a 7:58.4.
Yeah, but that's Michael Christensen, works Porsche driver
exactly.
in the Anti-Racing Porsche that seems just tailor-made for this circuit. So that's a feather in Ben's hat. Right, looking to see who else is setting decent times. In fact, very few drivers below 8 minutes at all. Kuba Gimasiak, in fact, who's running 3.5 seconds behind Ben Tuck, also in the 7:58s. But Christensen into the pits in Grello, so we can't compare
and I think the Mercedes in as well, and the junior team. Yeah, Christensen in as well, so Grello's in as well, and I think the junior team. Harper has brought the number 44 junior BMW Junior M4 in as well, Bruce.
Yeah, brought that in. Will Awega come in as well? Joseph Awega? Yes, he does as well. So, of course, the interesting thing will be, it's not so much where they slot into position when people are running out of sync after this pit stop. It's where they slot in after the final pit stop, because you pay a price for a short early stint later in the race. Christensen's lead over Metzger down to 7.5 seconds. So that's been Very, very good indeed for Metzger. Not so long ago, that was 11, 12 seconds between the pair of them. That lap was 5.5 seconds faster for Metzger. That is mighty for the number 12 Bilstein car. I still have to slightly pinch myself thinking this is March, and I can think of some of the races over the years for the NLS. We have been trying to spot the circuit amidst the cloud, and certainly that long shot down towards Herak, looking back down the home straight. Sometimes, you know, it's almost impossible to see the track at all, and we have had times where we've had snow here that hasn't let the race get underway or has brought it to a halt. Sometimes it's hard even to see the grandstand opposite the pits, but today we'll take this weather, this beautiful spring sunshine, with both hands.
Conrad Lamborghini into the pits as well now. Di Martino just brought it in from 10th position.
Yeah, just looking to see who is going to run a slightly different sequence, but
7 laps as well. So Axel Jeffries 6 laps. Di Martino did a 7-lap stint in that number 7 Conrad Lamborghini.
Which, according to its place in the pit lane, that's listed as doing 14 laps, but I think it possibly does a 6 and an 8 or a 7 and a 7. But anyhow, it's also just nipped into the next. It's just crossed the start-finish line, so I think that's why it is as is. One of the most popular features of the broadcast in recent years has been the Rover live helicopter, and any time you get a chance, actually it's a bit of a game. Where are they on the circuit? If all you can see from above is a little stretch of tarmac with little stretches of grass alongside and trees, where is it? And sometimes you have to go by the writing on the circuit where people have hopped over the barriers during the race. Quite. Oh dear, we've got a KTM spun facing backwards in the track.
920 car.
And actually, it must be on the Grand Prix circuit because the circuit is wide enough for it to go forward and back. And it's Ronefart in 920 who has had the little embarrassing moment. That's Mike Ronefart. But be seen, he's waiting to get it going. It's out of turn 1, isn't it? Between turn 1 and turn 2, he's now facing the right way. He's on the grass on the infield, finds an access road and rejoins. But he didn't just lose 10 seconds, he lost probably his heart rate must have gone through the roof.
But more importantly, found the loud pedal there because they hadn't got the steering lock to actually rotate and do 180 degrees. So he got it onto the dirt and thought, do you know what, I'm going to give it some gas and just kick the back around a bit of oversteer, get it pointing the right way. Otherwise, it would have been embarrassing up to the barriers, try and engage reverse, back it up again. So I just found the loud pedal and just give it a little tap and fire it round.
And it looked good on TV.
It did as well, kicked up the dust. It was,
Director liked him for that second. So for Teichmann Racing, who run all 3 cars in the KTM Crossbow Cup, little setback, but cars, I must say, look better and better. The initial KTM Crossbows were exciting, but a little bit rudimentary, and they've just become more and more refined. I think they're about to launch a road-going version of the latest model as well, which would be quite something because it's quite space age, and certainly over the years, space age, doesn't that date me, hey? Here I am off to Cape Canaveral.
Yes, when the space race to you means Sputnik.
How is that dog?
Exactly.
So been some good stints in the first half of the race, and we have got up to that point, and Yusuf Awega at the moment just being interviewed. He just came in he caught the tail of that group, didn't he? That battle that was 3rd, 4th and 5th, then became 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, etc, etc. But for Awega, gaining experience as he goes, dabbled in GT racing a couple of years ago, and in a sort of family effort, but it's interesting. It's always when they get a chance to pitch themselves against others, and his brother Hamza races as well, but he's not yet 20. It's his 3rd season of racing GT cars, so clearly the family's done well to get the money to put them out there, but impressive young racer.
They just start them so old now, don't they?
Yes, I know. It's you do wonder what one does for education. I was listening to an interview the other day with, reading it last weekend with Lando Norris, and how schools sort of went missing for a bit because he was racing around Europe, and he's not alone in that, and it's very hard. You can imagine as a parent trying, you're doing your racing, but could you remember to take your physics books and learn a bit of biology while you're away? So, looking at the front end of the field, it's still Grello in the pits, but that should have gone out. We've actually had a little quiet moment for the timing screen, so we'll just try and adjust those, but conditions absolutely perfect out on the circuit, just need a bit of refresh. I always imagine this moment just looking at if you're in the TV truck and you're the director, you've got 25 kilometers plus of circuit to cover. You've got 130 odd cars that went out to start. How difficult it is to constantly keep on top of things that are changing. Well done, Snowy has launched a rocket or managed to get the screens going back. Right, so I can confirm the third driver in the 911 Grello Porsche is the third driver in the crew. It's Laurens Vanthoor. Great to have the Belgian back in Europe, and a driver he's raced against. Actually, his reign had sort of come to an end. He's sort of moved away and let his younger brother Dries have a go in the GT World Challenge about the time that Raffaele Marcello got a going across from single-seaters, and Raffaele is up into second place, and certainly he's a driver always worth watching. He's a real racer's racer. He's 7.5 seconds down in the Bilstein Mercedes, and third place is the BMW Junior team M4 GT3, Neil Verhagen. They won 2 races, this very talented young crew, Dan Harper, Max Hess and Neil Verhagen. And they're in another 5 seconds back in third place overall. Alexander Sims is not in the car because he's being interviewed in the pit garage by Patrick Simon, but the bearded Brit, he'll be taking over the Schubert Motors, the third stint in the Schubert Motorsport number 20 BMW that led for some while by dint of making its first stop a lap ahead of all of its rivals. But it'd be interesting to see its pace out on the circuit, looking for number 20 on the timing screens. Nicholas Krusen on board. He's on his out lap. Well, he's completed his out lap. He's on his next lap. He's down in 11th place, but should start to pick off a few of those in front of him. In the pits right now, it's green, it's yellow, it's an Aston Martin Vantage and it's Pro Sports entry. That's been outside the top 20. 21st position at the moment. And I think Jean Glorieux should be the third driver out in that. It was started by Nico Verdonk. Second driver out was Maxime Dumoret from Ghent. And Jean Glorieux, who was as far as I remember, he was an LMP3 champion in the Michelin Le Mans Cup, he said, flicking his pages over to try and remember if that's right, about 3 or 4 years ago. 2014, gosh, 4 racing seasons ago with DKR Engineering. But also raced in the European Le Mans Series, but mainly Le Mans Cup's been his element. But now he's trying GT racing, and I'm sure he's hardly not liking it at the moment around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. But for Pro Sport with this Vantage, it's a learning passage at the moment. Learning, and the car pulls away and then stops. The 2 mechanics jump out and get it pushed down the pit lane, and the Vantage fires up and off it rumbles. Looks magnificent, but I'm sure we'll see more pace from this car when they get to know it in the future rounds.
I'm not sure dated is the word I mean, because that sounds negative, but it's a very old-fashioned colour scheme, isn't it? That sort of deep racing green and yellow. But right on cue, it's pulled up alongside the, well, just past the number 65 Porsche. That looks like it's 1960s Team Lotus Formula One colours, doesn't it? Of the British racing green and the yellow stripe down. It just totally looks like it's 1960s Formula One.
Yeah, we went to 130 odd cars in the circuit on the circuit. We have the 2 green and yellow ones right next door to each other. But the pace of the Vantage,
not to be confused with the Grello.
No,
green and yellow, totally different.
Dark green and yellow. Yeah. And anyhow, all the cars look fabulous in this March sunshine. Just looking for the pace of those out on the circuit. Just also looking to see if we've got any code, yellow elements on the circuit.
Nope.
I think we don't at the moment.
All clear at the moment.
So waiting for the cars to record sensible lap times, having come out of the pits. Got up to full speed. Got the tyres up to temperature. They're carrying a heavy fuel load because, of course, most of these stints are getting on for an hour. Hold on, there's a thought. You just did mention about you can afford the car, but can you afford the fuel? An hour of racing, how much fuel do you burn in an hour of racing around here, going as fast as you possibly can? It used to be measured in litres. It's now measured in, oh my golly, can we afford
it? A minimum of a litre a minute.
Yeah.
Just think about that.
I can name you a brand of garages you shouldn't pull up at.
I don't know, you can.
I had to give them my gold teeth this morning.
Yes, all of them. Any of them, yes.
Still, it's a balm. Pit's actually remarkably empty. Still a handful of the SP9 class cars, but coming towards the end of their stint. But the great thing is, with all these classes of cars, Snowy, is the fact that they have different stint lengths, and it's quite good. You get the SP9s come in, then you get the Cup 2 class cars, then you get the, because otherwise, if we had 130 odd cars in the pit lane, this would not be according really to the doctor's plan at all. It just wouldn't fit. So Kubik and Maziak, I think he'll probably hand over to Kim Lewis Schramm, the number 16 Phoenix Audi that was started so well. Oh, we've got a Porsche Cayman backwards. It's blue, it's white, it's red, it's stopped, it's over the curbs. Well spotted.
Car 410.
A lot of dust in the air as well. Did he cut the corner and then it's going backwards? But certainly been off the track, and it's Ulrich. What sort of Ulrich is that? And that would be a slow code zone, because the race leading Manthey Racing Porsche just came through on tiptoes past it.
Yeah, it's the Gitti tyre car, isn't it?
Okay, that would make it Jan Ulrich, who's showing that with Nils Steinberg and Nikolai Kanborg. Gitti tyres, big supporters of the Nürburgring Langstreckenseries. It's right at the end of the lap, and the cars are having to. There's a stationary car, right?
I say the KTM has also just stopped, because the Audi and the Dan Harper, or sorry, who was over at the wheel, the 44 BMW Junior team now, just sort of, yeah, they're all just pulled up, and there it is. It's Tiergarten. It's gone into the wall backwards at almost at the end, the last right-hander before the left onto the penultimate turn before the pit straight.
It is, and absolutely, he is getting a full view of all the cars as they go through the twisters just before Tiergarten. Then after the corner, it's release, and at this point we've got Max Hess. No, we don't.
Neil Verhagen.
Neil Verhagen, of course, the third driver in that 44 Porsche, having a look at that number 5 Audi. They've been so close
44
together.
44
BMW, sorry, but the Audi number 5 is Frank Stippler, so it's as it was before, but just a change of drivers. No longer is it Dan Harper chasing Vincent Kolb. It's Frank Stippler this time in front of the BMW, now driven by the American racer Neil Verhagen. So it doesn't matter where they are in the course of the race, these two cars seem just drawn to each other,
aren't they?
They really are. But for those in front of them, those behind might have gained. It just is a question in terms of how long it takes them to get that Porsche Cayman, Jan Ulrich's car, number 410, away from where it's facing
They're not
backwards.
really sure what happened there, Bruce, because we were treated to a little bit of in-car there, which from the Neil Verhagen-driven BMW Junior, number 44. And that was obviously right up the back of Frank Stippler's number 5 Audi there. But they were slowing down behind a KTM because of, as you say, the Cayman that was in the barriers at Tiergarten. But then the KTM suddenly appeared to go unnecessarily slowly, to the point it actually did look like it almost stopped. And you could see Stippler was like, well, don't or what do I do? And Neil Verhagen was the same, well, I'm going to follow his lead, but I don't want to lose any position here or any time or lose that, because I'm right here, literally. He was virtually under the rear wing of Stippler's Audi, and all of a sudden Stippler did decide, I'm going to go around it. And I think the KTM almost looked like it, I think two separate things, almost like the KTM sort of broke down at the same time almost. It just appeared to stop for no apparent reason, but you'd see the car ahead in code 6, you think, well, why are we going so slow? And it's exactly those sorts of things. It throws up the unexpected. You're just not anticipating that. You're thinking you're slowing down for the car ahead, that's fine, but why are you slowing down so much? And you've got to go with it really, really quickly and think on your feet. And Frank Stippler did jink round the KTM and not collect it. And Neil Verhagen's like, well, if you're going to, I'm coming with you.
Yeah, no,
and then sat glued to the back of that Audi down the pit wall.
But also, there is just that element. You're in the chasing car that is right under the rear wing of the one in front. Automatically, you go to that left-hand kink,
yes.
Rise up the hill towards Tiergarten.
Didn't they win it? Oh, that was Brink, wasn't
it? Yes, separated this year. But at that point, you can't really see very much ahead because it's a twisting section of circuit. You've got the big rear wing of the car in front of you right across your line of vision, but the car, it's still code 60 there because the pair of team Avia Sorg Rennsport Caymans coming through very slowly indeed. There's a rescue vehicle, there's a course vehicle next to it that looks like it's just hooking up intervention to try and tow it away, because the Cayman is facing backwards with one wheel on the circuit and the nose facing right back in the opposite direction.
So technically not breaking track limits yet, then it's got a wheel on the track?
Yes. Yeah, well, yeah, you have to have two, don't you?
Okay. A typical driver's approach, sorry. I thought one wheel was enough, wasn't it? Surely. I haven't completely broken the rules. Chat with the clerk of the course. No tea and biscuits.
Yes, entirely.
He's not the Messiah.
So, having a look at that SPX battle, very much went the way of the 52 car. That was Ferdinand Stuck. Remember, it was very close indeed to sister car, and that's now been handed over. The sister car was being driven at the time by Mads Siljehaug, wasn't it? And it's now been handed over to Reinhard Koffler, who's, in the early days, the KTM Crossbow was the go-to driver because he just seemed to do extraordinary things. And then more and more people of lesser experience came in, joined him in driving those unique-looking cars. But certainly Koppler still delivering in style. So still busy up and down the pit lane.
And I've just been looking at what that actually is, Bruce. It's quite interesting. We've just been treated to a bit of a close-up of. Is it one of the Falcon Porsches, or is it Pro Sport? My apologies. One of the Caymans being worked on. No, it's the 431 car. No air jacks in that car, but 4 bottles at the side of the car, each aft and 4 of the front and rear wheels, with a plate underneath and an air bag on it, and they basically slid it under the car at the jacking point you'd expect on an ordinary car, and inflated it and lifted the car up on airbags to change the wheels.
Now, is that a rescue for a car that has air jacks that aren't working? Or you can't presume they headed into the race thinking that was exactly how they do that.
It seems overly complicated. I'd have thought you said it's a rescue rather than a standard operating procedure. But fascinating stuff going on the Pro Sport car there.
I mean, ever is the case, and in endurance race, the pit lane is where you find extraordinary things happening, but sometimes you think it looks normal, you take a little, and you think, no, something's broken here. They're having to think on their feet, and always good. And again, it comes down to experience, doesn't it? You know, you might have some lucky guesswork, but the likes of, think of the teams here that have all the experience. Falcon Motorsport today, an hour and 5 minutes into the race, both their cars are out. Phoenix Racing, though, with their Audis, they're always in the mix, and you know, they're running at the front end of the field. They will have learnt some of these tricks. They've had to think on their feet, but you know, lots of smiles all round. Kuba Gamaziak, just seen him being interviewed in the pits, and he's certainly very happy indeed because his car has 16 on the door, and so does Kim Lewis Schramm because he's taken over. He's leading the race in the Phoenix Audi. He's 11 seconds clear of the KCMG Porsche, but beware, it's where they are after the third and final round of pit stops that is really going to dictate who is likely to be in the front few come the end, because we've certainly got drivers who've taken as much as well, actually most of them, Snowy, are running just 1 lap out of sync. It was those that came in after 7 and 8, or was it 6 and 7 laps in the first round, and then they all tended to do the same length second round. So it does mean that those that pitted early after 6 laps are still going to be, you know, they've still got an advantage, but it's going to go the opposite way for them later in the race.
Therefore, got to capitalise on it now, haven't they?
And just to give you an example, here we go. The fabled chart is being plucked. If you stop an hour before the end of the race for your final pit stop, 333 seconds or 5 minutes, 5.5 minutes and a bit has to be your pit stop time. If you stop half an hour later, 254 seconds. That's a lot of seconds less to serve. Less time served in the pits there. You're talking half the time, 80 seconds, 1 minute 20 seconds. So you can see how, if someone was sitting on a lead now, 1 minute 20 seconds, you go, you know, they're clearly going to win the race. I mean, it's ridiculous. You almost never see that. And the simple fact is, if they had an advantage like that now, they wouldn't be having that advantage come that final pit stop, because their pit stop would have been a whole lot longer. So the later you pit in the final pit stop, the shorter your pit stop. Early part of the race, it's the reverse. The earlier you pit, the shorter your pit stop. So it's a question of how you slice the prize. Now the Grello Porsche limping through. The car's been cleared. The spun Cayman has been cleared, but the track hasn't been sent to green. So the the Grello Porsche with Lawrence Van Tor has had to creep through, and right on his tail is Christopher Meese. He's got to watch out, because that 29 Audi with Christopher Meese, of all people on board, had a look for the inside, and suddenly there were 2 cars exiting the pit. So the inside option down into turn 1 was removed. Very nearly contact. As the 29 Audi, Meese on board, trying to go up the inside of Lawrence Van Tor, who didn't leave any space down into turn 1, nor into turn 2, nor into turn 3. But it's tight, and they're still having to negotiate some of the back markers, including an SP9 class car that they decided to go on either side of. No, at the last moment, the chasing Christopher Meese thought, no, I better not do that. And down to the cut through, which is the sort of right-hand pair of right-handers where you cut the Grand Prix loop in half and negotiate that. But actually now it's settling down all over again. So Lawrence Van Tor in the 911, at the moment listed down in 3rd place.
Yeah, but I think we've got the number 2 Schnitzelraum Mercedes parked at Klostertal.
Have you? Okay, it's listed down in 11th place overall, but waiting to clock up that next lap. That would tally. And that's got Marcevic at the wheel. That's Marcevic, so another driver that wasn't on my entry list. There we go. In number 2, but if you're wondering the history of Schnitzelraum, we all know what a schnitzel
that
is.
was running 5th, wasn't it, actually? On
Yeah, but in a sort of artificial fifth.
Okay.
Because of where people are. It's a chain of restaurants that has decided it would like its name on the cars, and so I think it's a very good moving billboard. Certainly, you can imagine that there's a Schnitzelraum very near the circuit. And
it's worked well enough for Fricadeli, so why not?
Absolutely. Meatballs, schnitzel, whatever next.
There's a theme developing.
There is, isn't there? Certainly is. So Christopher Haase in the pits at the moment. That's the number 22 Audi from Car Collection that was driven very well in the early stages of the race. Been sharing that with Nico Müller. Well, actually, not just pass.
That's a whole new dimension to come and meet the team, doesn't it?
There you go. You know,
well glossed over.
Yeah.
Bruce, yes.
Peter is still waiting to start his career as a copywriter.
Absolutely, yes.
Oh, he started and finished it in one go.
I was going to say, yes. I think he finished it before I started it, actually.
So, I was going to say halfway through the race, but we're halfway through the race plus 20 minutes. We are galloping through this opening round, the Westfalenfahrt, the 67th running of this event. I love these time-honoured races.
Absolutely, yes.
Each round of the NLS is a classic race organised by a classic organising club, and I love the fact that these races, you think back 67 years, so you're talking the mid-1950s.
Way before our time. It's not often we get to say that, is it? Let's face it.
But the fact that, you just think what machinery was racing out here back in the mid-50s, it was just starting to grow again after the war, and the races carried on, and I just think they'd be amazed back then looking to see what it's become. Of course, they couldn't work out that cars would change as much, but also circuits would change as much. But this one is remarkably unchanged. And that's been one of the greatest constants.
Well, we've talked about technology and how much it's changed. Even you talk about digital racing and sim racing and this. The fact that the BMW, the new M4 GT3 car, you can take the steering wheel off it and put it on the simulator and vice versa. Who would have thought that? To be honest, even 2 or 3 years ago, it'd been heading that way, but he wouldn't have quite seen that coming. You're talking about 1950s there now. I think the single biggest thing that just must have changed is the safety element in that time. How dangerous those cars were back in the 1950s if you did have an off and have an impact. There was barely a nod towards safety, and it was only really sort of starting to be flagged up and considered, still not really sorted, by the 70s, 20 years later.
Entirely so.
And you look at those things now, and I think that's one of the most extraordinary things. You look at some of those cars of that era. Yes, they were brave. Yes, they did lap times. They did, even then, phenomenally high speeds. We're not talking cars that were doing, maybe 100 miles an hour. We were still doing 150, 160 mile an hour cars. And then you look at the safety and just think, I've used the phrase a couple of times today of, working without a safety net. Those guys, these cars, they're wrapped in, the carbon safety cells, seats, equipment, overalls, hands device, a cell that's, so nobody wants to have an accident and things can still happen. But they're so much better protected now in these cars. Go back to the 1950s that you're talking about there, Bruce, and you just think you really didn't want to go off at all because you didn't want the consequences. Because how I often say, I remember talking to British GT driver and champion Callum Lockett and I were talking years ago of how dangerous these cars were, and I said, actually, if you think about it, it's amazing there weren't more incidents that could have been tragedies of people did walk away from things. The cars were so dangerous from a safety aspect.
Yeah, but there is an element that they were normally one step further away from the ragged edge for all sorts of reasons back then.
And they didn't know any different.
No, entirely so. You can't know what you don't know yet, sort of thing. But right, just heard a message that you talked about Hurrine being clear now. That was from not long ago. But also Klostertal still got a code 60, and it's apparently getting bigger. So there's more tidying up around Klostertal. So inevitably there's going to be something somewhere around this circuit. But I think they're being.
Is that where the number 2 car went off? It is.
Yes.
Yeah, so I understand that he's had that number 2 car, which had, who was at the wheel number 2 at the time?
Markovic.
Had an incident whilst lapping somebody.
Okay. It happens.
As we've said, it can just it can change in a heartbeat in front of you. It obviously caught out the number 2 Mercedes.
Right, so a battle that is definitely going to rage a fair bit longer is the 911 Porsche with the 29 Audi tucked in behind it. So whenever they get to a point where they're released from the code 6, they've just come down the hill from the carousel and starting to turn right and left. Thereafter her Acht, Wipperman, all those fabulous corners. Bright sunshine, just over an hour and a half remaining. This opening round of the NLS for 2022, it's been a kind start in terms of the weather. And we're going to see
in terms of the weather, I don't think Falcon would agree with you on that one. It's not been a kind start to them.
Yes, I was just being slowly trying to build up the scene. But
apologies, sorry.
No, that's absolutely fine, as you wish. So Nicholas Cruton leading the race in the Schubert Motorsport BMW. Don't forget, though, this is led before by as much as 30 seconds. The yellow flag somewhere around the circuit just got a message on the screen, but he's only a short margin ahead of Nico Muller, who's taken over from Christopher Haase in the car collection Audi. But they have pitted earlier in their first pit stop, and therefore they're sort of a lap out of sync of those behind, and expect that advantage to be gobbled up, perhaps actually consumed entirely. And in the third and fourth places, we know they're nose to tail. In fact, just a tenth of a second between them on the start-finish line last time. The Grello Porsche, that's number 911 from Manthey Racing, and the 29 Christopher Mies driven Audi from Monteplas by Land Motorsports. So it's Christopher Mies taking on Lawrence Vanthoor. They've raced as teammates in around Team WRT over the years, but they're definitely rivals today, and it's Porsche in third place at the moment, ahead of that Audi of Christopher Mies. Looking down through the classes, Enzo, in inverted commas, is leading the SP9 Pro-Am class in 16th place overall. That's car number 25, and they've been going solidly leading that class for Huber Motorsport in their Porsche. Now, we've got a Cup 2 class Porsche very nearly in the top 10, in 11th place overall, but of course will owe us a pit stop. That's Moritz Krantz, who seems to have done, in fact, I'm not sure he hasn't been out of that car yet. He's certainly done just coming to the end of the second stint. He's showing with Carsten Kramer, whose team it is, Christopher Brook, and listed down as Alexei Veremenko, but I haven't seen if the Russian racer is here. Now, full speed through the Tiergarten, the sweepers just before Tiergarten, right at the end of the lap. That was where there was a slow zone. That's been cleared up, and Lawrence Vanthoor is swinging the tail of the 911 Porsche around to get through those sweepers. He's actually gained about 3, maybe 4 car lengths over the chasing Christopher Mies. So he's not going to be passed down into the first corner. And up in front, you can see a black and green runner just trying to work out. It could be the Schubert Motorsport BMW, I would reckon. Yes, it is. And it's Nicholas Cruton, just 3 seconds to the good. That's the stagger unwinding, and the slow zones, I think, really didn't help Nicholas Cruton, because the gap was way more than that. So huge gain there for the cars in now second and third position, the 911 Porsche and the 29 Audi. And I think the slow zone was cleared just at the wrong time for the Schubert Motorsport BMW. But he's definitely not just being hunted, he's got a disadvantage, because that final pit stop will come surely a lap before those cars chasing him. And ergo, that will be, you know, let's say it's an 8-minute lap or a 9-minute lap even, and that could be a difference of as much as 20-something seconds more time you'll have to spend at a standstill in the pit stop. So the advantages that you gain from stopping early for your first stint or your second stint really come to hurt you later in the race when it gets to the final stint.
Luca Vanthoor, of course, having that extraordinary last few laps of the Daytona 24-hour earlier this year, where you really were on the edge of your seat, to say the very least, those two duking it out. And of course, whilst the race leader came through as well.
Yes, didn't he just, as they say. But yes. Yeah, I mean, that was absolutely fabulous. I mean, it was a tricky race for all concerned, but that was brilliant, and the fans thought it was sensational. And, no watch there for Lawrence Vanthoor, but the big prize was going for it and being so graceful as he was shattered in defeat. But Mathieu Jaminet also enjoying the action very much indeed. So just 3 seconds between our race leader, the Schubert Motorsport BMW. That definitely is a deficit, and it lost last time around 9 and a bit seconds to Laurens Vanthoor and Christopher Mies, and that wasn't just on lap pace. I think that was also slow zones being withdrawn as well. But anyhow, Nicholas Cruton, way less experience than those chasing him. In fact, how many drivers in the world have more GT3 experience than Laurens Vanthoor and Christopher Mies? But for young Nicholas Cruton, it's a learning curve, a very steep one as well. And he's not 20 till later this year, so you can imagine he did a bit of Formula 4 to start off, but came across to, in 2021, he moved across to racing P3 prototypes, but this year he's deciding to try GT3 cars in the SP9 class, and be interested to see how he gets on, but he's really going to have a struggle to keep these two behind him. Just 3 seconds down on the start-finish line. And Vanthoor and Mies, with Raffaele Marcello in 4th place, another 16 seconds further back. They're going to be coming like a train towards him.
Well, we say that, we've got a code 120 reducing to a 60, just up to Klostertal into the Caracciola Carousel, Bruce. I'm not quite sure what for, and that's it's just been cleared as I spoke. So the intervention vehicles on the other side of Carousel, moving a couple of things, so no need for that there. So I wasn't really sure that's for, but it's gone back to full course green, so whatever that was, it's now been cleared.
Just looking to see if anybody's running out of sequence. And there's only this 1 lap differential. There was a 2 lap differential, but that was only to the number 3, and was it the number 50?
Sorry, it was to clear the number 2 Mercedes out of the way.
Okay.
Or the intervention field, getting out behind the barriers. That's why it was.
Okay, just going back to what I was about to say, there were 2 cars that came in effectively 2 laps earlier than the norm. One was the number 3 Mercedes, Porsche. That's now been eliminated after that little rotation over towards Kesselchen. And the 55 Mercedes, I think, was the other one, and that's tumbled down the order. Patrick Assenheimer at the wheel at the moment. But it's generally a 1 lap difference between the cars at the front of the field and the other ones coming through. And certainly those that did the longer stints earlier on are going to be laughing towards the end of this race. We are getting towards the end of the race. Just an hour and a half remains, the opening round, the opening 4-hour round of 2022. Great to have you watching and listening with us on the live world feed and on the Radio Show Limited network. And we're looking forward to covering the rest of this series. It's a series that seems to stretch its legs ever more with each season. And this year there are a few new twists. There's the Porsche Endurance Trophy for cars competing in the Cup 2 class, which is the 992 GT3 cars, and the Caymans, the various Caymans in towards the tail of the field in the Cup 3 class. But there's also the Paget Trophy for gentlemen drivers. So while they must admire the pace of the pros who are racing against them, these are drivers who come here for the pleasure of it, not to build a career, but and also drivers a little bit older, some of who through their industry have managed to earn enough money to come racing, and they have a trophy spread across the whole season, which I think is a very, very good thing to have. And just seen the number 2 car at the side of the circuit, properly off, out of the way now. So as you said, Peter, just cleared up at Klostertal. That's the foot of the hill before they climb up to the carousel. And going through the carousel at the moment, it's suddenly very close indeed. Nicholas Vanthoor is right on the tail of Nicholas Cruton has got company. It was 3 seconds at the start of the lap. It's down to probably 3/10 of a second over Laurens Vanthoor. Similar margin back to Christopher Mies. So it's BMW from Schubert, it's the Manthey Racing Porsche, and it's the Monteplas by Land Audi. We talked about the variety of manufacturers at the start of the race, and it's still true right now.
So suddenly joined the party there, hasn't it? We've seen this before. 1-2 car battle becomes 3, becomes 4. At one point I think we had a 5 car battle.
We did.
At one point, and this seems to be the way it is. And it's this train of traffic that sort of they deal with it and almost just flow through it and follow one another. And then it's got to keep you busy, to say the least.
Oh God, totally. But I'm just looking to see an aerial shot is showing how just at every corner the Laurens Vanthoor driven 911 entry from Manthey Racing is getting a little bit closer to Nicholas Cruton. But Cruton, if he can keep this behind, forget for now that he's going to have to serve that car's final pit stop a lap earlier than those chasing, and therefore will lose a handful of seconds. But this is a masterclass for him to be attending. In many ways, it'd be best if he was at the back of this train, and then he could learn from Christopher Mies, who'd be immediately in front of him, and Laurens Vanthoor. Vanthoor getting a far faster line through the sweepers to about 3/4 of the way through the lap. So a little traffic up ahead. Oh, one going incredibly slowly on the verge, and a BMW being passed easily
intervention
too.
car, that's right, yeah.
So it's an intervention car, and it won't be the first of those they've seen. We've already had the sight of one flatbed effectively slipstreaming another up towards Tiergarten as they brought, in fact, the car that had been leading the race, number 3, Falco Motorsport Porsche, and it was a 977, wasn't it, from another Porsche class that had gone off with him at Kesselchen.
Christopher Mies looking very, very poised in the number 29 Audi there. He's going to get a good tow onto the Grello, sitting onto the Dottinghoe now. We've got that resurfaced Galbenbach bit. We mentioned about the surface there, and the Audi has certainly got the run, but the Grello has now got the run on the BMW as well. So he's going to take the Audi with him. Mies is going to follow through. He tucks in behind Grello. He's going to try and move to the right-hand side. Grello blocks that, puts the Audi almost on the grass. He's doing almost a Kevin Estre there, so a bit back at what Grello does normally.
On the other side.
Squeezes that Audi down through that kink on the left-hand side. Grello stays and holds onto it. He backs out of it then there. Vantor had to back out of that and come onto the brakes there. Not quite like the last couple of laps of Daytona. Perhaps he learned from that. And acquiesced and let the Audi come through. I suspect this isn't done yet though, Bruce.
I know, really so. And whereas before we've seen Kevin Estre going on the grass on the driver's right, this was 2 wheels on the dust, kissing the grass, certainly a shower of dust and dirt from the Audi on the left-hand side of the track. It's unusual, but Vantor at that point ceded the position, but he's fighting back as they go into turn 1. Nicholas Christian, I said he'd learn by being at the back of this group. He's going to fall away from it, but if he can stay close, watch them, he'll pick up some very, very clever tips indeed. But you know what? Chris Mies hasn't been a professional driver for Audi for a good decade without that sort of ability, and the slipstream he gained. Just to reiterate, there's resurfaced circuit at various points along the straight, but importantly, the final corner onto that straight back towards the pits is Galgenkopf, Swallow's Head. That is resurfaced, and we think the cars are getting better traction, therefore better exit speed, and that manifests itself the whole way down that dash towards the end of the lap. Oh, a bit of a moment for Laurens Vantor on the Grand Prix loop, having to go around a back mark. Did I sense a little bit of bodywork or something flew off as he went past? It
looked like something, didn't it? Might have been a bit of rubber, isn't it? But Flick, certainly that bit of pickup certainly got fired up into the air there, but absolutely great run there. The Audi just superb driving Vantor, having to hold the Porsche down the centre of the track there, keeping the line and putting the Audi. I wouldn't say put the Audi on the grass. He chose to go there, so it's only fair. But through that kink on the left-hand side, and I did think Grello, the 911, had got it, but he backed out of Vantor up to the bottom to Tiergarten. New bit of resurface there as well, so could have used that a little bit to his more advantage, but didn't on that occasion. So a change for position there for second place.
Well, for the lead of the race, because they've just got past Nicholas.
Yes, of course.
Nicholas Cruden. Yes. But the point is that 9 times out of 10, if not more, a driver making a move at that kink before they get to Tiergarten will make the move on the outside, on the right-hand side of the track. Very unusual to see a driver go out the inside, and I think actually that is what outwitted Laurens Vantor. Vantor is not giving up though. He's right on the tail of Christopher Mies now, and he's going to try and regain again past the Cup 2 Porsche, making it look very easy. The shadow from the helicopter is adding to the mix as well as one looks down, as well as the shadow of the tree. Of course, we're not late in the afternoon. It's only 2:35 local time, but we'll take the sunshine. It's looking very, very dramatic indeed. But that was a great move by Christopher Mies. And Nicholas Cruden, bless him, is hanging on to them. So I said he's got to stay close as he can. He can learn from them. How long until they hit another hit? No, reach, catch up with, overtake another back mark, because that is where the pros really show their craft. This is where Nicholas Cruden will necessarily, well, hopefully be just that little bit more cautious. But Mies and Vantor have been there, seen it, done it, and they know that a tenth of a second not thrown away is definitely something you should be aiming for.
I think that's exactly the point, isn't it? It's not what you can gain, it's what you mustn't throw away.
So what we have is just under a second covering the first 3. I'll just reiterate, here we are with an hour and 23 minutes remaining in this 4-hour opener for the 2022 season. 1 second, you get change out of that, and you've got the top 3 cars within it. So it's Christopher Mies, new leader, Laurens Vantor, second place. The lead change was just at the end of the previous lap. They're now halfway around lap number 19, and just half a second down from Vantor is Nicholas Cruden hanging on in the Schubert Motorsport BMW. Second place, it's Laurens Vantor in the Banter Racing Porsche, but leading the race, Monteplas by Land Motorsport, the Audi with Christopher Mies at the wheel. And keep an eye too on Raffaele Marciello. Last time around, the top 3 cars did a lap of around 8 minutes. He did 7 minutes 58, so he's another 12 seconds further back, but Marcello could still have a role to play in this race, because we've got, as we said, 3 manufacturers in the top 3, and the 4th manufacturer in the race is in 4th place. It's the Mercedes from the Hout Racing Team, sponsored by Bilstein, and it is Raffaele Marcello at the wheel. So I call it Bilstein. It should be Bilstein, shouldn't it? E before I. Again, looking at the cars as they dip down far side of the circuit over the bridge at ADAC. It's just such an epic circuit, and every time I get to watch a race here, I just thank my lucky stars. This is still a circuit. You couldn't open a circuit like this now, Snowy, but it exists, and it's made as safe as it possibly can be. But there is just constant menace from it. It is a challenge at every turn.
Long may it never close. Quite an extraordinary play. Just watching the ebb and flow from the Rover Helicam shot, as we discussed a little bit before, Bruce, and it's extraordinary. You get a natural ebb and flow, of course, on a straight and the brake and the cars. You know, that eternal piece of elastic where they pull out, but it's quite extraordinary how the Audi just pulls out in places I wouldn't expect it to. Then all of a sudden, Grello, it's just there. I don't mean naturally under a braking zone. It just suddenly, I don't know. There, you were talking about. I was watching it whilst you were talking, and it just suddenly just caught up extraordinarily.
Well, when we've been treated to the super slow mode shot, which is a fabulous addition for this year, I just thought the Porsches just looked so well planted. I was commenting at the opening stage of the race with Patrick Pilet leading the race, pulling clear. That car looked so well balanced over the slow tight. You've got a car stationary in the circuit. I don't think we've got a slow zone there yet. I have to work out where that is, but that was, hold on, let's think about this. Been through ADAC. We're looking after the carousel, are we? Yeah, so it looks like it's...
car 276.
Okay.
Shall look up for us?
I'll look up that one for you while I'm waiting. But facing backwards in the circuit, and it's...
on the Clios. It's the MSG Eberswalder Renault Clio from the SP3 class.
And it ain't going fast at the moment. Right now, a slipstream is something you definitely try and attain, even around the Nordschleife. Yes, it's fabulous out of Galgenkopf and up the straights towards the end of the lap, but Laurens Vanthoor trying not to let Christopher Mies get away. Mies having to be cautious around a Porsche Cayman. Cayman has to move across the track right in front of the other Porsche, the Manthey Porsche. And that loses a little bit of ground, but it is ebb and flow, getting towards the end of the lap now, and then it's a question of positioning through Galgenkopf. Vanthoor is about a good half second behind. That's not going to be close enough to get a toe unless he can find a back marker to slow the race leader. Christopher Mies nipping one way, nipping another. Their line's absolutely perfect when there's no traffic up ahead, but of course when you get a back marker you have to compromise your line. And Christopher Mies has so much experience of doing this. Laurens Vanthoor ain't short of it too, but if anything, this last quarter of the circuit, Vanthoor's lost. He's now a second back, I'd reckon. You reckon a second? Pretty much close to.
Yeah, thereabouts. Probably a bit less.
A bit less now. Come right behind Renault Clio and lost. Well, it's down to 2 car lengths. There we are. Suddenly it was 10 car lengths. It's down to 2. Through the mini carousel they go.
And this is what I was saying about the Audi seems to pull out, 3, 4, 5, even more car lengths sometimes. And all of a sudden, the Grello, it's there.
Well, he's there when he really needs to be, coming through Galgenkopf.
Look at this, look at the run he's getting now to Galgenkopf on that renewed surface. Now he's coming down to the left-hand side. Sorry, Bruce. They're going to get lined up for the kink there. He's got he doesn't need the toe. He's got the correct side through the kink. I would say he's almost done that a little bit too early, because I think he's going to get alongside, but I don't think the Audi's going to concede to that.
Well, he got his nose in front, half a car length clear. Now they're going up with the Audi's nose in front by half a car length. The Audi is on the right-hand side of the circuit, but that's the wrong place to be at this moment, because suddenly the Porsche comes back and gets his nose. Ooh, quarter of a car length is good, but Chris Mies isn't backing off. He doesn't back off. He's on the outside at the point where the track is about to go to the left. The Audi comes across the track and has to back off. Has Vanthoor, how he got the braking done to get into Tiergarten. He left it super, super late. That was a fantastic move. You know who's behind them? Nicholas Cruton has not been dropped, so well done to him. He's only about a second behind, but he must have been thinking, I could be picking up some pieces out of this one, but Mies and Vanthoor, too much experience for that. And, 1.2 seconds covers our top 3 runners. With Nicholas Cruton hanging on behind, and in fact it looks down to half of that when they get to turn 1. I'm interested to see how much further back Raffaele Marcello. He's taken nearly 2 seconds off those, so he's only another 10 seconds further back. So the Bilstein car, 8 finish, yes, either side's of back markers, and Christopher Mies move the race, goes up inside 2 of them, whereas the Vanthoor Porsche was on the outside, out of turn 2, and by the time they got to the 3rd corner and turned to the right, it's the Audi back in front. Fabulous.
Yeah, Vanthoor just chose the wrong side to go there, didn't he? Didn't have to lose out. He had to go completely off circuit onto the runoff area, and you say Christopher Mies spotted that opportunity, said I'll go the other way and nip down the inside, and regained not just the position, but the position that is P1, the race lead, having only just lost it 3 corners before at the end of the pit straight.
I love these 3-lap races. They're so intense, and but this is great.
Why don't we just keep this going for another hour and 17 minutes? Go on. Spoilers.
Oh, well, that couldn't possibly happen. Oh, well, let's go for it and see what happens. But no, I mean, it's just fantastic, and you can sort of just lose yourself in this. And actually, if they were fighting over 4th or 5th position, you'd still be watching it. But the fact it's for the lead, I think, is fantastic. Now, I commented how young Nicholas Cruton was able to keep up with them. He's fallen away. He got the wrong side of the traffic as well at the start of this lap. But he will have learned watching those 2 master drivers doing what they were doing down the Dottinger.
Bruce. I think it's only temporary for Cruton there. He's just a
definitely.
bit of traffic. He'll be back, and as he come back through Hats and back, because I'm sure now that Vanthoor will want to, or not, of course he'll want to, but I'm sure he will catch up with Christopher Mies down through this section onto the Nordschleife. This is where it all works, get towards the tail end of this lap. He'll now spend most of this lap catching up. He's already closed the gap down through Hats and back now, little back marker there, holding up the Vanthoor Audi just a tiny bit, and we're talking probably not even a tenth there, but just a little bit of a hesitation. It just gives that, and every bit helps. It just, Vanthoor's there going to be sitting there thinking, I can have this a little bit more, and it's suddenly you've gained a metre. When you're talking 2 or 3 car lengths, a metre is, it's quite a bit for him. So he's there closer and closer all the time, catching up with the Audi. Christopher Mies, 29 at the front, and 911 now in 2nd place. Vanthoor not done with this yet. Beautiful, bright, sunny day it's been for all of this race so far, and as I think it's going to stay that way. I know Bruce would like it to change just because he'd just like to add another element, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Most certainly. When it's as good as this, and you know,
why change it?
Why change it? I mean, the circuit has almost never looked better. Various elements have been slightly resurfaced, which I think is only adding to the mix from the driver's point of view. And certainly the fact if you can get Galgenkorp really right, to go onto that long run through Dottinger and just have another kilometre in the bag, then all is very, very good indeed. It certainly added another factor, and the slipstreaming battles in the past, you had to work them really hard. This time, if you can get a better exit, I think it's a whole lot easier. And the fact we saw Christopher Mies taking the lead up the inside a short while ago for the left-hand king, very, very unusual, and it's added another twist, I think, to what is a very heady mixture.
Jetzt Falkenreifen kaufen und Tankgutschein sichern. Weitere Informationen auf tankgutschein.falkenreifen.de. Falkenreifen.
World's first Asphalt Watch. Die ersten Zifferblätter aus echtem Rennstreckenasphalt. Auf dem Asphalt wurden Legenden geboren und magische Momente erlebt. Coblor.
Direkt neben einer der legendärsten Rennstrecken der Welt baut die Hubert Haupt Immobilienholding einen neuen Premium-Gewerbestandort für anspruchsvolle Motorsport- und Automotive-Unternehmen. Sichern Sie sich jetzt Ihren Platz auf der Pole Position.
Liebe Fans,
besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle
von Facebook,
Instagram, YouTube, Twitter und TikTok.
Willkommen zu NLS.
How fast does your Porsche Cayman go? Not very fast if you're pushing it in yourself into the pit lane. Can't tell you. It's a blue and white Cayman, sponsored by Schmeisel. But dear me.
Yes, it's
he's got to slow down. He's getting to the white line at the entry to the pit lane. And he's pushing on his
got to
own.
hit the pit limiter.
Yeah,
he comes in
down to 60. Oh, I dream. Oh, how frustrating. So is this a car that's actually broken or a car that doesn't have enough juice in the tank? Drive it. Hard to tell if he's given up or he's actually pushing it now. The yellow flag.
He's trying to push it. He's trying to push it onto the rear wing. Needs to shut the driver's door just in case anybody takes it off on the way by. But I think once it's over the line, they can now assist. So the crew are there ready. Need to get it into the pit lane, which is across that line.
Well, unfortunately, the steering wheel is turned slightly to the left, and it's now cutting across the pit entry. And one of the, I think it was KTM, trying to come in, suddenly found its options were quite limited. Had to slow down. There wasn't a car's
and decreasing quickly as well.
But luckily protected by a course vehicle, and now with one driver and 5 marshals, in fact 6 marshals pushing the car. It's getting.
It's the pit crew.
Oh, it's the pit crew.
The pit crew have come to it, stood at the side of the track, but they can't do the outside assistance until it's over the pit limit line.
Yes, I was thinking. Now it's swerving across the pit lane. Another car, BMW, coming into the pits. Hold on, was that one of our front runners? It's an SP9 class car. I'm trying to think which one that might be, but that has been slowed on its way into the pits. So wait to see. Is that going to be? Was that Nicholas Cruton coming in? Let's just wait and see. No, he's listed as starting another lap at full speed. Yeah, Cruton's in the background. Right. So that lap was good for Christopher Mies. Not only did he take the lead early in the lap, but by the end of the lap, he was 1.1 seconds to good over Lawrence Vanthoor. Nicholas Cruton had fallen nearly 3 seconds behind the Belgian in 3rd place. Raffaele Marciello actually lost ground on that lap in 4th. But they're all continuing on their way. Frank Stippler in 5th in the number 5 Audi from Team Phoenix. Kim Lewis Schramm, number 16. That's the other Phoenix Audi in 6th place overall. Josh Burden in 7th for the KCMG Porsche team. Car number 24, Dennis Fetzer at the wheel. This is the car that's been going well since he's taken it over, showing with Patrick Colburn, Matthias Drudy, who was a surprise entry. So we're getting towards the bottom of the top 10. Then comes Neil Verhagen, the BMW Junior team, and then car that started on pole, going well now. It's had its problems with Axel Jeffries' Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini. And whatever the problems were early on, Peter, they slowed the car. The bodywork was flapping a bit, but we know that car's got pace. It took pole position. Yeah, it's indeed a very Conrad race, isn't it?
And it's still got the fastest lap of the race, the 7:54.1 set in the first stint. I think the Cayman that we saw having the dramas being pushed into the pit lane, I think that's the number. I've forgotten the number. Got it right for it. 718 Cayman GT4 number 959. an entirely appropriate Porsche number. So what threw me for a minute, 959, so it's 959, it's a Cayman.
Yes.
I went back to Dakar Rally and Jackie Eakes there thinking, there's a 959 in the race.
Well, with so many cars, it's quite hard to spot all of them, I guess. But right, just over an hour to go.
As they say, bear with.
Bear with. Yeah, conditions still absolutely perfect. A real tonic for everybody competing, and the fans out around the circuit. They all have their favourite spots. A lot like to be on the start-finish line, the grandstand at the start, or work their way down towards turn 1 for the opening lap, because they get 3 opening laps in so many ways, because you have the 3 batches of cars that are set off at different intervals, with the fastest class cars leading away, then gaps of 2 to 3 minutes between batch 1 and batch 2 and batch 3, but that spreads it out. But they're all good, clean starts this year, and no start was better than that made by Patrick Pilet, who started outside the top 2 rows and yet slotted into the lead by the time they got to turn 3. He showed his intent early on, and unfortunately for him, that car, having got clear, handed over to Marco Seefried, who then had an incident out around Kesselchen and was facing backwards and was out of the race. Already the sister car was out. That reported back to the garage very early on. So rotten start to 2022 for Falcon Motorsport, but we know they've got the pace. They're very much in the hunt whenever they're here. So they will be back. They will be stronger. And one of the highlights for me of this opening round of 2022 has been the super slow-mo camera that they've brought out, because it just, if you've got a car that's not handling well, it absolutely shows up. But those who can place their cars and they look really balanced, they're not bouncing up and down too much. The Porsches have been the pick of the pile here. In fact, we've got a Porsche in second place that started down in, I think it was 13th place on the grid, and yet it's the 911 from Manti Racing is running second. Shows the Porsche's good, the crew's good. They've worked their pit stops well.
Well, I think you did say when you were at the start of the race, when we were quite literally on the formation lap, and I think you're absolutely right, it was 13th, and you said, I think your phrase was, don't expect to see it there at the end.
No, I also said look out for number 12, that's worked its way forward, and number 18, the KCMG Porsche. That was also outside the top 10. I think that started 12th, whereas the Bilstein number 12 Mercedes started 15th. Yeah, there they are in 911 in second place, number 12 Mercedes in 4th place, and the number 18 KCMG in 7th, the Porsche.
You're so gifted, you're not just a commentator, you're a fortune teller as well.
No, I just highlight the ones I have actually got right at this point in the race. we won't go back over the others.
It's that simple, is it?
It is. It's a remarkable formula. I found it on page 23 of the How Not to Commentate book, which I wrote.
Of course. Well, being an editor, you would do, wouldn't you? Yes, strike that through, yes. You can't print that.
Who wrote this? Oh, I did. Right. Christopher Mies, though, is he going to crack under pressure? I think he just opened enough of a gap so that Laurens Vanthoor doesn't really have a sniff at the moment. Laurens is going to stick in there. But we've seen here, all it takes is an incident up ahead or just a gaggle of back markers. And such is the performance differential between the SP9 class cars, which they're driving at the front of the field, and people driving the Renault Clio Cup classes cars at the tail of the field, is that they can come up on them very quickly indeed, and it's how everybody reacts. But Christian Mies, he's been there, seen it, done it. A decade at the top of GT racing. And you can see why he's employed. Very, very good in traffic. Laurens Vanthoor as well, absolutely superb. But there we are with just over an hour remaining this race, separated by 1.1 seconds at the start of the lap.
And appreciate it's across the entire race, and we're nearly at 2 or 3 hours in, aren't we, effectively? But you look at those the best lap times, not necessarily the last lap times, that's different. Across this race, how even the cars are when they've got the right fuel load, the right tyres on. Christopher Mies, 7:54.9. Then we've got 7:54, 56, 55, 55, 56, 55, 56, 55, 57, 54. That's the top 10. Shall I continue? There's a pattern there, isn't there? That they're all, at some point during the race, I appreciate that's over 3 hours, not all on the same lap, but they're all there or thereabouts. And we say that, to be fair. Honestly, Bruce, the leading cars at the moment, those same cars, 8:04, 5, 7, 9, 8. Yeah, and there's one at 8 minutes, grant you, as you say quite rightly. That's the somebody called Frank Stippler.
Must be a pretender.
It must be.
Yeah, I thought he retired long ago, but still here, still shining. For a second there, I thought you were going through a Fibonacci theory or some form. But
do you know, if I knew what it was, I'd explain it.
No, it's best to not know what it is and try and explain it. I always found that very exciting. But really, here we are.
Well for both of us.
Yes, neither of us knew the difference or the error of our ways. But
Innocent is bliss. Ignorant is bliss, sorry.
I'm going to throw a number at you. 112. It's been the class of the Cup 2 class.
Yep.
From the outset of the race, Moritz Krantz did a fabulous early job in this race, and at the moment it's 112's got Christopher Brook at the wheel. I think Carsten Kramer did a middle stint, I can't remember. But that's comfortably in the lead of class. Second in class, oh gosh, large distance behind. We're talking 2.5 minutes behind now is the second car in the Cup 2 class. It's 1, 2, 3. Haven't really talked about that one too much, or at all. Mullner Motorsport. Nick Selesky at the wheel at the moment, sharing that with Marcel Hopper. Marcel's loads of experience on the Nordschleifers. They're looking for a podium in the Cup 2 class, but also, as we pointed out earlier, positions, points for the Porsche Endurance Trophy, which they're competing for this year. I love all these little subcategories, which in many ways we don't have to talk about too much in the opening rounds of the series, but once people have had that hardest thing, a run of good results, which is so difficult to achieve here, you get towards the end of this 8-race NLS series, and then we can really start to see who's going to be in with a shout. And it's Cup 2 class and Cup 3 competing for that. Third
place car into the pits. That's Kruten. The 112 Krantz Porsche we were talking about was started by Krantz and did 8 laps. Then another 9 laps into by Krantz. It's now got Brook at the wheel.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the gun driver in that car. The fastest driver was always going to be Moritz Krantz, and well, he's laid down a marker and probably just raised the standard overall in Cup 2 because he's just shown how to do it. The team's got it absolutely right. And the team will be very, very pleased with him. That's Kay Kramer, the boss himself, Carsten Kramer, on board this weekend. Every now and again, you get a long shot on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and you get some cars in the distance coming out of Gaugenkopf onto that long drag back towards the pits, and you get empty track, and then suddenly you look up again a few seconds later, gaggles of cars. It's funny how you get these little down periods, but of course if you've been passing the back markers in your SP9 class car, you'd go, I've finally got a bit of breathing space, you know, let's press on without interference, let's actually be on the racing line for a bit, because of course you have to go off the racing line an awful lot of the time to get past some of the back markers.
Yeah, Frank Stippler brings the number 5 Audi in after a 7-lap stint. Cole did 8 laps just before that. His best being 7:57 on that run. The car's best is 7:56. So they're about 56.4. Yes. So Kruten and Stippler into the pits from 3rd and 5th at the moment. Mies and Vantor still at the front. 1.8 seconds, you said, Bruce. After we're literally just turning into the final hour with 10 seconds to go before we get into the final hour, and we've still got the front two 1.8 seconds apart after 3 hours of racing around the Nordschleife for the opening round of the year. It bodes well, doesn't it?
Oh, it absolutely does. And in fact, I think if one of the early shots we saw this morning was the number 12 Mercedes sitting in a gravel trap, going nowhere during qualifying, if that had started further forward, that would be in the mix as well. As it is, it's going to be slotting into its 4th. It's about to slot into 3rd position, but you know, the standard at the top of the field is just getting ever better. More teams coming in, but it's the pro drivers. Don't forget, there is this new trophy for the gentleman drivers. They've got a shot as well, because SP9 has the SP9 Pro class. It's got SP9 Pro-Am and SP9 Am runners as well. Now, one thing, I don't know if you could scroll down your screen, haven't seen... Oh, no, I have. It's gone further up the order. That's why I couldn't find Nico Verdonk, who's taking over for his second stint.
The wrong way on the screen.
In the 17, yeah, because not long ago they were running in 26th position, but that Pro Sport Aston Martin, I saw it got up to 21st, but I managed to scroll past it. It's now 16th. Got a lot of time to make up to catch that class through in the Cup 2 class, but Nico Verdonk, lapping at fairly decent pace in that. But I think we'll see more and more of that dark green and yellow Aston Martin as the season progresses. But just good to have another car in the mix. No Ferraris this year in the SP9 class, however. So far.
Well, round 1, of course, but
yes,
they will.
Yeah, we like to have as much variety as possible. But the Lamborghini into the top 10 now. So Axel Jeffries, the car that started on pole, clearly had a problem in that first stint, but actually since then been going at a fairly decent pace. But he's got to find, he's over half, nearly 40 seconds down on the BMW Junior Team car. So in fact, the cars that started 1st and 2nd are 10th and 9th respectively. There you go. But again, that's also short, quick-fire qualifying. You don't get lots of flying laps.
It's not representative of the 4-hour race, is it? But it's I don't want to sound harsh for this, but for Axel Jeffries' moment at the wheel of the number 7 Lamborghini, a good result for that would be a solid top 10 finish. I know that probably sounds a bit harsh. My explanation being, we've said at the beginning, it's got the pace. Yes, it was on pole, but that's not actually representative. What it needs to do is keep finishing regularly, and it needs to get its reliability, that car, because we know it's got the pace. There's the driver's ability is incontestable. The car's quick. Franz Conrad's running it because it's not his first rodeo, is it? Let's face it. It just needs to get that reliability and maintain the pace. Quick overlap is great, but unfortunately, as you said earlier, I nearly said it when you said it's on pole position, how great it is, but there aren't any points for pole position.
No, entirely so.
I know it sounds harsh, but I don't mean it to be. But
you're not a harsh man. I'll take that. But the fact of the matter is that a handful of years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, you could have afforded a little slip up like they had, whatever happened in that opening stint, and you could still finish in the top 6.
Exactly the
now,
point. Yes, you can't.
You're only going to be getting the points for the top 10. And for those of you who've stumbled across us, welcome for 2022. But the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series split into many, many classes. I mean, we could count through them, but let's call it 20 among friends. So cars of hugely different performance characteristics, and often, when you look at the championship at the end of the year, who won the championship? It would be a driver who normally finishes in 50th position.
Yeah.
How so? Because they're running in a well-supported class. I'll come back to that in a second. Further down the field, the number of points you score depend on how many people start in your class. So if you're only 6 cars in your class, you're not going to score lots of points. But if you're running in one of the classes that Brink and Lyson and Brink and Rink and Lyson, as we've got a slow Cayman moving in, have been running in over the years, they're very, very well supported. And by being the gold standard in their class, they've managed to keep on winning the title. Very, very seldom, in fact, I can't think ever, you've had a car from the top class. I'm just looking back at the champions, overall champions in the NLS in recent years. There's a bit of a theme running through. The last 4 years have been all won by Adrenaline Motorsport with them BMWs, but it's been BMW's 325i last year with Danny Brink and Philip Lyson. The previous year, same car, same 2 drivers, joined by Christopher Rink. 2019, Yannick Fubrick and David Griesner. They were in an M240i Racing Cup car, but back to Brink, Rink and Lyson. They won it again back in 2018. In fact, the last driver who won the championship not in a BMW was the Grunecks, Dirk and Grunek. They won it in a Renault Clio back in 2015. So they obviously were a well-supported class, and they kept on winning their class.
7 years ago, so 7 years of BMW domination.
Yeah, it was six in a row.
Yeah.
And the year before the Renault Clio, it was won by, BMW.
Yes.
But, these are cars you'll have to sort of hunt up and down the timing screens for. But you know what? It is ever harder to win the top class in this, but the competition is so great. But there are battles within battles. And this year we've got the Gentleman Trophy on top. We've got the Porsche Endurance Trophy. Will effectively be 2 of those. It'll be the Cup 2 runners and the Cup 3 runners. And one of them who won't be picking up lots of points will be the driver of the Porsche Cayman, who's limping in, has got just a kink on the home straight. But
that's the 4 Motors Bio concept car, actually, the number 633 Cayman GT4. That's limping in. It does appear to have its, as you say, its hazards on. We've got
our race leader
race leaders into the pits, and everybody's slowing up there at that 60k line. And of course, they've got you want to slow up at the line, not too much before it, but the problem is if there's 3 of you in a line, the front car naturally has to do it and do that as per the regulation. Therefore, the car behind has to slow up that little bit sooner, and then it has that effect on the car behind that has to stop even so. And that was Grello at the back of that. The frame, and again, we were talking about patterns of behaviour and accepted practice and things you do. You're used to coming in. It's almost metronomic. You come in to the pit lane. You think about being on your own. Give them to the pit lane entry, 60k, button, slow the car down appropriately. You get into a routine of how to do that. Then all of a sudden there's a car in front of you, then there's 2 cars in front of you, and so you've got to slow down that a lot sooner, and that's when you can actually collect a car in front and just say it can just all go wrong. And it's apart from the absolute walk of shame and embarrassment is doing that. You don't want to be doing that.
No, not at all. Right, who's the new leader of the race? Kim Lewis Schramm, car number 16. It's the green, white and red Audi that's shown well in this race, and particularly with Ricardo Feller, who got it up in third position in the opening laps of the race, but they're out of pit sequence with those among them. That's why they've moved up to the lead of the race. Kuba Gimasiak, Kim Lewis-Schramm, Ricardo Feller, but it's Kim Lewis-Schramm at the wheel at the moment. And here we are, the clock has ticked past the hour, 52 and a bit minutes remaining. And he's going to have to absolutely press on. But he hasn't had that third pit stop, whereas 3 cars ahead of him, moments ago, Chris Mies, the 29 Audi, the 911 Porsche Laurent Vanthoor, and Raffaele Marcello, the number 12 Mercedes. They are in for their third pit stops. Dennis Fetzer, the number 24 Porsche, also in, and the 44 BMW. Neil Verhagen will be handing that presumably back to Max Hess, who started the race, but we'll wait to see. That was a car that was on the front row, but it's fallen back down the order. But this is the final shuffle, this lap and the next one, effectively, as everybody in the front running cars.
Big piece of debris on the Dottingerhöhe is coming up to the Tiergott, and there's a big chunk in the sort of right of centre line of the track, but it's effectively blind.
It's blind because it's over the crest, but I'm not seeing any flags being waved.
No,
I know it's
I'm
a
not
foreshortening effect. They might be on the right-hand side of our screen, on the driver's left-hand side as they come up the straight, but that would be enough to focus your attention. But there must be something, because normally you'd have drivers running over that part of the track. There must be some signalling we can't see, because they're going over to the left-hand side of the track, apart from the Toyota Supra, who sees it when he comes over the crest. Did I see a wave flag at the bottom of the hill? Possibly, but it's very hard to pick out. But that could be a handy thing indeed. Right, now, has the order changed as the Grello Porsche comes out onto the circuit? Just taking a look.
Well, race leader Kim Lewis-Schramm at the moment, obviously I know pit stops, Bruce, but Kim Lewis-Schramm has just completed his 7th lap, so he's on lap 8 now, so he's got to be coming in at the end of this one.
Yeah, no, he was out of sequence.
If he isn't, he's going home.
Going towards home. But splutter, splutter, splutter. So the 911 back out, Manthey Racing, with the driver who started it, Fred Machiavicki, and being chased by Jusuf Owega, the 20-year-old. But the order is reversed, because don't forget the 29 Audi came in 1.5 seconds or so in front. In fact, by the time they got to pit in, the Manthey Racing Porsche was hard on his heels. Right, and so wave yellow flags as the drivers go up towards the Vidal chicane. There must be a car deep in the gravel, because there's a course vehicle shielding it right in the middle of the chicane, one on the exit as well, and I can't tell if that BMW in our shot there has just rejoined the circuit. There's certainly lots of mud and crud effectively out on the racing circuit on the exit of the chicane, just where you really don't want it when you're trying to get some traction as you come out of the corner. But that looks like it closed the gap between Fred Machiavicki and Jusuf Owega, but then they're released as they go towards the Nordschleife.
Wherever it was, it's been cleared straight away, Bruce. Meanwhile, back on the Dottingerhöhe, that's a piece of debris that's fairly substantial in terms of how it looks on what we can see from here, our angle. It's a fairly big piece, and nobody's collected it yet. So everybody seems to come over the brow and see it just in time and jink around it. One of the Porsches doing just that now from, I think, a GT4 one. I'm stunned nobody's collected it yet, but as you say, I can't see flags being waved anywhere to indicate that is being highlighted to any of our drivers.
No, I'm just thinking it's a very, very long camera shot and maybe just out of image. Good little battle going on between the number 55 Mercedes from Landgraf. That's Patrick Assenheimer. Well, Assenheimer in a Mercedes at Nürburgring. It seems time immemorial you've been able to say that, and always doing very well indeed. So that car for Landgraf Motorsport picking its way forward and having a good little battle. But cars still diving into the pits. The Cup 2 Porsches now starting to come in to serve their final pit stops. But really the margin that interests me is Fred Machiavicki. How much is he leading Jusuf Owega by, and how much is Raffaele Marcello, who's staying on for the final stint, going to close in on the pair of them? Or is he? Because in that final run before we got to this latest round of pit stops, the final round of pit stops, Snowy, Marcello wasn't making an impression. He was, and then he wasn't. So maybe it was that classic case of going hard early on, or maybe quite simply in his stint the traffic just worked against him rather than for. We know here the slow zones can also have a real impact on the pace of anybody's lap. Busy in the pit lane. The Cup 2 cars coming in, but 112 leading the class, Christopher Brook, owes us a pit stop, but he's staying out for another lap. He's sitting on that very tidy margin. Second car in the class. He's in 15th place overall. Second car in class is the 1-2-3 Porsche that has got Soleski at the wheel at the moment. 1-2-3. That makes it Nick Soleski, sharing that with Marcel Hopper. I've been busy for Molnar Motorsport, but it's all about the red and black car. The Porsche leading the Porsche Cup class, Cup 2 category. Look very easy indeed. Round the back of one of the Toyota Supras. It's the job done. The cut through on the Grand Prix loop. And just looking for any... Are we seeing any yellow? No, it all appears to be green around the circuit at the moment. As Snowy and I looking for any incidents that may affect the closing stages, this opening 4-hour race. But good to see at the right-hand kink before you go up to where we saw those rescue vehicles in the gravel up at the Fidel chicane, the blue wave flag before the kink, so that's alerting to the driver that a faster car was coming through, but no yellow wave flags in the approach to the chicane was really my point. So the car's through the class leader in the Porsche Cup 2 class car. No problem at all for the 112. Christopher Brook enjoying his run. Now most of the drivers will have identified, or not identified, they'll identify there's a hazard. There is a red and yellow flag. I thought I saw it on the right hand side of the screen just above, warning of a slippery surface, but it looks more than slippery. It looks like solid something on the circuit, certainly to my eyes. I think everybody should have passed it once by now. It must have been out there for getting on for 10 minutes. Slightly worried about one of the backmarking BMWs there, that they might have had a slower lap and it might have been fresh to them, but so waiting for the next timing interval to just let us know how much Fred Machiavicchi has pulled clear of Yusuf Awega. The 911 Manthey Racing Porsche ahead of the 29 Audi that was driven so well by Chris Vermees. And now Yusuf Awega, short in experience, but gaining very fast indeed. Certainly one of the young guns, one worth watching for. Monteplas by Land Motorsport. Started long, long ago, and so much by Wolfgang Land, so much success in the German Porsche series back as long ago as the 1990s, but they run a very, very good racing team.
You say 1990s, I don't think that has been 30 years ago, but it is. Sorry, Bruce.
I'm here for
the look of disdain there from you. Like, thank you for that, Snowy.
But I'm just here full of the joys of spring, the joys of the NLS, and you're bringing it back down.
Keeping it real, keeping it real.
We do need these little reminders that time passes, but actually, you know, I think time, history, the Nürburgring, the fact it has changed so little is one of the greatest magic tricks in the world of motor racing. And we all have circuits we know that have kept a great historical feel, but this has managed to do it while being modern. And in fact, I think it's almost reinvented itself, Snowy, in so many ways. Its applicability or its desirability, I think, has just become greater and greater as it continues.
As you would say, absolutely so. It's exactly so. It's exactly what it's done. It was a Grand Prix circuit, and you imagine some of the scenes that would have been back here in the 20s, 30s, and cars that raced on here. I still wanted to see Group C cars around there, though. That's just to have a lap, actually, just because it's so long. A lap in a Group C car around there, I would be in absolute nirvana. That would for me.
For me, I would love to see those Mercedes and Auto Unions from the 1930s. I mean, if you think that's so long ago, they can't have been fast, they can't have been powerful. Read their stats.
Think again, exactly.
And then you think of the circuits they were racing on, and just...
And think of the tyres they were using.
They had tyres?
Exactly. Yes. There were no compounds, it was a tyre.
Yes.
What do you mean compound? It's inflated, isn't it? It's still on the wheel? It's on the rim?
I saw something the other day. The reason they're called tyres is they covered the entire rim. And I think that was someone who was arguing that it should be spelled T-I-R. Sorry, T-I-R-E rather than T-Y-R-E. Anyhow, it could be the sort of nonsense you pick up on the Twitter sphere or whatever. But anyhow, a little interesting moment for me. Right.
I've told you to stop channel hopping at 2 in the morning.
Just coming in. Right, so what is the lead going to be for Fred Machiavicchi? He crosses the start-finish line to put 23. Well, no, he's not in the lead because it's Nico Müller leading. The number 22 Audi is leading. Let's just work this one out. We've got Machiavicchi, yellow, green, mean machine. It's Manthey Racing. They won the opening round last year. He's come through.
Schramm into the pits, obviously.
Yeah, Schramm and Muller must. Hold on, Muller's 44 seconds ago. But the important factor, I wanted to see what the gap was. Machiavicchi over Yusuf Awega, 6.3 seconds. It was a spit between them a short while before. So that just shows how good a lap Machiavicchi has put in. Then behind Awega, it's actually stretched out a little bit back to Raffaele Marcello. Are they first, second, or third, or is that number 22? Audi really truly in the mix with Nico Muller.
Now, have I missed anything here? But the KCMG Porsche number 18 that's in second place on our timing screen, that had Dennis Olsen in it, and now it's had Josh Burden in it for an 8-lap stint. In fact, 2 8-lap stints. I was expecting Alexandra Imperatori to go into that car, but he hasn't. Have I missed that on the... He was on the entry list.
He was on the entry list. In fact, in some of the footage early in the race, he was down in the pits, or maybe that was recorded last weekend. He was talking to the camera where you get lots of
Dennis Olsen back in it now with 40 minutes to go.
Yeah, well, okay, so that must have been filmed last weekend. It was a bit of a promo, but it could have been done this morning. But 9:11 on its way. Just looking at the lap time. We have to see the lap times next time out. But really, I don't have to see the lap times to tell you who's going to win the battle between Machiavicchi in the 911 Manthey Racing Porsche and Yusuf Awega in the Monteplas by Land Motorsport Audi, because 6.3 seconds was gained, or 5 and a bit seconds was gained on that lap alone. So we're getting 40 minutes and a little bit more remain in this opening 4-hour race. And just remember, the later drivers come in to serve their pit stop before the end of the race. And, if the shorter their time at a standstill will be. So of course the teams want to have their stints as long as they can leading up to that final pit stop. But those who pitted early on, they really, really suffer because their options are removed.
Talking of being removed, the piece of debris that's been sitting on the Dottinger Hoe now has also been removed. Oh, it's been moved. It's been hit and moved further along, because there's green flags where those yellow and red flags were for slippery surface, which was probably the best way they could highlight something's there. It's actually a piece of debris. It wasn't slippery. As you said, it looked quite solid, but probably the best way they could do it. They're now waving green flags over that brow, but that piece of debris is now further along on the right-hand side. It's on the right-hand side on the white line, just at the bit of track that Kevin Estra favours. Normally.
Normally every lap.
Yes, normally every lap.
Right, let's move on. Thank you, Kerry, for putting up something. Let's go to the theory of the tyre again. Perhaps a variant of archaic tyre, shortening of attire, because the tyre was the clothing of the wheel. Anyhow, we'll move along. That's enough for now on the NLS and black round things that
bless.
Go on
she
the
does
wheels.
try, doesn't she?
She wrote that herself. It's very good.
Nobody did it for her. I think you need to edit it. So is that the Supra I see going very slowly on the Dottinger Hoe? It is, indeed.
The blue metallic Supra, great looking car, but they'd rather it was at full racing speed, but hazard lamps on and white wave flags as well. And it's sitting a little low on the left-hand side, I think.
There's certainly something wrong. It's not pulling up straight, is it? Is it the left rear? Yes, bodywork's catching it. So left rear is on its way out. Is it the whole? Is it just the tyre? I think it is just a tyre. So I was going to say late in the race. There's still 40 minutes to go.
Absolutely so, but doing all he can to keep out of the way. This is car number 170, which is the Supra, entered by Toyo Tyres with Ring Racing, and it's Michael Tischner, Andreas Gulden and Heike Tonkers, but their race rather hampered by whatever's got down, but only the final sequence of corners to go. But, the difference between a car coming through there at full pace and one limping home with 3 operational tyres, it is, luckily for him, there was a great big gap on the track behind him as he got up to the final sequence of corners. I think they'll have passed him before he's got through it all, but they're catching him just as the right turns to the left onto the start-finish straight. He's got one more corner to go. One of the Aston Martins, the orange and green one from Pro Sport Racing, comes past and goes into the pit lane as well.
But equally so for the driver of the car that's having to return to the pit slowly. You don't want to get collected up in any way, shape or form, let alone spoil anybody else's race, but you don't want your car damaged either. And it's that moment of, yes, okay, you've already lost out time-wise, competitive-wise, but you still want to get back to the pits and hopefully have it fixed, because especially in endurance racing, always get it back to the pits. Always let the boys decide. Stay in it until they say get out. And when they do that, the famous signal of stop, then okay, fine. But you always get back. We've seen earlier, you push it if necessary.
Yeah.
You get it back somehow. You carry it on your back if you need to.
Ja, wir sind hier
I exaggerate for clarity.
No. I was picturing that image. I like it as a concept. So just having to look to see, have the Cup 2 haven't served their final pit stops. Still looking for Christopher Brook to come in for the K. Kramer motorsport car that's been leading that class for a very long time, and black and red and very quick indeed. They might be going on for one further lap. Just looking to see as the car that's dominated. In fact, I think it's the only car in the SP9 Pro-Am class, car number 25, just comes out of the pits. 117. Porsche has some way down the Cup 2 class, but he's going for a further lap. So he's almost a lap down. But just waiting to see when the 112 K. Kramer Motorsport car comes through. And second place in class is the 107 Porsche, Team Matol Racing, and Dorian Boccolacci, really handy young racer at the wheel of that. So he's trying more and more things. He came across some single seaters a handful of years ago. Very, very impressive indeed in things like GT World Challenge and Lamborghinis in particular. But it's good to see. I find it quite funny when you find people racing cars you hadn't expected to see them in. And you talked earlier about the Ford Motors Bio concept car and their driver lineup. Ayhan Şengüven and Lauren Heinrich in one of those Porsche Cayman GT4s. They're both contemporary front-running Porsche Super Cup drivers, and then Côme Ledegaard, GT racing god in many ways, and Larry ten Voorde, double-time Porsche Super Cup champion, two-time Super Cup champion in the other. So certainly Ford Motors Bio concept have been opening their wallets and getting the good guys in, haven't they?
They certainly have, a great battle a little bit further down the field for what is 9th position, Neil Verhagen in the number 44 BMW Junior Team M6, with right behind him is in the Audi, the 24 Audi of Niederhauser, Patrick Niederhauser, isn't it? 24.
Yeah.
And again, being treated there to some of that close quarter racing where all over the back, having a look down the inside, getting the sort of half a car length inside and then backing out a bit, trying the other side, and all over the place in that one. Muller in the pit.
Yeah, Nico Muller listed as race leader, but he's coming in for a 4th pit stop. So
he's done 7 laps.
He's done 7 laps, clearly needed it, but that's interesting because of the other front runners, they've done 3 pit stops, and that should be enough to get them to the end of the race. So might want to analyse the stop form. That was a car shared with Christopher Haas, Nico Muller, 2-driver lineup in that one. But
and Haas did 7 laps, 8 laps, and now Muller's just done 7. Yeah.
Well, hold on, it's listed as a 4th pit stop. So there was a short one.
There's a short one, yes.
The second stint was how many laps? 1 lap?
1 lap, indeed.
Okay, because I suddenly panicked when they're at the front of the race. And I thought, how did that happen? Because they were down towards the back end of the top 10. They had pace, but clearly had a problem. And that is the answer to that question. So that should put Fred Makiaviki confirmed in the lead of the race from Yusuf Awega. And Yusuf has put in that car's fastest lap and has taken 4 seconds off the race leader, catching the Mansai Porsche. There I was saying he's a 20-year-old who's learning fast. He clearly is, and clearly that was very good for him.
10th off the new fastest lap of the race as well, a 2:54.205 for Awega there, and 2:54.1 was set by Di Martino in the Conrad Lamborghini at the beginning of the race in the first stint. I think it was first or second flying lap, wasn't it?
It was Axel Jeffries in that opening stint from pole position. Di Martino set the pole time.
You're right, my apologies.
And again, it's often quite difficult at the head of this race. We don't always get to see who's in the cars at the start because they're so busy down on the grid, and according to where the camera goes with Patrick Simon for pre-race interviews and stuff. But certainly that's an astonishing lap from Yusuf Awega. Maybe someone slapped him on the back and went, "Go for it, son," and he's certainly going for it. So there I am calling him a 20-year-old. That's a fib. He's a 19-year-old, but this is his 3rd year in GT-type class.
You're trying to age the poor chap prematurely.
I just maybe looked a little tired after that stint. But
he's only a teenager.
Yes, of course, he shouldn't be up this early in the day.
Exactly. That's why he's gone in last. He's only been having a lie-in. Right, good battle. The Porsche, the BMW Junior Team car has been up and down the order. It's Neil Verhagen's in 9th place, unfortunately. They fell down from 2nd on the grid to 9th in that opening stint. Now he's got plenty of company because he's got Patrick Niederhauser. Car number 24, it's red, it's white, and it's driven very, very quickly indeed. Car Collection Motorsport. And Patrick has been driving really, really well. He's got to have a look down the inside here. Surely Patrick Niederhaus is going to the outside. They're not normally going to go around all the way around the outside of turn one. He's going to try and do it. He's got the Audi alongside, got it checked up square. Surely he's going to run deep and not get away with that. He's pulled it wide. He's used all that runoff on turn one. I thought he was going to not pull that car up square and get it round. And I thought that Neil Verhagen had seen that coming, was very wisely staying on the inside, let that happen. And it's almost like, dang. He's got away with that.
Yeah, well, one of the things that always gets me is when you've got the long shot looking from turn one back up the start-finish straight, you can see the battle coming towards you, but sometimes when you just come to it quite late, you don't know if there are any slower cars going around turn one. But when they got there, I thought, is that going to be a factor? There weren't. Now they've caught a Subaru, they've gone past that, or certainly Patrick Niederhaus has gone past that very fast. So for the BMW Junior team, they had the pace in qualifying. In race trim, it just hasn't worked for them today, has it? They lost ground in the opening stint of the race, Max Hess at the wheel. To the extent in that first stint, remember it was coming through and we had an aerial shot and you thought there is a problem with that car.
Yeah.
Car after car in the SP9 class came past them.
We even speculated at one point where they're just being a little bit too cautious. And then you think about some of the footage we've seen. We've talked about quite a lot in the show of being right up behind the other cars, the Audis, the AMG, Mercedes, etc. They weren't being cautious about that.
Certainly
were not. It's
not.
had the pace, but it just hasn't quite translated yet.
Yeah, because even when they were able to catch up, when a 3-car train became a 4 or 5, and they regained the ground they lost, and they certainly used the slipstream as much as they could, it never really looked in the hunt. And once it's fallen back, and obviously Patrick Niederhaus has got more pace in that Audi, the number 24 Audi, entered by Car Collection Motorsport. But it's not been their day. But don't forget, this is a trio that won 2 of the rounds in 2021. So they've got the nous, they've got the pace, and of course this year, though, they're in a different car. And maybe it's still the BMW M4 being learned.
They won 3 of the rounds. Of course, it was the Valkenhorst car. So two wins to the junior team and the Valkenhorst car that won the other round. So 3 for the outgoing M6, wasn't it?
Absolutely so. It was 2 in a row for the BMW junior team, followed by the Valkenhorst car. But maybe history is repeating itself because the opening round of 2021, albeit in the middle of April rather than the end of March, was won by Michael Christensen. That name sounds familiar. Kevin Estra and Lars Kern. Michael Christensen, the only one in the Manthey Racing Grello car today from that lineup, but it's looking good for them there. But they're only 2 seconds clear, and the last lap was very good, as we point out. 4 seconds gained by the chasing Audi.
So unbelievably, Bruce, we're just approaching a few seconds off being 30 minutes to go.
No, it's getting tighter and tighter at the top, but just needs some shots now of to see how Fred Makoviecki is. He seemed to pull away very quickly at the start. As the cars came out of the pits, he got in front of Yusuf Awega during the pit stop. The Grello Manthey entered car at the front, got to the front, but then that opening lap was brilliant. But the next lap, the reply from Yusuf Awega was looking super, super strong. Just need to see if he can continue that form around the lap. Are there going to be any slow zones that will affect them? Well, who knows? With half an hour to go, we've had plenty of them so far, but they've all been quite short, which has been very useful indeed. And looking to see who else is making a move, but certainly Yusuf Awega is putting up a brilliant, brilliant charge as he tries to catch Fred Makoviecki at the front of the field.
Jetzt Falkenreifen kaufen und Tankgutschein sichern. Weitere Informationen auf tankgutschein.falkenreifen.de. Falkenreifen.
World's first Asphalt Watch. Die ersten Zifferblätter aus echtem Rennstreckenasphalt. Auf dem Asphalt wurden Legenden geboren und magische Momente erlebt. Coblor.
Liebe Fans,
besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle
von Facebook,
Instagram, YouTube, Twitter und TikTok.
Willkommen zu NLS.
Down the pit lane. A lot of the drivers have done their opening round of the series. And it looks as though for a second hold on, which car are we looking at there? Is that the Manta?
Oh, this is the Manta, isn't it?
Pit
Surely.
garage?
With a rather creased front right by the look of it.
So the car that's been around a very, very long time will be back, I'm sure, but right now in the garage. So
It is the Manta, yes indeed, 269. The Foxtail. It's got a front right damage and a slightly odd bit of damage we can see there, because the wing looks fairly intact. The lamps and bits are missing, but the bonnet's pretty. It's almost like it's hit the end of something, sort of like a rail or something. So a slightly odd bit of damage there. And we've got the son of the devil, 666, M240i into the gravel, spinning its wheels beautifully there, but that's not going to go anywhere. That must be on Grand Prix loop somewhere. Is that turn one?
I think it's turn one.
I think it is.
Gone in deep, and it's Schnitzelarm Racing.
Well, they're keeping the engine's running, because the rear wheels are sitting there merrily spinning in the gravel, digging itself lower and lower. It's then they need to save fuel now, because it's not going anywhere. It really isn't.
Yeah,
that's probably cost about 20 euros after watching it.
Definitely a round of drinks has just been exhumed. So stuck in the gravel, but is that going to lead to a slow zone down at the first turn? Quite possibly could, but anyhow, I'm waiting for confirmation of that yet.
Yeah.
Thrown the yellow flag. It's a very funny graphic. You can see deep at the back of the gravel trap. It's lovely. If you go onto the VLN.de website, you can pick up the moving map, and there's the big gravel trap at turn one, right at the back side of that, having gone the whole way through. 666 and a little blue number for that BMW that's fallen down there. So frustrating to get.
Schnitzelarm car. Yeah.
Schnitzelarm, yeah, number 666, shared by Carl Friedrich Kolb, Dr. Anton Hannenkamp, and Marco Busca. Great little cars, those M240i racing cars. They have their own cup class here. And, you look out around the circuit and there are all sorts of cars still in there. It's not just the SP9 class. Just seeing the little VW Sirocco going past, looking very tame but very contained. And in fact, one day I would really like to just stand trackside for one of these and see the entirety of the field, because, when you're in a commentary box, you see what you see what you're offered.
Yeah, it's slightly remote, aren't we? Yes. In that sense, like removed from the it's a very good point, actually. Stand there and just watch it all go by and just take it in and absorb the differences and speed differentials and sounds.
And also, Snowy, just the fact that there could be a really, really good battle between, a couple of 2 or 3 cars in a class, but you don't get to see it unless the cameras happen to fall upon it. And for the TV director, he's got so many battles to record and the story of the race. But if you're standing trackside, you can actually appreciate every little battle up and down the field, whether it's something that's a passing moment or something that goes on for lap after lap, stint after stint.
So, assuming you could do that in a hypothetical world, go and stand there. So that the next round qualifying, we'll go and do this in the morning. Which corner would you stand at?
It has to be a day in which you can imagine that you've got the entire race at your behest and control. I would stand. I'm torn between wanting to watch cars do overtaking and wanting to watch cars going past the exciting parts of the circuit. I would stand. I still love the view as they come down to Adenauer Bridge. I think that's fantastic. But in terms of seeing them in a place where they're really, really... I love it out at Wipperman and Esbash and that part of the circuit, because the cars, you see them coming past you into a compression up the hill, flipping around. You don't get a long line of sight there, though. That's the big problem. So you're sort of torn between being by interesting corners and getting to see them for quite a while.
I think I'd go for right-hand side of Kesselchen, looking back towards Bergwerk.
Yep.
Then you can see them come through there. They've got a whole lot of speed up, flowing through there and up to that slow right-hand before they go on to not chicane. Carousel.
Before they go to Klosttal.
That's the word I'm looking for.
No, it's funny because I was thinking of that, but I was thinking, can you actually get by the track there? I think the answer is no. It's just fields and trees either side at Kesselchen. And I was trying to think where people can stand on banks and
Bruce,
watch.
you're an editor. Don't get the truth get in the way of a good story. We've had this conversation before, man.
Alternatively, I was thinking there's probably a coffee or beer van and somewhere you can buy sausages and broth and senf out at places like Wipperman. So,
sausages and coffee and racing cars. What more can a man want? We really are showing our age now, aren't we?
Yeah. Let me pass.
How times change.
Let me pass you a humbug.
Exactly.
Which, for those of you who weren't brought up in the British Isles, it's an old-fashioned sweet. Right, looking at that gap between first and second at the start of the last lap, not the last lap of the race, but the last lap they completed. 2.1 seconds was Fred Makiewiczi's advantage over Yusuf Awega. So the 911 Porsche from Manthey Racing still leading, but the gap the lap before had been 6 seconds. I don't expect that Yusuf Awega will be able to find another 4 seconds this time around, but... to me, the big question is what's happening in the battle for third place. It's the number 16 Audi leading that, Ricardo Feller, just ahead of Dennis Olsen. When I say just ahead, last time around it was half a second. Then another half second back to Raffaele Marcello in the number 12 Mercedes in 5th place overall. And 5 seconds back from that, Alexander Sims, he was the third driver into the Schubert Motorsport BMW, the one that was sort of out of sync. It was one of the first of the front-running cars to pit. So for a while, on a couple of rotations, it was listed at the top of the timesheets. How close? Now we have final... proof. It's under a second between first and second as we get towards the end of the 26th lap. Yusuf Awega still in the hunt, very much in the hunt. They go past a tail-ending BMW, no problem at all. Into Tiergarten, it's 2 car lengths. It's 1 car length between them as they sweep through the final sequence of corners, but will there be enough of a tow? Good enough exit speed, very good exit speed by Yusuf Awega. He's going to take a look. He's right under the rear wing. They cross the finish line. What's the interval between them? First and second, Makiewicz, 0.259 of a second between them, but not enough of a tow. Down to turn 1, but you've got to have a look. You're not 20 years old yet. Can you get the braking done? Down goes the Audi up the inside. No, he couldn't get the braking done because the Porsche was second into the corner, but importantly, first out of the turn.
Frank Makiewicz made that happen. Saw that one coming, let it happen, didn't he? So you're not going to get that pulled up. And of course he didn't. But that's all part of the learning curve. He hasn't done anything particularly wrong. You say, you're not even 28, you've got to have a go. He's a racing driver, he's got to go. It's a gap, had a try for it, he didn't do anything silly, lock it up. So, okay, too deep. Thing is, has he learned from it? That's the point. Now, next time round, we'll see. But I was saying it's 2 laps to go, effectively. Probably getting a third one out of this, but
yeah, 3 to go.
There's still 20 minutes there, that's the point. Yeah.
And we've got a spinner, one of the KTMs. We saw one with the door up before, and this time it's fully up. Oh, very nearly collected by
the race leader,
Makiavicki, because he came round. It's the downhill right-hander before you get down to the right-hand kink that leads you up to the Vidal chicane. It's been called many things over the years, but they've been probably called many things by the drivers there, as they suddenly had that KTM going across the track.
I think it's just been renamed, hasn't it?
Yeah. It's now just
something unpronounced, something unbroadcastable.
Something with many umlauts and some exclamation marks. But that was a very, very near miss, because the KTM was sort of spinning slowly right across their path. And also, for Yusuf Awega, he couldn't really change his line much because he was committed to being right under the tail of the Porsche, and was probably partially unsighted as they went through that right-hander before the track drops down the hill and on the Grand Prix loop. Now, more back markers, but luckily they're driving on the racing line rather than spinning across it. And
now, Bruce, I'm just thinking, I wonder, we've had 26 laps completed. We're going to get 27 and 20. I wonder if we're going to get 29 laps out of this.
Yeah, we're going to get 29 laps. We've said the 3 more. So look at that half a minute back to the battle for third place, and that's covered by 0.6 of a second. Ricardo Feller, Dennis Olsen just 0.02 of a second behind on the start-finish line in that KCMG Porsche, and Raffaele Marciello 0.6 back, 0.599 of a second. They are super, super close. You sort of feel that battle will be sorted according to traffic as much as according to their driving. It's going to be super, super tight. But we know, barring some peculiar disaster, the 911 and 29 in first and second places are going to be fighting this one through to the end. The big question to both Peter and I is whether Yusuf Awega, who's driving brilliant at the moment, has taken too much of his tyres. He was very quick on his first flying lap after the pit stop. And I sort of sense, with years more experience, probably a good decade and a bit more experience, that Fred Makiavicki is probably just keeping his tyres as sweet as he can for as long as he can. But for Yusuf Awega, he's a car length behind. That's all. He's pushing, he's probing, he's looking. Not going to be me. Chinks in the
stable still, so it's not as if there's too much come out of those tyres yet. And if he can just stay within a couple of car lengths, if we're going to get 3-4 more laps out of this being the partway through the first of those 3 laps, he can afford to just let those tyres come back a little bit too. I know they don't rebuild as well, but you don't continue to wear them out too much. The performance does drop off a bit, but might just be able to play this one right and mount a charge on that 29th and final lap.
Yeah, and at any point between now and then they could come across a slow zone, and then it's how you read it. You know, when you drop to the pace, when you then accelerate away. The advantage ought to be with the Manthey Porsche as the leader of that little
I think perhaps the fairest way of putting it at this point is it's Manthey's race to lose at this stage.
Yeah. Well, the car looks good, the driver lineup is stellar, but for Land Motorsport they would be very, very keen to do it, but they know they've got a young driver, but that's age is not a problem. He has actually raced. This is his 5th year racing cars.
And how old is he?
He's 12. And yeah, that's his 5th. Let's have a little look. 2018, sorry, and he's done 4 seasons so far. The British F3.
No, you're right, it's 5th year of racing.
Yeah, it's 5th year of racing. Yeah. So, the race-leading duo, one praying for clear track, the other one praying for traffic. But in fact, sometimes it's better for the one in the lead to be praying for traffic, because he generally can dictate the way they go round. And actually, tell you what, if you're driving a car in one of the junior classes here, the easiest car to see catching you is the Grello Porsche. It's so bright, luminous yellow, luminous green, so you have no excuse for not identifying it. The car that's chasing the Land Motorsport car is mainly metallic blue with a green roof and some white flashes. That doesn't stand out in the rearview mirror as much. The one thing we saw early in this race when we had some onboard footage was the fact the drivers in the SP9 class, certainly we were looking, I think it was the Conrad Lamborghini, had the most amazing rear-facing cameras, and they can see who's coming up, but don't feel they're going to have those in the Renault Clios and the VW Siroccos at the tail of the field. They have to use their mirrors. But
I think they're, I'm not sure, I'm probably corrected by people that do know for a fact, but I think they're mandatory now.
Are they? Oh, well, yeah. That's very impressive. I thought it might be a budgetary thing.
Well, certainly in the higher GT3 cars and possibly GT4s, but I think it is a mandatory requirement.
Okay, well that's
so your favourite part of the circuit now for race leading 911 Grello at just coming out through Wifferman. 0.259 of a second was the gap across the line at the end of those laps. 13 minutes to go. So we're going to complete this lap, as you say. This is going to be lap 27.
Yeah, we'll get 29 laps on the board. And then head off for beer and sausages.
At Wipperman, as you said.
It's written in the rule book, but it is just the most fantastic stretch of circuit, and the rise up to West Bash beyond. Oh, that hasn't... again, sometimes when you look at an overhead shot from... You can just see so much more when you're looking down from a helicopter. The battle for third place is very tight indeed. Ricardo Fellow just got chopped there, fighting in his battle with Dennis Olsen. Now, hold on a second, has Olsen got in front? Has he got a blue and white Porsche in front? Yeah, Olsen has got up into third place for KCMG. That's the number 18 Porsche. Ricardo Fellow, the Swiss racer, trying to find back in the number 16 Phoenix Racing Audi, and off their tail.
Vega had an issue because he's a lot further back all of a sudden.
Yeah, Marcello has dropped away a bit because these cars, don't forget, were 0.6 of a second apart. All three of them covered by 0.6 of a second at the start of this lap. This is the 27th lap, but right now, KCMG Porsche has moved up from 4th to 3rd, and it's pulling away from Ricardo Fellow, but dropping away from the tail of both of them is Raffaele Marcello in the number 12 Bilstein. Mercedes entered by Hout Racing Team, but down the Herracht, or more to the point, up over the crest there. Sorry, Dottinger Her, not Herracht. It's the race battle for the lead. It was a quarter of a second at the start of this lap. It can be no more than that right now. The Grello Porsche just in front for Manthey Racing. Through the left-hand flick they go. Still chance for a bit of a slipstream to be gained, but not this time around. It surely isn't enough into the final sequence of corners at Tiergarten. Still Yusufa Wega tucked in behind. He made a move last time down into turn 1. He took the lead, but he also couldn't negotiate the corner. Went in too deep, went past. And certainly Fred Machiavicchi showing his experience, slightly weaving down, just picking his line down the straight, but no cars around them. So first and second covered by nothing. 0.321, so you could say, of a second, you could say it's gone out. The advantage has grown for Manthey Racing, but the threat from Yusufa Wega is very, very serious indeed. This is impressive from the young German.
Very impressive indeed, and that time didn't try and go down the inside, a little look to the right-hand side. If anything, it's almost like, I didn't do it last time, but if I have a little look, I'm just going to fill his mirrors and put him off, and maybe that will cost him the time I need to get the advantage. So that's watch, listen and learn, isn't it? That's hugely impressive to learn that so quickly in just a lap there.
It is. It's also, maybe I can convince him I'm just not very... I'm going to make a foolish move, and I'm actually planning one that ain't foolish. So let's have a look. But I think traffic could have a role to play. Tyre Life could still have a role to play. We've got this lap and the next one. So they will take it up to 29 laps. But the advantage over the battle for third place has stretched. They've pulled another 5 seconds clear. They've obviously got good clear traffic for the pair of them. So it's Fred Machiavicchi leading the 911 Manthey Racing Porsche from the 29 Land Motorsport Audi. First and second covered by a third of a second, not even quite that, but then they're 34 seconds clear of Dennis Olsen, who's dropped Ricardo Fellow. More than a second, not just gained the place, but more than a second clear in third place last time around. And yeah, Marciello, he dropped back 4 seconds off their tail, so don't know what went wrong for the Italian. Looking down the order, Cup 2. I think I made this comment 5 times already, but it's still the 112 entry in the Porsche Cup class. Cup 2, K. Kramer Racing, and it's now Kramer himself at the wheel, so he should take that through to the end of the race, and surely checkered flag and class victory for Carsten Kramer. So looking good for him. They're more than 4 minutes clear, and in fact their closest rival has just gone into the pits. Boccolacci must have also just been into the pits. Yes, he's got 4 pit stops served. But actually, Kay Kramer's only had 3 pit stops. So what we're having, actually, a number of drivers and teams, Snowy, who have had problems. So that's why they're ending up on 4 pit stops, not 3.
Yeah.
And those who pitted very, very early, sometimes their option of going 3 pit stops is removed according to that.
Drop back a little bit to the second place car. Vega just dropped a little bit back now.
Right, also
4 or 5 car lengths just as they were now. They're just at Foxhole, aren't they? So just starting to climb. Yeah, just need to see if the Audi can get back in touch again. And maybe you're right, Bruce, about those tyres. Just maybe has to take a little bit too much out of them. Can't quite. Or alternatively, is he just sitting back for a bit, letting the tyres come back to him a little bit if possible, or get the last bit out of him when he needs it on that last lap?
Yeah, I can't tell actually, because
is he playing a game, or is he being dictated to by technical issue? Basically, so tyre wear.
It could be, because we didn't see any clear moment where he suddenly lost ground, but it's gone from 2 car lengths to a dozen car lengths. Now the circuit opens up, and I actually sense he might be coming back a little bit, but then of course that was because the Porsche slowed up for a tighter corner up ahead, but looks pretty measured from Fred Machiavicchi at the field. Now the one I want to look at is Marcello. Lost 4 seconds to fall back from that battle for 3rd place. He's in 5th, but he's been caught very quickly by Alexander Sims in that Schubert Motorsport BMW, who in turn is being caught by Nico Muller, but he's 20 seconds back behind him. In fact, Muller was the 3rd fastest driver on that last lap, but he's down in 7th place. Can't see that changing in this remaining lap and a half. There is still traffic every lap of this race.
I was just going to say the Audi just there, 2nd place. Audi's just been held a little bit there, very very wise, sitting behind the traffic for a moment rather than risking something. But that's just cost him another probably 2 or 3 car lengths. Just dropped him back a little bit. Just Adenauer, wasn't it?
Yeah. So how is this one going to work out? A little bit of caution there from Fred Machiavicchi going past BMW, one of the junior classes, but he's actually picked it right. It's often an element, hang back a little bit, and then you can get a better exit from a corner, tighter corner, and that's exactly what he did. Whereas unfortunately for Yusuf Awega, he didn't have that option.
That's what you don't want to be held up at a really slow part, because it's a double whammy. You've slowed up, the corner slowed up, and all of a sudden that's it.
Yeah,
it's just gone.
Quicker in, but certainly much slower out.
Yeah.
But that was experience, and Fred Machiavicchi, he has
got
been
that in spadefuls, hasn't he?
Yeah,
Let's face it.
Exactly. Where hasn't he raced over the years?
Now, you say that. Look, he's gone straight by. Is there a problem for Grello? He's been held up with a back marker there, and they're side by side going up to the is that going up to the carousel?
I think that was Klostertal. So let's see.
It was
climbing up the hill. Yeah, it's
towards the carousel.
It was.
Now, just as we said it there, Frank Machiavicchi got held up by a back marker a little bit. Just, I'm not saying hesitate, but for some reason the Audi just got alongside him. Side by side they went. And hadn't quite got the guts to carry it through all the way to the end. And Grello, it was its re-establishment. I thought Grello had actually lost the lead there completely.
Well,
he did for a moment.
There I was saying it was 2 car lengths. It's now a dozen car lengths. How things can change. That was extraordinary. It was like the Audi had been fired out of a slingshot to suddenly gain those positions, get his nose in front by the smallest of margins, but that was extraordinary, and I'd love to see a replay to work out how Fred Machiavicchi actually lost so much momentum. Didn't see the way into that corner, but having kept in front, he's now about 8-10 car lengths ahead, but he's now actually a little bit scrambled. He kicked up the dust at the edge of the circuit there, so he's now decided, right, I've got to not let him get close enough to make another move like that. I've got to really eke out any advantage I can over the next few corners, and he's doing that.
So coming out of Brunchen now. Just seeing a little, not a super slow, but a replay there of. Really, still don't know why the Porsche just lost so much ground, as you say. That's why I thought there was a problem. Almost, it just slowed so dramatically. I thought there was a problem for it.
Just to let you know what we've seen, though, the extraordinary thing, there wasn't a back marker per se blocking him. It was almost like a missed gear. It was quite extraordinary, the loss of momentum. But since then, he's picked it up all over again. So I'd almost like to see a replay of the replay if I could. But towards the end of the lap they go. This is lap number 28.
So demanding, James. It's a replay of the replay.
It's all about me.
Well, we know. It's fine, but we love you.
That's very kind indeed. But it's been a fantastic day, and I think a couple of teams have really laid down the markers, and a couple of others, no loss of performance, no lack of performance, but they got their tactics wrong. They reacted to situations. I'd have been so interested to see if Falcon Motorsports could have carried this one off, but unfortunately, having taken the lead, jumped first when there was an early code 120 period, the number 3 Porsche came in brilliantly, built up 8 and a bit seconds by Patrick Pide, handed over to Marco Seefried, and then as the teams that pitted a lap or so later were coming up towards serving their pit stops, that was the moment in which, unfortunately for the driver who took over that number 3 Porsche, the Marco Seefried, something went wrong. Out around the back of the circuit towards Kesselsen, car facing backwards and returned to the pits. But the Audi, again, It's closed up.
That was the back marker that came in. I was just about to say to Yusuf Vega there, some 20 car lengths behind on the dodging her. No opportunity to take the slipstream, but a back marker came in, I think it was, for 911 Grello coming into Tiergarten. He had to sit behind it, and all of a sudden it's put the Audi back in touch again.
Under 0.3 of a second as they go on to the final lap. 3 minutes and a quarter remaining. But Yusuf Awega, if there's half a chance, he's got the scent in his nose. He's attacking. Fred Makiaviki's been slightly cautious there, but you can't dictate where the traffic comes across the nose of your car. And unfortunately for him, right at the end of the lap, through the sort of sweeper and then up through Tiergarten, he had to back off a little bit. But certainly, Yusuf Awega is looking for the biggest win in his career, his young career, not yet 20 years old, turns 20 very... Oh, and he nearly
big
spun.
moment there.
Right,
yes.
This is the cut-through on the Grand Prix loop. You've just gone through the Mercedes arena, you go down the short straight, and then you cut through to the right, and the tail was an aerial shot looking down from the helicopter, and the tail of the Audi nearly came round on him as he was going
I think
through
it started,
that corner.
it just didn't have the front end, it just understeered, and then he had to lift out of it, and that caused it into snap oversteer, and it was just one leads to the other, and he was actually very, very lucky there not to spin that.
That was extraordinary. Now, just looking back, it's still a 34-second gap. It's out to 34 seconds back to third place. But it's Dennis Olsen, nearly 4 seconds to the good over Riccardo Feller. Marcello, though, is closing in again. So suddenly pace has been found. Maybe the pressure from Alexander Sims behind him has encouraged him to get a move on. But suddenly Riccardo Feller's looking a little vulnerable. Dennis Olsen picked him off to go into third place for the KCMG Porter crew. But now it looks like Raffaele Marcello is going to be the driver putting the pressure on the young Swiss racer. But for now, it's the 911 Porsche, we know that, but under 0.3 of a second is his margin. And the way that battle for the lead, Snowy, has seesawed backwards and forwards, it could happen again on this final lap.
And their last 2 lap times. Porsche, 7:58.376. Audi in second place, 7:58.354. Just 200ths quicker, that's all. That's all there is in it. Of course, across a 25-kilometre lap, how many cars, how many back markers, 200ths in it.
It's extraordinary.
You can't get much closer and fairer than that, can you?
And their lap time, in fact, is marginally slower than the driver in third place. But for Dennis Olsen, he's not going to find 34 seconds on the final lap. But the KCMG crew can be very pleased. They've had a good result. They were outside the top 10 in the early stages of the race. Chipped away, got their tactics right.
And Olsen's last lap was a 7:58.295.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
slightly faster. Yeah. Now, early in this final lap, still brilliant spring sunshine. The circuit always looks fantastic, but probably never better than this. Maybe only slightly better in autumn when the leaves are changing. We haven't got the leaves yet, but they will be coming. Maybe in time for round number 2. Certainly this warm weather will bring them on a little bit. But as we move from Gardener's World to a race commentary, fabulous scenes. The Manthey Racing Porsche still in front. We've said that many times over the years. They won only once last year, but it was the opening round in which they took victory. And can they do the same again? Or will Yusuf Awega reward not only his own challenge, but that of his teammate who set the ball rolling, Christopher Mies, who has won so many things in Audis. But for Yusuf Awega, this is new territory.
He's looking a bit tasty, isn't it? There's 10 seconds left on the clock. In terms of the time, obviously, just like rugby, the ball's still in play, so they've got to get round to the end of the lap. Clock has now started. The 4 hours are up, but Yusuf Awega is not... He's not giving up on this at all, is he? He's still kind of trying to get that. Manthey won it last year, the opening round, as you said, Bruce, and Yusuf Awega's got different ideas there. Down to Adenauer, there's a little back marker on the way there. There's a little bit of traffic, sorry, not a little back marker. And Grello's through, the Audi is through. 0.299 of a second, which separating these two on as they cross the line at the beginning of this lap after nearly 4 hours of racing. They're still duking it out. These two cars, 200ths of second difference between them in lap times after 4 hours of racing. Leading car, vastly experienced peddler at the wheel of that. Yusuf Awega, less so in terms of experience, only his 5th season of racing, and is still taking it to one of the grandees, if you like, of GT racing.
Absolutely so. And for Land Motorsport, they have won in this series before, but they won a couple of races, but that was back in 2017. But listen to the drivers they had then. One of them sounds quite... Marcus Winkelhock and Dries Van Tor.
Never heard of him.
Conor De Filippi and Robin Freins. You know, those are the calibre, and they won at the end of 2016 as well. But this is a resurgence for the team, but they got their tactics right today, and that is absolutely everything in the NLS. Of course, pace is great, but they read the situation, they read the runes, And with the clock having got to 4 hours, this is the final lap of the race, the final half lap of the race. But Fred Makiewicz is not leaving any gaps. But what we've seen from Yusuf Awega, his speed into the corners, he is very, very brave indeed. Very, very late on the brakes. But is there going to be a gap into which he could pour that blue, white and green Audi to Carousel for the final time? 5 car lengths between them as they go around that long, long left-hander on the banking. Options started to become limited, but that isn't a concept, I think, that is understood by Yusuf Awega. He wants that first win. He's going for it.
And quite rightly so. I mean, whatever the result, he can hold his head high, but a little bit of a delay for Makiewicz there with the Grello.
Well, he lost 2 car lengths. He has been cautious, but I think he knows that. I think he feels quite confident there, but every time that Audi gets bigger, every time they come up on traffic, Yusuf Awega is just, I suppose it's just his sheer desire to land the first big one. High around the top of one of the back-marking cars, a Seat, I think it was, and they get past, but every corner that's whittled off this list of 175 corners in the lap is another one in the bank for Fred Makiewicz and for Manthey Racing. You know, this is such a great run. The battle for third place is Fred Olsen, it's not. It's Dennis Olsen from Ricardo Feller and Raffaele Marcello and Alexander Sims in the mix as well. But we won't look at them just yet. We've got to look how this final third of a lap, quarter of a lap, if you will, is going to span out between the race-leading Manthey Racing Porsche and the chasing Land Motorsport Audi that finds a bit more momentum through those final handful of corners before they get to the long drag.
He needs a good run out of Galvencroft, doesn't he, just to get into touch with the Grello, which he has now. The back marker is certainly going to help that situation a little bit. He's tucked in right behind it, the Audi. It's coming. Is he going to get by, though? As you said earlier, Bruce, catching's one thing with somebody of this experience. Can he get by, though? But he needs to get a really, really good run out of that last run onto Winter Schwalbenschanze now. That with the second Carousel. Now they need to get that run where the track's been resurfaced into Dottingerhoe. Can he pull off the move of the race and get down the inside at Tiergarten and just sneak ahead of that 911 Grello Manthey Porsche? I don't think so. I don't think he's close enough now just to capitalise. He needs to be half that gap now. He's about 5 car lengths behind. It needs to be about 2.
Yeah, it was. He just didn't have a really good run through Galgenkopf. But I tell you what, he's got to. He probably hasn't even heard of Kevin Estre. He's so young, but he's got to channel his inner Kevin Estre. He's gained a car length. They went past the back marker, but it's not surely enough. It's 6 car lengths between them. It's 5 car lengths between them. They go past the pits that are used for drivers on the fun rides around the circuit. It's 4 car lengths. They've got the left-hand kink to follow. Fred Makiewicz surely has done enough. It's down to 3 car lengths as they go up towards Tiergarten. It's a left, it's a right, and then it's a little bit of a move to the left and then to the right. Again, there's a car in their way. It's down to half a car length. They went to the outside, and Makiewicz has got the job done in the final corner. He read it right, and unfortunately for Yusuf Awega, he only had one way to go. It was the outside. There wasn't a proper outside, but what a win for Manthey Racing. But this is the day that Yusuf Awega arrived on the full international racing scene.
Watch this young man. Yeah, absolutely. He can hold his head up high there. I've got to say, though, that Frank Makiewicz in that he absolutely used that back marker to his advantage and stitched up Awega there. He just put him out of place. You could see he almost had a little front end lock up, like, oh, I can't do that. He went to go to the left hand side, dodged around it, and Makiewicz had already backed it up and just went, no, I'm actually making the gap I want for myself, backing you into it, then I'm shooting into there, and it was almost off the throttle. Absolute superb driving from both of them, I've got to say.
Exactly. So that was experience. Third place does go to Dennis Olsen for KCMG. Then it's really close for fourth, but Ricardo Feller keeps the number 16 Audi just in front of the chasing Raffaele Marcello. And in the background, just another 2 seconds or so further back, 4 seconds in fact, is Alex Sims. So we plenty of manufacturer interest in the top, because we had a Porsche victory from an Audi, we had a Porsche in third, we had an Audi in fourth, a Mercedes in fifth, and a BMW in sixth place. So that was a really good opener. But that final lap was a masterclass from Fred Makiewicz. I actually reckon the Audi was slightly faster, but he used the traffic, and it was that knowledge, not just dive past and down the consequences. It was a case of, I can make him slow you. And he absolutely did that. But that was a brilliant start to the 2022 Nürburgring Langstreckenseries. Looking to see who's going to come through and win Cup 2. I think we can safely say it is going to be the number 112 in 5th place overall for 15th place overall for the K. Kramer Racing Team. In the end, margin over Dorian Boccalacci ought to be around 50 seconds in the Cup 2 class car. So a good run from Boccalacci in that. And further down, SP7 class looks like it's going to go the way of car number 69, but by quite a margin. And that is just having a look to see who's sharing that. And it was Kirsten Unex's Peter Sharmak and Robin Tranovsky who've won that class. It's also for GT3 Cup Porsches. And pleased to say the Pro Sport Aston Martin in the SP9 class has made it to the finish and crosses the line in 17th place overall. Maxime Dumoulin getting good experience there. Coming home behind the two leading cars in the Cup 2 Porsche class, but it's kilometres in the bank, I think, on a track that was very kind today. So not too many bad incidents in this race, in fact, remarkably light, and it goes to prove that when the conditions are kind and the drivers are gaining experience, they actually quite like staying on the track.
Yeah, I think Falcon might slightly disagree with that, with their leading car, number 3 car, that obviously had some. It still wasn't a huge one, mercifully. We're not sort of grading them, but it's still one we never saw what actually happened. We just saw the aftermath. Unfortunately, being taken out. Was it the 977 came in?
977, yeah.
But they'd obviously something had occurred between the pair of them. And I'm not portioning blame any way to either, but something had obviously occurred between the two of them. But it took what was effectively our race leader out at that point.
Yeah, and just having a look, the car that started in pole position after its problems in the first stint, the number 7 Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini, we wondered if it could get the top 10. The answer was no. 12 seconds faster and it would have been ahead of the car that started alongside on the front row, but the final place in the top 10 went to the BMW Junior team in car 44.
But equally, the Conrad car's got to the end of the race with no tyre issues, which has been its Achilles heel.
It certainly has. And as the cars arrive in Parc Fermé, under the 3 cars under the podium, it's the Manthey Racing Porsche. How do they do that, slowing down laps so quickly? They don't. They just go around behind the pits. They don't turn left onto the Nordschleife. But Fred Makiavicki, I had to work quite hard there, but he worked the traffic very, very well indeed. But for Youssef Awega, there'd be great pride for Fred Makiavicki and for Manthey Racing, but for Youssef Awega, this is uncharted territory, and he really drove very well indeed. Dennis Olsen, works Porsche driver. He's had some good stints to take 3rd place for KCMG, but to me, the one that really stood out was Youssef Awega. I worried he'd cooked his tyres, but the way he attacked on that final lap and the penultimate one, Snowy, it proves the pace was still there. Maybe I was wrong.
I would say my nomination for driver of the day.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, the person who would have challenged him would have been Patrick Pilet for that brilliant opening stint for Falcon Motorsport. But looking actually remarkably cool. I suppose it is only March, but Fred Makiavicki out of the car. Now, Fred, tell us the full racing history of Youssef Awega. Never heard of him before, but my golly, he pushed me hard, didn't he?
I think he's a bit thrown by him. I think it's almost like, who's this kid? Who's driving that Audi? That's been giving. I'm expecting to almost Frank Stipler to get out of it. Yeah. What's this? I'm not. There was a look there of sort of. I'm not quite sure. I'm still sizing him up. It's almost like those sort of boxes before a match, isn't it? About the sort of weigh-in they do. They're psyching each other out. And who's the kid in the Audi?
Yeah. Now he's starting to smile, but for quite a while he was looking perplexed.
Yeah.
And that was a very, very strong run indeed. But we do have a new kid on the block. We like that in racing. We like that in all sports when you've got a newcomer. And that was all very good indeed. So the first race of the championship completed. NLS1 done. 2 weeks into the LS2, and I think a lot of teams will learn a lot of things. But for those watching and listening around the world, there's a new face to look up. Go and work out what this driver's done before. Youssef Awega, he so nearly won it, and it was a move into the final corner. The final sequence of corners on the last lap, the 29th lap, that nearly worked for him, but it didn't. But that was experience. That's why Fred Makiavicki has been a works driver for so long. So for Manthey Racing, they've grabbed another win. They only won one last year. It was the opening round. But this year, they're being challenged, being pushed hard. The standard rises ever further for NLS, but I think Peter Snowden and I have thoroughly enjoyed the first round of the championship, and just 2 weeks to the next one. But I think we've got plenty to consider when we take our headphones off, take the microphones off, and just think what we've seen. It was a cracking opening race.
What's not to enjoy? Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. NLS just lives up to its standard. Again, as you say, new kid on the block, something else happening. Fantastic. What a way to start the season.
So all very, very good indeed. Wait, just 2 weeks, we'll do it again. We've had the kind weather. What kind of weather we get next time around, nobody will know. We've had snow in April before. I'm not looking forward to it, but we'll take what we get. But today, we had a brilliant start to the championship, and I can't think of a better way of launching 2022. And as the drivers from the other classes come through and the drivers get to meet Youssef Awega, all is looking very strong indeed at the top of this championship. But we do like to see new faces in new places. And for Land Motorsport, they've won in this championship before, but not for 5 years. And certainly some challenges there. For some of the other teams, KCMG, they'll be ruining the fact they started much further down the order than they expected. So they got through to third place. Certainly the Hout Racing team look as though they've got some strong challenges. Phoenix Audis have also looked very good indeed. But today, we've said this many times before, Manthey Racing are taking it again at the top of the field. But there was a massive challenge today. And in the Porsche Cup 2 class, certainly there was some fantastic racing. But for K. Kramer Racing, they had that one in the bag. But the thing that will stand out for me, not just the sunshine, it's the fact we've got a face who's looking new to us. I've seen him in GT racing a few years ago, but I think on a global stage, you get with the NLS, Yusuf Awega, no wonder he's smiling because he put in a performance. We thought, Snowy, he'd made one mistake with that deep dive into turn 1. He took the lead of the race, but you can see that Fred Makiavicki is going to go, you're not going to get round the corner, I'll give you space. And he retook the lead, but he pushed, he challenged. And Christopher Meese, his teammate, will be very, very proud. Would have been giving him a lot of tips. Christopher knows how to drive an R8 LMS better than almost anybody. But he's got a new teammate, and I think that sort of gives a real element of refreshment. Not that Christopher is always smiling anyhow, but I think it's great. And when you can take on Manthey Racing with their stellar lineup of Porsche Works drivers with a young gun.
It's only going to get better, isn't it? Yeah, and that you see, we thought that big mistake. It wasn't that much of a mistake. There wasn't a lockup. It didn't cause any problem to the Porsche. Okay, he saw it coming, but a bit of working together. But that's experience and youth combined. But he came down the inside. He's the age he is. He should be having a go. It's the race lead. You know, it's his 5th season racing. He's in an R8 at the front of an NLS round. He's going to make his mark, isn't he? But he didn't do a mad lunge, lock it all up, and have to gather it all out. It just went, okay, it's not going to quite work. And the thing is, he didn't do it again. That was the point. Next lap, he did something different, didn't do it again, tried it a different way. And that, to me, was very telling. It was a measure of, okay, that didn't work. It wasn't stupid, but it didn't work. I won't do that again. Memory bank, park that one.
No, exactly.
Logged, it's absorbed, as you would say.
Yeah, well, we've got 2 weeks to wait. So April the 7th is the next round of the championship. And you know, people will go away and consider what to do right. And for the likes of KCMG that recovered to take from 12th to take a 3rd position, they'll go, we just have to qualify better. But don't forget, the car that started behind them in 13th position on the grid went on to win the race. That was the Manthey Racing Porsche. But things chop and they change. The car that came home in 5th started down in 15th. So some of the teams flattered to deceive. Always is a bit deceptive, the qualifying pace here, because it's not really that important. But if you start on pole, you have an advantage, and it does stretch out around the opening lap, and those are seconds in the bank for you. And there's a big element that, as Patrick Pilet proved, if you can get in the front of the race, you're not likely to have problems on those opening laps, and they could pick their way through traffic very, very well indeed. But you could be sure we'll be back in 2 weeks' time to cover round 2. You could be sure the mix will be very different indeed, because the grid will be different. You're sure there'll be other teams coming in to do these early rounds of the championship. There'll be smiles all round. But to me, Peter, the sun was shining, the racing was fantastic, the fans were there, and it really was what the NLS is all about.
Encapsulated in the first round in just 4 hours. There's what the season's all about, as you said. Drama, excitement, not too much of the terrible drama. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
It's also interesting looking at the
and a pleasure working with you again. Of course. NLS. There's only one way to open the NLS season with the Bruce and Snowy show. That's how it works.
With little snacks and things to do, and with Kerry at the helm and making it all work for us. And
the responsible adult in the room, not being either of us, clearly.
Yeah, it's in the trade description, isn't it? But it's also just, looking at the pleasure on the face of the drivers, just seeing Josh Burden, who shared the KCMG Porsche with Dennis Olsen. They're now being plucked away to go up towards the podium as Master of Ceremonies, a racer and good man all around. Patrick Simon goes to look for more interviews, but I think a lot of teams will have learnt a lot this year, and it's also how not to react to things. Sometimes you think, is this the moment to come in? But if you scramble early for that first pit stop, you pay the price for the rest of the race. And certainly there is that element. You think, can I gain an advantage by doing it? But because of our sliding scale of minimum pit stop times, it can come and bite you if you don't get it right. But we opened the season with remarkably few incidents off the circuit, and the good thing was the action was on the circuit, and I really thoroughly enjoyed the best way of kicking off 2022 here at the Nürburgring. This might be the best weather we get all year, or maybe it's a golden year. We'll get this all year around, but the cars looked brilliant. The circuit looked at its magnificent best, and it never fails to provide fabulous footage, fabulous images to talk about. So the mix will be different next time around. Teams will have learned. Just seeing if there have been any late changes on the timing screens. No, there haven't. Let's just run down the order. Manthey Racing winning the 911, winning by 1.2 seconds off that last corner fumble. Not the fault of Yusuf Awega. He nearly got through to win for Land Motorsport in his Audi. Dennis Olsen came through in third place for KCMG in his Porsche. Ricardo Feller, the Swiss racer, number 16, Team Phoenix Audi in fourth. Raffaele Marciello, fifth in the number 12 Mercedes from the Hout Racing Team. Sixth place, the best of the BMWs. That was Alexander Sims in the number 20 entry from Schubert Motorsport. 22 was the Audi of Nico Muller at the end. Number 5, Phoenix, second of the Phoenix Audis at the end of the race, Vincent Kolb. Then Patrick Niederhauser, another Audi in ninth place overall. The top 10 completed by the second of the BMWs from the BMW Junior Team. This crew won twice last year, but today only 10th place for Neil Verhagen in the 44 car. 2 weeks until the final round, until we get to look at the magnificent castle over Nürburg Village. Will it be another win for Manthey Racing? But the fact they won by just 1.25 seconds this time around makes me think they're not going to have it easy this year, and certainly it's really... The stage is set for the second round of the championship. I'm glad there's not a big gap. I'm glad there's only 2 weeks until the second race. Put it in your diaries, watch it on the world feed, and listen to it on Radio Show Limited. That's it from me, Bruce Jones, and from Peter Snowden.
Good night.